Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Chu Yukin's hand poised to push the door stopped midair. She felt a touch of curiosity, wondering what kind of matter could necessitate an entire evening of discussion. Could it be the immortal? Had Lu Chen's immortal master come? The thought made Chu Yukin increasingly nervous inside. It must be so. Otherwise, why would Lu Chen stay in the study all night without returning? Chu Yukin then said, "Chenur, then I won't disturb you, take your time chatting." After saying this, Chu Yukin turned to leave. Upon hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu Qingli and Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Chu Yukin had startled them earlier, Lu Chen was now filled with negative emotions and immediately transferred all his negative feelings onto Chu Qingli. Chu Yukin had just stepped out of the courtyard when she heard a woman's voice coming from the study. As she was wondering what Lu Chen's master looked like, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice coming from inside the room. Chu Yukin's mind stalled, and a trace of bitterness crossed her face. She then huffed lightly and muttered, "I thought his immortal master had come. Turns out he's doing something shady in there, no wonder he didn't go back to his room all night." After she spoke, Chu Yukin's cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly realized that the study seemed like quite the appropriate place. The study wasn't part of the inner courtyard, and although Chu Qingli would patrol the inner courtyard, she typically just glanced at the study before leaving. The guard duties for the outer courtyard and the study were now primarily by Qingqing's responsibility, so Chu Qingli didn't pay excessive attention to the study. Moreover, it wasn't impossible for Lu Chen to stay in the study all night without returning. Didn't Lu Chen just spend the previous night in the study? With this thought, Chu Yukin's heart suddenly became frantically unsettled. How could she think about such things? She truly was shameless. Immediately, Chu Yukin shook her head and hurriedly tried to stop herself from continuing down this train of thought. The best way to avoid being discovered by her own sister was to send her sister away. It wouldn't be right to sneak around in the study doing that sort of thing, making it seem like they were stealing away for something indecent. Thinking of her stubborn little sister, Chu Yukin sighed. Right then, Chu Yukin heard the sounds in the study getting louder, which added to her confusion. Why did that voice sound somewhat like Qingli's? Chu Yukin rubbed her temples, convincing herself that it must be an auditory hallucination. Having been thinking of ways to send her sister away these past few days, even reaching her dreams, it was normal to experience auditory hallucinations. It was highly probable that it was that shameless vixen with the surname Wang in the study. Only she would behave so disgracefully. Every time she came to report intelligence to the study, she'd end up doing something unsavory with Lu Chen. This thought stirred a sour feeling in Chu Yukin's heart. Looking at the study once more, she snorted coldly and muttered, "Damn bitch, so shameless." The study was clearly a place for Chenur to deal with government affairs, and that woman would always come to do such indecent things, making it lose its sanctity. Although she felt uncomfortable, Chu Yukin didn't rush to the study to drag out the woman inside and instead left the courtyard fuming. Chu Yukin had left, but Lu Chen's work in the study was far from done, and he continued to be busy for an unknown amount of time. Winter was about to pass, and the snow on the rooftops began to gradually thaw and drip down. The weather today was pleasant, with bright sunshine. At this moment, a beautiful woman adorned in a pink and turquoise lotus cloud dress was heading toward the study. Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong had discussed throughout the previous night. Chen Wanrong believed that now, with Great Sum dealt a heavy blow by Great Wu, drastically reducing its strength, and with the destruction of the North Prince's Black Cavalry, it was the perfect opportunity to close ranks with Lu Chen. Meanwhile, by employing the love worm on Lu Chen to control him, they could then concoct the subtle dragon spell. Of course, the subtle dragon spell was just one aspect. Besides that, controlling Lu Chen had another significant upside. Mysterious Moon Palace would then become the de facto ruler of North City. Although North City was still quite destitute, it had great potential, especially the money-making schemes of the North Prince Mansion, which could rapidly accumulate a substantial amount of silver for Mysterious Moon Palace. Restoration of the state required silver. With silver, they could easily smooth things out, buy people's loyalty, and likewise, manufacturing weapons also required silver. Therefore, Chen Wanrong decided to take action against Lu Chen, She wanted to have him completely under her control, at her service. Lin Wanyan's task for today was to serve as the intermediary. She was now Lu Chen's Madam Lin, and she also had a position as a guard commander in the prince's mansion, which allowed her to approach Lu Chen readily, making her the perfect connector. Just as Lin Wanyan was about to reach the study, she suddenly caught sight of a figure swiftly passing by right in front of her. Lin Wanyan focused her eyes. It was Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli's clothes were torn, as if she had been through a fierce battle, and she used her Qinggong skills to quickly flee back to her room. Lin Wanyan was startled by the sight. As they brushed past each other, a breeze came through, and soon Lin Wanyan smelled a strange scent. Lin Wanyan was puzzled. What was this smell? Why did it seem so odd? Lin Wanyan didn't dwell on it, as now was not the time to ponder such matters. She had a more important task ahead of her today, to have a straightforward discussion with Lu Chen. Afterwards, Lin Wanyan turned her head and continued to walk towards the study. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was checking the system prompts from last night. He had not expected that after taking down Chu Qingli, the system would reward him with such a great set of things. The paper-making technique and printing technique were too important for the future education of North City. With these two capabilities, his educational plans could finally be fully rolled out. Albeit the current era had its own paper-making technique and printing technique, the efficiency was very low. Especially for white paper, only the wealthy could afford it, and ordinary people could not afford to use white paper at all. Once these two techniques were improved, the prices of white paper and books would be driven down in the future. By then, the poor could also afford to use white paper and buy books. As for the simple pen-making technique, this tool could be considered dispensable. Of course, if pens could be widely promoted, there would no longer be a need for pages and maids to grind ink in the future, and writing with a pen might be faster than with a brush, which could also potentially enhance cultural transmission efficiency. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the third row of system prompts. The hearts and minds of wives and concubines are in alignment. Hadn't this notification not appeared for quite some time? He remembered that on the night he slept with Dazhou and Xiaozhou in the capital city, it was the first time the system prompted him that his heart and mind were in alignment with his wives and concubines, and then it rewarded him with a Barrett and 20 bullets. He had not thought it would appear again after more than a year. Lu Chen was curious about how this notion of heart and mind alignment actually emerged, and what constituted as being in alignment. With this thought, Lu Chen directly asked, "System, how is the alignment of hearts and minds with one's wives and concubines determined?" Since being in alignment could also earn system rewards, Lu Chen planned to strive for heart-mind alignment with his wives and concubines in the future. Both parties entering into the same state at the same time is considered alignment of hearts and minds. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Is this how heart-mind alignment comes about? Not thinking too much of it, he then opened the details of the absorption technique. What truly caught his interest was this particular ability. Absorption technique. After cultivation, one can absorb another's skill and convert it into one's own. This absorption technique is the complete version, converting all absorbed skill into a power that the host can assimilate without conflict within the body. Upon reading the introduction to the absorption technique, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This cultivation technique was somewhat terrifying. Not long after, Lin Wanyan arrived at the entrance of the study. Just as she reached the entrance of the study, she found Lu Chen coming out with a contented look. Seeing the buxom beauty before him, Lu Chen smiled and proactively asked, "Madam Lin, is there something you need me for?" Lin Wanyan said, Chenur, the palace master sent me to discuss something with you." Lin Wanyan still felt somewhat guilty inside. After all, the young man before her was Yu's son. If something really happened to him, how could she face her sister Yu in the afterlife? Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen was inwardly startled. Discuss something. Chen Wanrong must be getting impatient. Good, he was also getting impatient. Having devoured Chu Qingli clean last night, Lu Chen's inner desires were once again magnified. Having received so many rewards so suddenly last night, Lu Chen's eagerness to procreate had been spurred into action. Then Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Lin, come in, let's have a good talk." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan didn't think much and with a slight wriggle of her hips, she entered the study. As soon as she entered the study, she smelled an odd odor. This odor was the same as the one she had just smelled by Chu Qingli. The scent was somewhat pungent, making it a bit uncomfortable to smell. Moreover, this smell was strange, as the more she sniffed, the more an uncontrollable blush appeared on her face. Not only that, her heartbeat began to inexplicably quicken, and her body became restless. What was going on? While Lin Wanyan was puzzled about the smell, Lu Chen's words brought her back to her senses. Madam Lin, what did Miss Chen ask you to tell me? Lin Wanyan no longer paid attention to the strange smell and turned her head towards Lu Chen, saying, the heavy cavalry of North City has been annihilated, rebuilding it will take a long time. And with the North Free King tribe threatening North City at all times, the Palace Master has sent me to tell you that she is willing to dispatch disciples from the mysterious Moon Palace to help stabilize the current situation in North City. Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then, Lu Chen spoke directly, Madam Lin, at this point, let's lay our cards on the table. What is the mysterious Moon Palace's real purpose in coming to North City? You are the sworn sister of my mother, I believe you won't deceive me. Seeing that Lu Chen was so straightforward, Lin Wanyan also felt there was no need to continue probing. Since they would have to confront the truth sooner or later, she simply said, Chen'er, actually. Though she had resolved to be upfront, Lin Wanyan still hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, she continued, the palace master believes you are a descendant of the goddess, the god's son, so you are naturally different from ordinary people. You have a grand destiny, an emperor's fate, so she wants to collaborate with you from now on and help you seize that position. Great Sum has been targeting the mysterious Moon Palace in various ways for years, and the palace master is already very displeased with your father, the Sum Emperor. Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that what Lin Wanyan had said was false. When he first met Chen Wanrong, he had looked into her background. Chen Wanrong planned to plant a love worm in him and then use his blood to concoct something called the subtle dragon spell. To Chen Wanrong, he was nothing more than a tool. How could she ever recognize him as God's son? At that moment, Lu Chen said, I see, my grandfather told me yesterday when he arrived in North City that my mother was once a goddess of the mysterious Moon Palace. I was somewhat surprised, so my mother really was a goddess of the mysterious Moon Palace. Having said this, Lu Chen looked into Lin Wanyan's eyes, pretending to be unaware, and continued, does this mean that as God's son, I hold a fairly high status in the mysterious Moon Palace? Seeing Lu Chen as if believing her lie, Lin Wanyan continued, your mother was a disciple of an honorable of the mysterious Moon Palace, with a status even above the palace masters. As her child, you naturally hold a certain standing within the mysterious Moon Palace. Lu Chen then said, if the mysterious Moon Palace helps me take that position, will they demand anything of me? Lin Wanyan replied, they won't ask you to do anything specific, just to allow the mysterious Moon Palace to recruit disciples within Great Sum's territory in the future. The mysterious Moon Palace values its lineage and actually has little interest in worldly affairs. Lu Chen said, oh, I see. It seems I misunderstood Miss Chen. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan tentatively asked, does Chen'er think the palace master has other intentions for coming to North City? Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, I had thought she came to North City because she was interested in my body. This. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan suddenly did not know what to say. But if she thought about it carefully, what Lu Chen said was actually true. Chen Wanrong's primary objective in coming to North City was to plant a love worm in Lu Chen, turning him into her puppet, who would then willingly bleed for her to create the subtle dragon spell. In another sense, this also could be considered showing an interest in Lu Chen's body. Yet clearly, that was not what Lu Chen meant. Lin Wanyan wasn't sure whether to call him narcissistic or just too self-assured. Lu Chen then lowered his voice, whispering, Madam Lin, may I ask you a question? Seeing Lu Chen suddenly speak in a hushed, secretive manner, Lin Wanyan asked curiously, what question? Lu Chen inquired, does Miss Chen fancy any man? Stunned by the question, Lin Wanyan's mind went blank. Asked in this way, was Lu Chen implying He's taken an interest in Chen Wanrong. This was great news for Chen Wanrong. Once Lu Chen took an interest in her, especially if he fell for her, then Chen Wanrong would have the chance to plant the love worm in him. Previously, Lu Chen had kept his distance. Chen Wanrong had been in the North Prince mansion so long without any opportunity to get close to him. Now that Lu Chen was inquiring about Chen Wanrong's romantic interests, it meant that he wanted to try and pursue her. Lin Wanyan then said, "The palace master has always been focused on her cultivation. To my knowledge, she has never taken a liking to that man." However, Lin Wanyan trailed off, then looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "But she seems to have some interest in you, Chenur." Lin Wanyan was here today to play matchmaker, so she had to find a way to get Lu Chen to take an interest in Chen Wanrong. Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen laughed and said, "Madam Lin, you must be joking with me. How could a fairy like Miss Chen take an interest in a mundane man like me?" Lin Wanyan replied, "Chenur, don't sell yourself short. Although you are a man of the mortal world, your spirit is something she greatly admires, especially the spirit you showed when you chose to defend Yan County despite knowing that a 300,000-strong barbarian army was advancing south. The palace master really admires that. Moreover, the palace master has mentioned more than once in front of me that you are very handsome. I feel that she does harbor some feelings for you." Lu Chen feigned a skeptical look, staring into Lin Wanyan's eyes and asking, "Really? Madam Lin, you're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Lin Wanyan responded, "Why would I deceive you? Think about it, if the palace master had no interest in you, she might not have returned to North City after returning to Mysterious Moon Palace. Yet, she came back to North City shortly after her return. What does this tell you? It shows that she values you greatly. Of course, I'm only guessing. What she really thinks, probably only she knows. But I do think she might have taken a liking to you." Lu Chen feigned curiosity as he probed, "Madam Lin, can disciples of Mysterious Moon Palace marry?" Lin Wanyan answered, "Mysterious Moon Palace doesn't forbid male and female disciples from being together, nor has it ever opposed disciples finding partners. They just can't have children." Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen said softly, "So you're saying that if Miss Chen is willing, I could marry her? As long as she doesn't bear my children, that's fine." Lin Wanyan replied, "That's correct." Lu Chen didn't say anything more, he pretended to be lost in a dreamy imagination. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, Lin Wanyan felt hopeful. It looked like Lu Chen was interested, and with a little more guiding, they might meet the conditions for planting the love worm. With that in mind, Lin Wanyan hinted, "Chenur, although the palace master can have a partner too, she is different from ordinary women. She's not the kind that can be approached casually." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Madam Lin, I understand what you mean. You mean I shouldn't be too crude or too eager in front of her, right?" Lin Wanyan said, "That's more or less it." Lu Chen replied, "Don't worry, Madam Lin. Although I have a good impression of Miss Chen, I will definitely not be reckless with her as I would with my other wives and concubines." Hearing this, Lin Wanyan sighed internally. It seemed they had managed to make a connection. She hoped the palace master would spare the North Prince's life for Yu's sake. The North Prince, though the child of the Sum Emperor and somewhat licentious, had proven to be a ruler who loved his people as his children over time. Such rulers were rare in the world today. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered, "Madam Lin, you wouldn't object to me pursuing Miss Chen, would you?" A slight smile graced Lin Wanyan's exquisite cheeks. "Why would I object? In fact, I'd like to see the palace master with a partner. Most Mysterious Moon Palace disciples eventually find partners. The path of cultivation is too lonely. I don't want to see the palace master continue to be so alone." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "And what about you, Madam Lin? When do you plan to find a partner?" Caught by the question, Lin Wanyan was stunned for a moment. She had come today purely to help Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen connect, never considering her own matters. After coming back to her senses, Lin Wanyan sighed and said, "I'm already in my 30s, nobody wants me anymore." Lu Chen, gazing at Lin Wanyan's mature and beautiful visage, said, "How is that possible? Any man would be moved by a beautiful woman like Madam Lin. If you weren't my aunt, I would have married you already." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan's brain paused briefly, then her heart began to race uncontrollably. Lin Wanyan had not anticipated that Lu Chen would say such things, which brought to her mind the words her sworn younger brother had said to her not long ago. Her adoptive father wanted her to marry this young man before her and become his woman. Once Lin Wanyan recovered, she hastily said, "Chanur, such words must not be spoken recklessly." Seeing Lin Wanyan's body tremble slightly, as if she had been startled, Lu Chen continued, "Madam Lin, you have been at the North Prince Mansion for a while now and should know me quite well. I have often visited Spring Sound Court recently, favoring Yelv Nanyan far more than my other wives and concubines. This is because I prefer mature women with charm, just like Yelv Nanyan. And Madam Lin, you are precisely such a woman." Upon hearing Lu Chen's blatant words, Lin Wanyan felt as if her heart was ready to leap out of her chest, and she even began to suspect that Lu Chen might have already started to take an interest in her. Lin Wanyan was somewhat relieved that she had become sworn sisters with Yu, or else Lu Chen might really have harbored intentions towards her. Lin Wanyan then said, "Chanur, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss the cooperation between North City and the mysterious Moon Palace." Lu Chen said with a smile, "All right." Lin Wanyan asked, "What kind of people do you need? You can tell me, and I will convey it to the palace master later so that she can send some disciples down the mountain." After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen replied, "I need some people who can read. Do mysterious Moon Palace's disciples know how to read?" Lin Wanyan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Read and write. Why does Lu Chen need literate people? Now that North City had lost its heavy cavalry, and with Lu Chen radically reforming the region, his measures had already affected the interests of many. His current situation was extremely perilous, and yet the first thing he asked for from the mysterious Moon Palace was not powerful disciples but literate ones. Literate people could not protect him. Curious, Lin Wanyan said, "The majority of disciples at the mysterious Moon Palace can read and write, but what do you need literate people for?" Lu Chen sighed and said, "I've discovered that the commoners of North City are mostly uneducated, barely able to read or write. They can't even understand public notices without someone to explain them to them. That's why I've decided to find some people to specifically teach them to read and write." This. Lin Wanyan was somewhat speechless. Do ordinary commoners need to read and write? Of course, they don't. She always felt that Lu Chen might be taking on a bit too much. Although she could see that Lu Chen was quite kind to the commoners, going so far as to abolish all farm taxes, his benevolence seemed excessive. He was even planning to hire someone to teach the commoners to read and write. Lin Wanyan, like others of her time, believed it unnecessary for ordinary commoners to be literate. Not everyone could achieve scholarly honors, it was enough for them to live quietly as commoners all their lives. Although she thought this way, Lin Wanyan still responded, "Then all right, I will speak to the palace master later and ask her to send some disciples down the mountain who can read and write." This was the first collaboration with North City, and also the closest she had come to Lu Chen, so the mysterious Moon Palace must seize this opportunity. No matter how peculiar Lu Chen's request, they ought to agree. Still, Lin Wanyan felt that Lu Chen's request was too modest for the mysterious Moon Palace, so she probed further, "Chanur, is there anything else you need? Perhaps intelligence or something of the sort?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I don't need that for now, I have my own network of informants." Even though the resources of the mysterious Moon Palace were considerable, Lu Chen had no plans to truly rely on them at this stage, not until he had won over Chen Wanrong. Then, Lu Chen whispered, "Madam Lin, I wish to pursue Miss Chen, and I certainly need your help in this matter." Lin Wanyan smiled slightly, "Don't worry, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of her." Lu Chen said, "Then I shall trouble Madam Lin." At this point, Lu Chen started to feel drowsy. Having practiced with his spear all through the previous night, even he, a grandmaster, felt a bit overwhelmed. He then continued, "Madam Lin, if there is nothing else, I will go back to sleep now. I did not sleep last night as I was busy in the study." Lin Wanyan said, "Go ahead, Chanur, you should rest." Without further comment, Lu Chen returned straight to the main compound. On his way back, he noticed that all his wives and concubines were sitting in the main hall of the compound, sipping tea. Upon Lu Chen's return, he saw Chu Yukon looking at him with a look of silent reproach. Seeing Chu Yukon's expression, Lu Chen felt puzzled. Could it be that she had discovered something? At that moment, Mu Zixuan said with a beaming smile, "Prince, I had the servants prepare some porridge. Would you like to have it now?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes." He then took a seat to the side. No sooner had he sat down than he noticed his women gazing intently at him. Chu Yukon then remarked, "Chenur, the study can be quite cold at night. If you have matters to attend to, it's better to return to your bedroom. Spending a whole night in the study could expose you to the cold, which might adversely affect your cultivation." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Madam Chu, you're right. I'll be more careful next time." At the same time, in Chu Qingli's room, Chu Qingli sat in the bathtub, scrubbing her body over and over again. Every time she thought about what had happened last night, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. She had actually made such shameful noises and even hugged Lu Chen on her own initiative. How could she have behaved like that? All that was merely a transaction, and yet she had actually taken pleasure in it. Chu Qingli couldn't forgive herself. At this moment, Chu Qingli's eyebrows lifted as if she had realized something. Hypnosis. It must have been hypnosis. If it weren't for hypnosis, how could she have become such a shameless woman? It must have been Lu Chen who hypnotized her. This devil, always resorting to despicable means. Sooner or later, she would take her revenge on him. Although she was no match for him now, the future was uncertain. She must work hard to become stronger and one day make Lu Chen pay a heavy price. With this thought, Chu Qingli felt much better in her heart. Even though she had lost her virginity, it was all for the sake of her sister. As long as she served Lu Chen 99 more times, her sister could regain her freedom. If she served Lu Chen once a day, then in just 3 months at most, Lu Chen would have to remove the hypnosis from her sister. It was just 3 months, she could grit her teeth and get through it. Thinking of her sister regaining her freedom made Chu Qingli feel that everything she was doing was worth it. So what if she was bedded by Lu Chen? There was nothing she couldn't accept. Although her body would feel strange, she didn't feel any pain. Moreover, she found that her skills would return as soon as she left Lu Chen. With this in mind, even though she had lost her virginity, there weren't too many other losses. With these thoughts, Chu Qingli murmured, 99 more times, "Sister, I will definitely free you as soon as I can." The reforms in North City were extensive, and the news quickly spread to the capital city. Lu Chen was the first seigneur to stipulate through law that the land ownership rights in his fief belonged to him alone. Land was already a sensitive topic. As soon as he touched on land ownership rights, the news became known to all. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. When the news reached the capital city, the discussions about the war between Great Wu and Great Sum died down, and the topics among the common folk were almost all about the reforms in North City. At Prince Lu Shuyan's residence, many representatives from the aristocratic family had arrived today, among them the disgraceful Chu Hongfei from the Chu family. He was representing the entire Chu family this time. Although Chu Shang had lost his position as the family head, because of his alliance with Prince Lu Shuyun, Chu Hongfei retained a status within the Chu family that was not much different from before. This time, they had gathered at Prince Lu Shuyun's residence mainly to discuss the war between Great Wu and Great Sum. The Sum Emperor was already considering compromises, the war was nearing its end. Now was the time to discuss the terms. First, Great Wu needed the Chu family's mediation to end the war, and Great Sum would also have to pay a hefty price. If Great Wu agreed to end the war, what would follow was a process of bargaining between the aristocratic family and the Sum Emperor. This time, it was clear that the aristocratic family had instigated the war, and if the Sum Emperor wanted to end it, he naturally had to show some sincerity. At this moment, Chu Hongfei felt a surge of pride. Back when his father was the family head, he hadn't been given much responsibility, but now that his father had been stripped of the position, he, as the former family head's son, had ironically become more valued. This time he was representing the entire Chu family. If they didn't value him, they wouldn't have sent him. In the past, his father always criticized him for being indulgent and ignorant, so he was never allowed to get involved in the family's major affairs, which had long caused him to feel dissatisfied. After all, he was the son of the family head, yet he held less power than the side branches of the Chu family. Now, things were different. Since his father stepped down, he had been involved in virtually all major affairs of the Chu family. It was evident that the Chu family valued him greatly, and just thinking about the possibility of becoming the next family head filled Chu Hongfei's heart with immense excitement. Wanting to strengthen his ties with Prince Lu Shuyun, Chu Hongfei suggested, "Your Highness, I think this is an excellent opportunity for you. Now that His Majesty has already shown signs of compromise, our aristocratic families from the south should push further and force His Majesty to appoint you as the Crown Prince. Once you become the Crown Prince, you will have greater authority, and none of the other princes will be able to contend with you." Hearing Chu Hongfei's words, Lu Shuyun smiled lightly and then said, "Brother Chu's idea certainly sounds pleasant, but the position of Crown Prince is not a desirable one, especially at this moment in time." Lu Shuyun also coveted the position of Crown Prince, but after some thought, he realized that if he were to force his father the Emperor to appoint him as the Crown Prince now, it would place him not only against his own father but against all his brothers as well. The seat of the Crown Prince would likely prove too hot to hold. It was doubtful he could secure it firmly. Speaking on behalf of the Wang family, Wang Yang said, "Your Highness is right. It is absolutely the wrong time to discuss the position of Crown Prince with His Majesty. If His Majesty were to name Your Highness as the Crown Prince now, it would basically be telling everyone that our aristocratic families from the south have instigated the conflict between Great Wu and Great Sum, and that the Emperor is compromising with us, hence the reason why Your Highness would be appointed as the Crown Prince." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Wang Chengshuo, then spoke with a smile, "It's not entirely impossible to bring it up." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Wang Chengshuo. Wang Yang asked, "Cousin, what are your thoughts?" Wang Chengshuo said, "Right now, His Highness has no notable achievements. If suddenly he becomes the Crown Prince for no apparent reason, it will surely provoke dissatisfaction among many. However, the conflict between Great Wu and Great Sum has not yet ended. If His Highness can earn distinguished merit in this war, then his ascension to Crown Prince would be justified." As Wang Chengshuo spoke, everyone quickly grasped the point. Indeed, the war is not over, and Prince Lu Shuyun still has the chance to earn military honors. If Prince Lu Shuyun becomes the pivotal figure in changing the course of the war between Great Wu and Great Sum, that would amount to a tremendous service, silencing other powers within the court when suggesting him for the Crown Prince. Now that the Sum Emperor was ready to compromise with the aristocratic families from the south, as long as they suggested dispatching Prince Lu Shuyun to the front lines, the Emperor would understand their intentions and have no choice but to agree to their conditions. Hearing Wang Chengshuo's words, Lu Shuyun felt a stir of excitement within him. How had he not thought of this himself? If he became the one to turn the tide of the conflict, his path to becoming the Crown Prince would naturally unfold. The mere thought of that long-coveted position filled Lu Shuyun with sheer exhilaration. Just then, Lu Shuyun's trusted aide suddenly approached him, whispered something in his ear, and then handed him a piece of intelligence. Lu Shuyun opened the report, skimmed through its contents, and his expression shifted from curiosity to a frown before revealing a trace of a smile. He then passed the report to Wang Yang standing beside him. Wang Yang was curious about what intelligence had made Lu Shuyun so happy. When he opened the report, he found it concerned the reform issues in North City. After reading the content, Wang Yang scoffed and said, "Under all the heavens, is the land not the king's land? On its shores, are the people not the king's subjects? The North Prince is indeed audacious. Isn't he afraid that biting off more than he can chew will lead to his own demise?" With that said, Wang Yang handed the report to the others in the hall. All those in the hall were members of aristocratic families, and their faces turned sour at the North Prince's intentions to reclaim all land ownership rights. This wasn't merely reclaiming land ownership, this was threatening the very lives of their aristocratic families. Although Chu Hongfei didn't understand politics very well, when he saw the reforms proposed in North City as outlined in the report, he couldn't help but say, the North Prince is courting death, boldly trying to reclaim the land ownership. At that moment, Wang Yang added, Your Highness, the North Prince must not be left alive. If this precedent is set, it will surely spell disaster for the aristocratic families. Even though the North Prince's reforms were localized to his dominion and the policies of North Country were unlikely to immediately affect the rest of Great Sum, it was like a small flame that could ignite a great disaster for the aristocratic families if allowed to spread. Almost simultaneously, all members of the aristocratic families developed a deep desire to kill Lu Chen. Anyone who dares touch the right to land ownership must die. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shuyun said with a smile, It seems my ninth brother really dares to touch anything, but then again, this might well be the intention of our father, the Sum Emperor. Lu Chen is merely a seigneur after all. Lu Shuyun didn't quite believe that Lu Chen could have said such things as, under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, along the edge of the land, all are subjects of the king. Wang Yang said, Your Highness, regardless of whether this is the North Prince's own idea or His Majesty's wish, as long as anyone dares to initiate this precedent, we aristocratic families will never let them off easily. The person who came up with this reform measure is malicious in intent. They are aiming to completely eradicate our aristocratic families. It's no wonder Wang Yang reacted so fiercely, for the land reform measures in North City had clearly touched the most sensitive nerve of the aristocratic families. The current aristocratic families are all beneficiaries of land accumulation, and suddenly someone had the idea to reclaim the ownership of the land to the supreme ruler, or to turn it over to the state, and to even prohibit future land trades. Isn't this digging at the roots of their aristocratic families? Although this is still just a spark, the aristocratic families would absolutely not allow such a trend to emerge. At this moment, Lu Shuyun said, Since I have already received the news, I estimate that others have too. It seems that tomorrow's imperial court will be extremely lively. The powerholders of land do not only include those aristocratic families but also the scholar official class, those officials' families, not one without tens of thousands of acres of fertile fields. The North Prince openly reclaims the land ownership of his fief to himself, a seigneur, and if he dares to do so, might the Sum Emperor also follow suit in the future. Therefore, the officials will inevitably oppose the North Prince's actions, even if the North Prince only does this within his own fief. Lu Shuyun seemed to have already foreseen the scene of the entire court condemning Lu Chen. At the same time, in the Great Sha Imperial Palace, within the royal garden, the Sum Emperor looked over the report in his hands again and again, his gaze not moving from the report for a long while. Murmuring to himself, the Sum Emperor said, Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. Along the edge of the land, all are subjects of the king. Domineering, quite domineering. Could this really be something Chen could say? At this point, the Sum Emperor threw the report in his hand towards Satu Ce in the pavilion, who casually caught the report thrown by the Sum Emperor and then glanced over it. After seeing the contents of the report, Satu Ce understood why the Sum Emperor had stood in place after reading the report and why his gaze kept sweeping over it. Undoubtedly, the North Prince's sentence, under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, along the edge of the land, all are subjects of the king, would definitely cause a stir in Great Sum. Although nominally the Great Sha dynasty was founded by the royal house of Great Sum and all land under heaven belongs to the emperor, it is only in name. Not a single emperor has dared to directly legislate that all land in Great Sum belongs to the emperor, because if anyone dared to act on this, their imperial throne would likely come to an end. No one in this world, no king, has ever said, under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, along the edge of the land, all are subjects of the king. The general meaning of this sentence is that all the land under heaven belongs to the king, and all commoners are subjects of the king. While this principle holds, you, as a king, as the ruler, must never utter this sentence. If all the land under heaven belonged to the royal family, those who had fought alongside some ancestor to establish the dynasty would have labored in vain. It is precisely because this sentence has never been uttered that the Sum Emperor felt such an immense shock upon seeing it. Especially after reading about the reform measures in North City in the report, he found the North Prince to be 1,000 times more radical than himself as the father. Although he is still not sure whether Lu Chen is his own biological son, the sentence instantly filled him with a favorable impression of Lu Chen. Since the very beginning of the Great Shah dynasty, many emperors ascended the throne full of ambition, planning to emulate the Sum ancestor in expanding the empire's territory and achieving greatness, thereby making the Great Shah the most powerful dynasty in the world. However, they all ended up constrained by various powers, obstructed by the aristocratic families, and eventually, the court was controlled by these families, leaving the emperors with no outlet for their talents and ambitions. They could only indulge in the pleasures of the imperial palace and finally die of old age. When Lu Xingqiu took the throne, he too was full of passion, believing he would surely become another emperor like the Sum ancestor who expanded the empire's borders. He managed to expand the territory indeed, having wiped out the Chen nation, but afterward, he realized that his orders were increasingly disregarded. Whatever he wanted to do would constantly be met with resistance from the aristocratic families in the court. As an emperor, to actually be unable to control the entire court was an immense humiliation for him, and he finally understood one thing. As long as the aristocratic families weren't eliminated, the Great Shah would never truly be his, he was merely a puppet they had elevated to power. Seeing his princes mingle with those aristocratic families, Lu Xingqiu was deeply disappointed in them. He also thought that if this continued, it was likely that the next Sum emperor, and the one after that, generation after generation, would still be puppets of the aristocratic families. At this moment, the Sum emperor had some complex emotions. He never expected that the first prince who dared to openly confront the aristocratic families would be the one he had the least faith in, the one he disliked the most. After reviewing the intelligence in his hands, Satu-Ce put it down on his desk and then asked, "This old servant once said that the North Prince has the ambition of the Sum ancestor. Your Majesty did not believe it. Do you now believe what this old servant said before?" Hearing Satu-Ce's words, the Sum emperor scoffed. He dares to say this, and I admire his courage, but exposing his intentions without having the strength is a foolish act. Next, he will not only face collective impeachment from the aristocratic officials and scholar officials but also endless assassination attempts. Lu Chen's reform measures in North Country had already aggravated the aristocratic families and the scholar official class. They would not let him continue to live, even if the Sum emperor might be behind him. Land interests are their fundamental interests. They would not allow anyone to touch their core interests, not even the seigneur, let alone the Sum emperor himself. It is for this very reason that the Sum emperor greatly admired Lu Chen. Lu Chen stepping forward to raise the issue of land ownership was almost akin to disregarding his own life and death. At the same time, the Sum emperor was also curious. With the destruction of the heavy cavalry of North City, why would Lu Chen dare to reform North City at this time, and not only reform, but even address land ownership rights? Did the mysterious force behind Lu Chen not fear him being killed? Or did they have such confidence in their strength that they believed they could protect him? Hence, they let him act recklessly. At that moment, the Sum emperor looked at Satu-Ce and asked, "State preceptor, what do you think I should do about the impeachment of Chen by the aristocratic officials tomorrow? Should I order a halt to the reforms in North City, or should I directly strip him of his seigneur title?" Lu Chen had touched on a taboo, and impeachment was inevitable. The key was how he, the emperor, should respond. If there were no punishment for Lu Chen's actions, the officials would certainly think he shared the same ideas as Lu Chen. He had already offended the aristocratic families. If he further angered the scholar official class, it would not bode well for his reign as emperor. Hearing the Sum emperor's question, Satu-Ce smiled faintly, and then said, "The seigneur is reforming within his own fiefdom, which is legitimate and proper." Dissatisfied with Satu-Ce's response, the Sum emperor said, "State preceptor, you're pretending to be confused while understanding the situation perfectly. It's not a problem for him to reform within his own fiefdom, but he has touched upon the issue of land ownership. If we do not provide an explanation to the aristocratic families and scholar officials, I fear it might cause instability in the Great Shah." Satu-Ce replied, "Then your Majesty can recall back the 20,000 imperial army from North City, leaving the North Prince to defend the North alone, and declare that no further aid or supplies will be given to the North Prince. Without a secure environment, his reforms will naturally be unable to proceed." While he said this, Satu-Ce did not actually believe it. In his view, since the North Prince had already raised the issue of land, he must have prepared to deal with the aristocratic families and scholar officials. This also indirectly suggested that the heavy cavalry of North City was very likely unharmed, and all of this was a smokescreen released by the North Prince, otherwise, he would not dare to take such action. Thus, even if the Imperial Army was recalled, it would not affect North City in any way. In his heart, Satu-Ce greatly approved of Lu Chen's actions. He believed that not only were Lu Chen's reform measures without fault, but they were also introduced at just the right time, because the court simply didn't have the resources to concern itself with whatever he was stirring up in North City. Of course, in the coming period, it was likely that a lot of assassins would head to North City to cause trouble for Lu Chen. However, Satu-Ce believed that Lu Chen, the young Grand Master, should have no problem coping with the assassination attempts by the aristocratic families. The Sum Emperor thought over Satu-Ce's words and agreed that this method could indeed be a temporary solution. Being in a war period with two great dynasties, if the Seigneurs title were stripped, it might very well push the Seigneur to rebel. Using the war as a pretext, a slight punishment for the North Prince would suffice, just to make a show of it. With the war serving as an excuse, those aristocratic families and scholar officials, uncomfortable as they might be, would not complain. If they forced the Seigneur into rebellion and caused a greater crisis for the great Shah, those officials would not be able to bear the responsibility. Early morning. Xuanzheng Hall. Today, the officials arrived here early, and as soon as they reached Xuanzheng Hall, they began discussing the North City reforms, no longer caring about the war between Great Sum and Great Wu. Even though the war between Great Sum and Great Wu was related to them, there were soldiers holding the front lines, and Great Wu's military might, no matter how strong, could not possibly reach the capital city in a short period of time. However, the reforms in North City were different, as land issues were closely related to each and every one of them. Even though the North Prince was only carrying out the reforms within his fiefdom, appearing not to affect them, his ideas were perceived as extremely dangerous by them. Such ideas absolutely must not arise within Great Sum, for once these ideas spread, the interests of everyone present would be affected. They could not allow for the Sum Emperor to entertain such thoughts either, so they had to nip this ideology in the bud. As Lin Gaoyuan observed the officials fervently discussing the North City reforms in the Great Hall, he felt a mix of emotions. It was only now that he had decided to side with the North Prince and support him henceforth when the North Prince had caused such a stir in North City. To enact legislation declaring land ownership rights fall under the Prince, the North Prince dared to do such a thing. Didn't the North Prince have any officials or strategists by his side to prevent him from doing so? The audacity of the North Prince truly knew no bounds. Even Lin Gaoyuan began to waver internally. He began to doubt if the North Prince would survive through the next year. Even if the Sum Emperor didn't punish the North Prince, the aristocratic families and the scholar officials would likely send people to assassinate the North Prince in secret. Thinking of this, Lin Gaoyuan sighed. Originally, he had thought the North Prince was someone capable of biding his time, destined for greatness and bound to accomplish significant feats. But it turned out the North Prince was rash beyond belief. He also was uncertain whether the heavy cavalry of North City had indeed been wiped out. It seemed that he would have to thoroughly inquire about the North City situation once his son returned. As Lin Gaoyuan was lost in thought, the voice of a eunuch echoed through the great hall. His Majesty arrives. At these words, the hall that had been as noisy as a marketplace instantly quieted down. Soon, the Sum Emperor arrived atop the dragon throne, dressed in a yellow robe embroidered with the golden dragon. After seating himself on the dragon throne, he spoke indifferently, "My loving officials, what were you discussing just now with such fervor? Could it be that there's been some major change on the front lines that I am unaware of?" Seeing the Sum Emperor feigning ignorance, an aristocratic family's official could no longer hold back and stood up to speak. "Your Majesty, I impeach the North Prince for disregarding laws and rituals, oppressing the people, and acting despotically within his fiefdom. I suggest revoking the North Prince's title and having him seized and brought back to the royal capital for punishment." Hearing this, the Sum Emperor appeared puzzled and then said, "North Prince, weren't you discussing the frontline warfare just now? How did it turn to the North Prince?" Has the North Prince done something unknown to us that warrants an official's impeachment? Seeing the Sum Emperor acting completely uninformed, a tremor of surprise ran through the ministers in the hall. Could it be that the actions taken by the North Prince in North City were actually instigated by the Sum Emperor? Could it be that the Sum Emperor was considering legislating to reclaim land ownership rights? It was at this moment that Zhao Wenan stepped forward. Your Majesty, I've heard that the North Prince is reforming North City and aims to enact laws stipulating that all land ownership rights in North City are to be vested solely in him. No one can buy or sell land at will. Such blatant seizure by the North Prince will severely endanger the state of Great Sum, hence I believe we need to stop the North Prince's reform immediately, or Great Sum will find itself in jeopardy. The Sum Emperor's brows furrowed, and then he said, Zhao, you are truly well informed. You know of matters even we were oblivious to. However, if we may speak candidly, a seigneur reforming his own fiefdom and establishing decrees seems to bear little relation to the imperial court. If the court were to meddle in the affairs of a seigneur's fiefdom arbitrarily, it might provoke the dissatisfaction of the seigneurs. Zhao Wenan hastily said, Your Majesty, the North Prince's reform has already incited public outrage. Everywhere you go, commoners are discussing the North City affairs, with few remaining concerned about the warfare at the front. If we don't halt the North Prince's reforms and fail to punish him, the common people might assume that it was Your Majesty who instructed the North Prince to act thus, and it's even possible that they fear Your Majesty will eventually legislate to reclaim all the lands within Great Sum. Right now, as the warfare on the front intensifies, if the soldiers come to know that the lands they've earned through military service could be taken back, how could they have the heart to fight for Great Sum or Your Majesty? Therefore, I earnestly beseech Your Majesty to severely punish the North Prince. With that, Zhao Wenan knelt down. Seeing Zhao Wenan kneeling, officials from his faction knelt down one after another, raising their voices in unison, We beseech Your Majesty to severely punish the North Prince. As more than half of the officials in the court knelt down, the Sum Emperor's heart was unmoved. He had anticipated that today's court session would turn out this way. In fact, what these ministers feared the most was the emperor himself reclaiming land ownership rights. The earlier words of Zhao Wenan were both a probe and a warning, reminding him not to entertain such thoughts, or his reign would be over. The emperor then said calmly, If what you say is true, and the North Prince in North City legislates to retake land ownership rights, then indeed he has overstepped his bounds. Although the land I granted him was originally supposed to be his, if we take all the land back, how will the common people survive? Indeed, punishment is necessary. At this point, Sum Emperor's gaze fell on Lin Gaoyuan. Sum Emperor asked, Lin, what do you think should be the punishment for the North Prince? Should his title be stripped, or what should be done? Lin Gaoyuan was stunned for a moment. This was a scorching hot question. If his answer was not well considered, it would not only offend the Sum Emperor but also the entire court of civil and military officials. After thinking for a while, Lin Gaoyuan finally said, The North Prince has tyrannized the common people, indifferent to their lives and deaths, naturally, he should be punished. However, the war between Great Sum and Great Wu is not over yet. If a seigneur's title is stripped at this time, it is very likely to drive the North Prince into rebellion. Although I have heard that the heavy cavalry of North City has been annihilated, we must not forget that the North Prince has led the soldiers of North City to exterminate the Sky Wolf King's tribes, which suffices to show the abundant martial virtue of North City. Even without the heavy cavalry, the North Prince could still quickly recruit a group of soldiers with formidable combat ability. If the North Prince were to rebel, Great Sum would fall into a pincer attack situation. Lin Gaoyuan had not yet finished speaking when he was about to continue, but the Sum Emperor interrupted him. Lin's words make a lot of sense. It is indeed unwise to depose a seigneur's title while the battle at the front has not yet ended. However, we cannot leave the offense unpunished. I should give the people of Great Sum an explanation. Therefore, let us recall all the soldiers sent by the court to aid North City, no longer helping to defend Tianguang City. From today, the court will not provide any support to North City. Even if the barbarian tribes move southward, North City must fend off their attacks alone. Upon hearing the words of the Sum Emperor, Zhao Wenan furrowed his brows. What sort of punishment was this? This punishment was likely to be inconsequential to the North Prince. But then again, the North Prince chose his timing perfectly by making reforms during wartime. Given the overall situation, the court indeed cannot just depose a seigneur on a whim. If the North Prince were driven into rebellion, whoever had first proposed deposing the North Prince would have to take the blame. At this time, the Sum Emperor said, "All right, my dear courtiers, please stand up. I understand what you are worried about. However, you can rest assured. Everything that happened in North City was just Chen causing trouble without any link to me, and there is no way I would legislate to reclaim the land from all over the world. Although the reign of the Great Shah dynasty was founded by the ancestor, and all the land nominally belongs to the royal family, belongs to me, now that I have already granted these lands out, how could I possibly take them back?" Hearing the Sum Emperor's words, the ministers in the court felt something was off, like the Sum Emperor was reminding them that Great Sum belongs to him and advising them to be cautious. Zhao Wenan felt that continued kneeling was useless, so he stood up, and after Zhao Wenan stood, the other officials in the court followed suit. At this time, Zhao Wenan said, "What Prime Minister Lin and Your Majesty said is rational. It was my recklessness for not considering the potential harm that deposing a seigneur at this time might bring to Great Sum." Seeing Zhao Wenan didn't continue to insist, most of the officials in the court were uncomfortable, not because they were dissatisfied with Zhao Wenan, but because they thought it was a pity to let the North Prince get away with it like this. If it were not for the ongoing war between the two great dynasties, the actions of the North Prince would definitely be met with severe punishment, as his ideas are too dangerous for the court ministers to allow. Even if the North Prince's actions might have been instigated by the Sum Emperor, it would still not be acceptable. Just at that moment, the voice of the Red Ribbon Messenger came from outside the main hall. Urgent news from Shiwu County. Great Wu has amassed an army of 1 million soldiers and launched a full-scale attack. After hearing what the Red Ribbon Messenger said, the ministers had to shift their discussion back to the war at the front, and they began to discuss how to deal with Great Wu's full-scale offensive. At this time, the Minister of War, Chu Qinwu, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we have already sent envoys to Great Wu to express our desire for peace talks, but Great Wu continues to amass a large army to attack Shiwu County. This proves that in the eyes of Great Wu, the strength of Great Shah has significantly weakened, which is why they are entertaining the idea of peace talks. I believe that in order to negotiate peace, we must first repel the advance of Great Wu's forces and also counterattack to some extent. Only then can we deter Great Wu and let them know that Great Shah is not weak and not to be trifled with. To boost the morale of the soldiers at the front, I suggest allowing Prince Lu Shuyun to take command, leading the three armies to counterattack Great Wu." Hearing Chu Qinwu's words, the Sum Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. He had almost guessed the intentions of the aristocratic families from the south. They wanted Prince Lu Shuyun to establish military merit to pave the way for his position as crown prince. However, since he had already decided to compromise, he might as well fulfill their wishes. As for commanding the three armies, that was certainly impossible. The Sum Emperor then said, "Although the key prince is both scholarly and militaristic, he lacks the experience of commanding a large army. He may go to the front to inspire the soldiers, but he must not interfere with the decisions of the frontline commanders arbitrarily." The one thing the Sum Emperor valued most was military power. How could he easily hand it over to someone else? If he truly allowed Prince Lu Shuyun to command the three armies, it would be easy to give the power away, but reclaiming it would not be nearly so easy. Hearing the words of the Sum Emperor, Prince Lu Shuyun immediately stood up and said, "Thank you, Father Emperor, for giving your son this opportunity." Seeing that the Sum Emperor so readily agreed to Prince Lu Shuyun's visit to the front, the other princes were immediately discontent. If Prince Lu Shuyun was allowed to go to the front, they also had the qualifications. Consequently, various princes stood up one after another, requesting the Sum Emperor to allow them to go to the front and fight against Great Wu. However, the Sum Emperor did not agree. The war was likely to end, and he would not allow the other princes to go to the front and cause trouble. The Sum Emperor was extending goodwill to the aristocratic families of the south by giving Prince Lu Shuyun an opportunity. There was no way he would let other princes run to the front to meddle as well. What followed in court was a tug of war between different factions. Originally, today's agenda was meant to cause trouble for the North Prince, but now all the ministers had shifted their focus to the warfront. This was almost exactly what Lu Chen had anticipated. Even if the court ministers knew of the reforms he was carrying out in North City, because of the war between Great Wu and Great Sha, the court could not afford to spare the energy to trouble him. Moreover, the court did not dare to cause trouble with a senior at this time. With the external enemy not yet repelled, if internal strife were provoked now, Great Sha would become even more dangerous. Of course, this made the ministers of the court very uncomfortable. Now that they couldn't move against the North Prince and were unable to stop his reforms in his fiefdom, were they really just supposed to watch him run amok in North City? This was certainly not acceptable. Since the reform measures concerning land in North City were openly proposed by the North Prince, the solution was to deal with the North Prince, the proposer. In this way, the reforms in North City would naturally come to a halt as well. Meanwhile, in a loft where weapons were traded, Wang Yang was communicating something with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body was covered in robust muscles, with each muscle strand very distinct. His face bore a long scar from a knife wound, giving him a fearsome and ferocious appearance. One could tell at a glance that he was a martial artist. After listening to Wang Yang's words, the middle-aged man laughed heartily and then said, "Brother Wang, if you had come to us earlier, perhaps that scourge in the north wouldn't have caused all this trouble." HMPH, Blood Moon Tower really are a bunch of incompetents, they actually failed at the hands of the North Prince. Wang Yang said with a smile, "Master Su, what you said is true. We will trouble Spirit Marshal Tower with this matter. Upon success, 5 million taels of silver will be offered." Su Teng said confidently, "Brother Wang, rest assured, you will soon hear news of the North Prince meeting an untimely death. Apart from that one in the palace, there is no one whom Spirit Marshal Tower wishes to kill that can be protected, not even a Grand Master." Seeing Su Teng's confidence, Wang Yang felt reassured. Spirit Marshal Tower was not a professional assassin organization, but the dirty work they carried out was not much less than that of professional assassination organizations like Blood Moon Tower. The most important point was that Spirit Marshal Tower, unlike Blood Moon Tower, did not have an infamous reputation. Spirit Marshal Tower appeared to be only a shop selling weapons on the surface, but in reality, they had many ways of making money, including taking contracts to kill. After news that North City had reclaimed land ownership rights back to North Prince Mansion spread throughout Great Sum, Lu Chen suddenly acquired countless enemies. Many forces and organizations were already stirring, with some even offering a bounty for Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen was after all a senior, a son of the Sum Emperor, and yet there were people daring to put a price on his head. This fully demonstrated how much Lu Chen's recent actions were hated and also indirectly proved how little deterrence the current Sum Emperor held anymore. Most crucially, the imperial court had no reaction whatsoever to this, and the Sum Emperor showed no intention of protecting Lu Chen. The trouble was caused by Lu Chen himself, and it was only right that he should solve it. As for any royal dignity, what dignity could they claim when even he, the emperor, was forced to compromise by the aristocratic families? Only by annihilating all the aristocratic families would those powers supported by them stop their arrogance. 1 month later. North City. Lu Chen was dealing with government affairs in his study when Li Rui and Mu Chengtian arrived to report on the recent reform situation in North City. North City had a relatively small population, and through the propaganda of brocade guards and local soldiers, the common people were mostly reassured about the land issue. Several commoners even obtained more arable land, leading them to believe that the North Prince was not deceiving them. The reforms were also moving forward smoothly. There were no significant issues with military reforms either. North country's laws stipulated that every adult had the duty to serve in the military. However, they were conscripts, different from recruited professional soldiers. After serving for a few years as conscripts, soldiers had the opportunity to become professional soldiers. The treatment for professional soldiers was very good, and now many former soldiers in North City had become professionals. Now, professional soldiers not only received land, but also a substantial allowance from the North Prince Mansion the moment they became professionals. Lu Chen even decreed that the descendants of professional soldiers could attend school for free, which instantly elevated the status of soldiers. At that moment, Mu Changtian said to Lu Chen, "Prince, I think the promotion channels from conscript to professional soldier are still too few. According to the current reform plan, conscripts must serve several years before they can become professional soldiers. This may have limited motivational effect on the ordinary conscripts, and in the future, some might just want to serve out their time. Therefore, I suggest that we increase the promotion channels, such as by improving their treatment based on military merits." Lu Chen replied, "This prince has also had such thoughts, but recently there have been too many things to attend to, and this prince hasn't written detailed promotion rules yet. Since you have had the same thought, when you return, write down your ideas and submit a report. This prince will take a look." Yes, Prince. Lu Chen had not overlooked the welfare of the conscripts. He intentionally created a disparity in treatment between conscripts and professional soldiers, mainly to motivate conscripts to strive to become professionals. If there was only one promotion pathway, it was obvious it wouldn't be enough to extensively motivate the ordinary conscripts, so Lu Chen was also considering perfecting the system of military merit. After finishing discussing the soldiers' promotion matters, Mu Changtian and Li Rui continued to report on some problems they encountered in the reforms recently. About half an hour later, the voice of a maid sounded at the door of the study, interrupting their report. "Prince, Commander Qin has arrived." Qin Yushan was assigned to weapon manufacturing and had rarely come to report to Lu Chen personally lately. It was mainly the commanders of the brocade guards who reported to Lu Chen about recent occurrences in Great Sum. But since he came, it meant that there must be something important. Li Rui and Mu Changtian immediately stood aside and stopped talking. At this time, Lu Chen said to the maid at the door, "Let him in." Qin Yushan then pushed the door and entered the study. "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze falling on the bamboo tube Qin Yushan was holding. "Commander Qin, has something significant happened in capital city?" Qin Yushan approached Lu Chen, passed him the bamboo tube with the letter, and then said, "Prince, many aristocratic families have secretly sent numerous assassins to North City, intending to harm you. According to information from Commander Liang, just the ones they know of, there are 3 groups of assassins that have come to North City, and these assassins are all strong. Every group has master-level martial artists, and there are even some who are at the master realm." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen just smiled. He took out the letter from the bamboo tube and glanced over it seriously. Lu Chen had basically anticipated the events that would unfold later. He had touched the nerves of the aristocratic families, who certainly did not want him alive. Although he was far in North City, the initiative he took was enough to incite the aristocratic families to wish for his death. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's report, Mu Changtian immediately stood up and said, "Prince, I will strengthen the guard in Yan County when I return and try my best to prevent those strong unfamiliar martial artists from entering Yan County." Lu Chen replied, "There's no need. They have countless methods to enter Yan County, walls cannot stop them. Let all of them come. This prince just happens to need some challenging martial artists to practice against." Lu Chen had already begun practicing the absorption technique. Since obtaining it, he had been going to Spring Sound Court every day. The absorption technique was now at the first level. However, he had not yet used this technique. Staying within North Prince Mansion, he had no enemy contacts. Now that these assassins were showing up at his doorstep, it was the perfect opportunity for him to test the absorption technique's power. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian thought for a moment, and it seemed true that Lu Chen didn't need to fear those assassins. Lu Chen himself was a Grand Master, and he also possessed many mysterious weapons. For those assassins to target Lu Chen would be suicidal. However, although Lu Chen wasn't afraid, other people were different. With this thought, Mu Changtian said, "Prince, although you are now a Grand Master, and ordinary martial artists naturally cannot harm you, your wives and children in North Prince Mansion are a different matter. If those assassins find it difficult to assassinate you, they may turn to target those close to you instead." Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. This indeed posed a problem. Mu Zixuan and the boys from Great Wu and Xiaozhou were just ordinary people, And his children were ordinary as well, they would have no fighting power if faced with martial artists. Lu Chen said, I will have General Xuanyuan guard the prince's mansion afterward to avoid assassins infiltrating the mansion. Seeing that Lu Chen had already considered a candidate to protect the people of North Prince Mansion, Mu Changtian didn't say anything more. Xuanyuan Chen and Wenren Lai were both immensely strong, as they both had achieved the Master Realm, which was no small feat. With them guarding North Prince Mansion, plus the mansion's mysterious weapons, fending off assassin attacks would not be a problem. Of course, it's easier to dodge the clear spear than to guard against the hidden arrow. If the people from North Prince Mansion were to leave the mansion, then it would be a different story. However, Mu Changtian believed that for the next while, Lu Chen would likely ask the women from North Prince Mansion to refrain from leaving the premises as much as possible. Mu Zixuan was Mu Changtian's daughter, and now she was also the North Prince's wife, so Mu Changtian, compared to Lu Chen, was even more concerned about the safety of North Prince Mansion. If something happened to his daughter, the relationship between the Mu family and North Prince would no longer be as close. At this moment, Qin Yushan continued, Prince, there's another piece of news. Hearing Qin Yushan speak, Lu Chen realized that he held two sets of intelligence in his hand, with another one yet to be reviewed. Lu Chen then unfolded the first piece of information to check the contents of the second report. Qin Yushan continued, Great Wu has rallied an army of 1 million and launched a full-scale attack on Shiwu County, and Prince Lu Shuyun has been dispatched by His Majesty to the front line to battle Great Wu's forces. Lu Chen chuckled and then said, It seems the war should be coming to an end, My eighth brother has even gone to the front lines to gather military achievements. Is he planning for our father the emperor to appoint him as the crown prince? Mu Changtian said, Prince, I've heard that the Chu family master has come to North City. If you're willing, perhaps you could try to win over the Chu family to prevent the aristocratic families of the south from uniting. That might be even more advantageous for you. Lu Chen, setting aside the report, said indifferently, It's useless. My maternal grandfather is no longer the Chu family master, and now only a small part of the Chu family supports him. The Chu family is essentially leaning toward my brother, Prince Lu Shuyun. Just then, a maid's voice came from the doorway, Prince, Commander Wu is here. Lu Chen said, Let him in. Wu Yuan then entered the study, I pay respect to the prince. Lu Chen directly asked, What's the matter? Wu Yuan responded, Prince, General Lin has already led the court's 20,000 soldiers to withdraw to Yan County, and they should be leaving Yan County by sunset. The punishment measures from the court against Lu Chen came to North City half a month ago, and that was the withdrawal of 20,000 court soldiers, leaving North Country to deal with the barbarian tribes from the steppes on their own. To Lu Chen, the punishment from the court was trivial, and he hadn't taken it seriously. Lu Chen said, Let them leave, don't bother with them. Wu Yuan said, Prince, General Lin wishes to meet with you privately, if you would deem it convenient. On hearing this, Lu Chen's interest was piqued. Oh, a private meeting with me. That is quite interesting. Then arrange it, I'll meet him around dusk. Wu Yuan immediately said, Yes, Prince. I take my leave. Lin Shuming's father was the left prime minister, and if Lin Shuming wanted a private meeting, it indicated that left prime minister Lin Gaoyuan was considering taking Lu Chen's side. Otherwise, Lin Shuming would not seek a private meeting with Lu Chen on the eve of his departure from North City. As a general of the court, meeting privately with a senior was a major taboo. If the court were to find out, there would be trouble for both Lin Shuming and Lin Gaoyuan. After Wu Yuan left, Qin Yushan also soon exited the study, and Mu Changtian, along with Li Rui, continued to report on the reform situation in North City. At dusk, arranged by the brocade guard, Lu Chen went to a restaurant. Since Lin Shuming wanted to meet him, it was certainly inappropriate for Lin Shuming to come to the North Prince Mansion. Therefore, they specifically arranged for a secluded room in Rain Listening Pavilion. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lin Shuming felt an overwhelming pressure. He was taken aback. Indeed, as he had sensed previously, the North Prince was a martial artist, and no less skilled than himself, even possibly stronger. After meeting with Lin Shuming, Lu Chen said with a smile, General Lin, why aren't you hurrying back to the capital city with the court's soldiers? Why meet with me in private? Don't you know that I've offended quite a few people by now? If someone finds out that General Lin has been in contact with me, I'm afraid you will have a hard time once you return to the capital city. Hearing this, Lin Shuming quickly said, Prince is joking. As long as the prince doesn't speak out, no one will know that I have seen the prince. Lu Chen spoke directly, I'll get straight to the point, then. Say, General Lin, what do you need from me? Lin Shuming replied, the reason I wanted to meet with the prince mainly comes from my father's intentions. My father wants to know what the prince's plans are for the future. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, Prime Minister Lin really doesn't consider me an outsider, sending you to ask about my future plans. Could it be that Prime Minister Lin and the Lin family plan to support me in the struggle for inheritance? Lin Shuming did not hide anything. The tavern had been cleared out for this meeting, there were no outsiders, and he could speak his mind openly and boldly. Prince, indeed my father intends to support you in the struggle for inheritance. He believes that the prince is good at biding his time and will certainly be able to achieve great things in the future. At that moment, Lu Chen said, I have a question for General Lin. Lin Shuming replied respectfully, please, Prince, speak. Lu Chen asked, did Prime Minister Lin tell you to relay this to me before you set off for North Country, or did he send you a letter afterwards, instructing you to see me privately when you leave North Country? There's a big difference between the two. If Lin Shuming had been instructed by Lin Gaoyuan before his departure to meet privately and discuss these matters, it would only prove that Lin Gaoyuan was entertaining the idea of supporting the North Prince Mansion, but it wouldn't necessarily indicate a strong commitment. However, if Lin Gaoyuan had later sent a letter asking Lin Shuming to approach the North Prince privately upon departing North Country to express their family's support, it would mean that Lin Gaoyuan was seriously intending to back him. After all, he had just offended all the aristocratic families in Great Sum and even angered the scholar officials class. If Lin Gaoyuan was still willing to support him under these circumstances, it would mean that Lin Gaoyuan truly valued him greatly. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Lin Shuming immediately understood what he meant and promptly answered, Prince, it was only after the reforms in North Country that I received a letter from my father. He is steadfast in standing by your side. Regardless of the difficulties you face now, he continues to support you. Lu Chen said with a smile, oh. Does Prime Minister Lin really have that much faith that I will eventually take that position? Lin Shuming said, my father is always accurate in judging people. He believes that you, Prince, are a dragon lying in wait, destined to soar to great heights one day. At Lin Shuming's words, Lu Chen smiled. Prime Minister Lin, who had always been non-committal and never openly supported any prince in the court, unexpectedly decided to support him. He truly had a discerning eye. Then, Lin Shuming said tentatively, Prince, my father also asked me to convey a message. He heard that my sworn sister is serving at the North Prince Mansion. My father wonders what you think of my sworn sister, and if the prince is fond of her, the Lin family is willing to form an alliance through marriage, giving my sworn sister's hand in marriage to you. On hearing this, Lu Chen paused before asking, sworn sister? Are you talking about Lin Wanyan? Lin Shuming confirmed, yes. Lu Chen said with a smile, as far as I am aware, Lin Wanyan is now part of the mysterious Moon Palace and seems to have little to do with the Lin family, doesn't she? Lin Shuming replied, Prince is jesting. She was sworn to my father as a daughter with the witness of your mother, and she grew up in the Lin family. Even though she has now left the Lin family, she is still a member of our family. Lu Chen continued, however, she seems to be in her 30s this year. Don't you think your sworn sister is a bit too old for me, General Lin? Lin Shuming said with neither humble nor arrogant tone, Prince, age is not an issue as long as the prince likes her. Lu Chen thought to himself that Lin Gaoyuan really intended to support him, even contemplating marrying Lin Wanyan to him. In that case, Lin Wanyan would inevitably become his woman sooner or later. Even without the Lin family's support, one day Lin Wanyan would still become his woman. However, with her family's backing, her marriage to him would be more justified. Then Lu Chen said, General Lin, go back and tell Prime Minister Lin that I am grateful for his support at this time, but as for the struggle for inheritance, I will not be partaking in it. That position is too small to contain me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming was taken aback. What did the North Prince mean? Too small a position. Was he saying that the place of the Crown Prince was too small for him? Could it be that the North Prince intended to bypass the role of Crown Prince and become the Emperor directly? In other words, was he planning a direct rebellion? The thought made Lin Shuming's forehead break out in beads of sweat. Was this something he was supposed to hear? Now that he knew the North Prince's intentions, would he be silenced by the North Prince in the future? Lu Chen then continued, General Lin, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. It's risky for you to be away from the camp for too long, it could raise suspicions. Lin Shuming performed a salute and said, Thank you for your concern, Prince. Lu Chen immediately turned around to leave, but as he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something, then turned his head to Lin Shuming and said, Oh, right, General Lin, please pass a message to Prime Minister Lin when you return. Tell him that I am very fond of Wanyan and once North Country has settled down, I will marry her. Lin Shuming was slightly stunned. The North Prince's declaration to marry Lin Wanyan meant that he had accepted the allegiance of their Lin family. Certainly, Prince. I will tell my father upon my return. Lu Chen didn't say anything more, then he turned his head again and left the room. Lin Shuming called out from behind him, Farewell, Prince. After Lu Chen left the room, Lin Shuming also returned to the military camp. He stayed in Yan County for one night, and the next day led the imperial army of 20,000 back to the capital city. In the Great Wu Dynasty, within the Green Cloud Palace. Wearing a red dress, Wu Junwan stood in the hall, her skirt slit to reveal her snowy long legs as a breeze wafted by, giving her a graceful and majestic demeanor. With an intelligence report in hand, Wu Junwan's expression shifted constantly, as if deep in thought. At that moment, she murmured, All the lands under the heavens belong to the Emperor, and all those who live within its borders are his subjects. Such grandeur, this young man has. Is he not afraid of death at all? It was clear that the intelligence report Wu Junwan held detailed events occurring in North City, especially about the reforms there. Wu Junwan found it hard to believe that Amir Senior dared to issue such a challenge against the aristocratic family and scholar officials class. At this time, a female guard beside her asked, Princess Junwan, do we still need to send someone to North Country? Wu Junwan turned to look at the guard and asked, Why not send someone? The female guard answered, The North Prince's actions have clearly angered the great Shah aristocratic families and the class of scholar officials. Now that the war between Great Wu and Great Shah is close to ending, as soon as the war is over, those aristocratic families will probably seek to kill the North Prince. Upon hearing the guard's words, Wu Junwan smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect you to guess that the war is about to end as well. Both Great Wu and Great Shah had amassed large armies in Shiwu County, seemingly prepared for total war. The common people all believed that the war would be fought to the death. But the higher-ups of both dynasties understood that the war at Shiwu County was the last battle. Once Great Wu captured Shiwu County, the war would come to an end. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, the guard immediately knelt halfway and said, I should not make unwarranted comments on court affairs. Please punish me, Princess Junwan. Wu Junwan replied indifferently, It doesn't matter, these are trivial matters. Besides, you're right, the war is indeed about to conclude. The Chu family's carriages have been entering the imperial city one after another lately, obviously preparing for the end of the war. Rise. The guard then stood up and said, Thank you, Princess Junwan, for your forgiveness. Wu Junwan continued, We still need to send more spies to North Country. The North Prince isn't that simple. If the North Prince dares to propose laws on land ownership at a time like this, it shows he has made preparations. I don't believe he will be easily assassinated. If he were to die so easily, everything he has done would be nothing but a joke, she said. Having said that, Wu Junwan looked up at the sky outside the Great Hall and continued with a smile, I'm getting more and more interested in this young man. Amir Senior daring to challenge all the aristocratic families and scholar officials of his kingdom, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Wu Junwan was curious about who gave the North Prince the courage, possibly the mysterious superpower supporting him. Was this superpower not worried about their chess piece, the North Prince, being taken care of? Or was it intentional, letting the North Prince act this way to aggravate the aristocratic families and scholar officials of the Great Shah dynasty for some ulterior motive? While Wu Junwan was contemplating these things, a maid rushed hurriedly into the Green Cloud Palace. Greetings, Princess Junwan. Seeing the maid's flustered appearance, Wu Junwan asked curiously, Shouty, what's happened? The maid quickly said, Good news, Princess Junwan. Mr. Chai has been reinstated to his position, and the emperor has appointed him as the envoy to Great Shah. Chai Jiliang had always had good relations with Wu Junwan, and even the maids in the Green Cloud Palace could tell that he held a special feeling for the Princess Junwan, which is why he remained unwed. Hearing the maid's words, Wu Junwan smiled slightly, then said, It seems that the war is indeed coming to an end. It's just that we don't know where those heavy cavalry from North Country have gone. There's still no news of them. Wu Junwan had been keeping an eye on North Country's movements, particularly those of the heavy cavalry. She had dispatched numerous scouts to gather information, but up until now, the heavy cavalry had not appeared again in North Country, which made Wu Junwan worried that they might suddenly emerge on the battlefield and catch the Great Wu army by surprise. However, with the war almost over and that force not appearing on the battlefields of both dynasties, it likely meant that the troops had not headed to the front lines of the dynastic war. As for where they went, that remains unknown. Just then, another maid entered the hall. Greetings, Princess Junwan. Before Wu Junwan could ask what it was about, the maid took the initiative to say, Princess Junwan, the Yu Emperor has sent a letter, inviting you to visit the Da Yu dynasty. Hearing this, Wu Junwan smiled faintly. She hadn't seen her dear sister in a long time, and as the Da Yu dynasty was relatively close to the North Country, if conditions allowed, she could take advantage of her visit to Da Yu to also drop by the North Country to see what this interesting young man was really up to. A month quickly passed, and the war between Great Wu and Great Shah was nearing its end. The two sides had fought for a month in Shiwu County, with each losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In the Battle of Shiwu County, Prince Lu Shuyun performed extremely well. He led a cavalry of 5,000 men and flanked a Great Wu army of over 100,000 from behind. With the assistance of Great Shah's forces, Prince Lu Shuyun led his soldiers to shatter Great Wu's full-scale assault. Furthermore, Prince Lu Shuyun, along with tens of thousands of soldiers, drove all the Great Wu soldiers that had entered Shiwu County completely out of the region, shattering Great Wu's ambitions. Great Wu no longer dared to attack rashly and ultimately had to agree to Great Shah's proposals, sending Prime Minister Chai Jiliang himself as the envoy to Great Shah. Of course, all the above was fabricated by the people of Great Shah. What the situation actually was, the high-ranking officials of both sides were very clear. It might look like Great Shah repelled Great Wu's offensive, but in reality, it was merely because the high echelons of the two great dynasties reached some agreements that Great Wu withdrew from Shiwu County. And the Chu family, which played an extremely important role in this war, was instrumental in brokering the peace terms. The Great Shah dynasty, capital city. On the way home, Lin Shuming often heard people discussing the appointment of the crown prince. He was aware of the recent events in Shiwu County and felt it was almost dreamlike, thinking to himself, were the sons of the Sum Emperor also formidable? Princes who had never fought in wars before, once on the battlefield, they became so valiant. Was it the same for the North Prince, the key prince? Upon returning to the Lin mansion, the servants immediately ran to inform Lin Gaoyuan, Master, the eldest young master has returned. After hearing the servant's voice, Lin Gaoyuan came out from his room. Seeing Lin Shuming's listless appearance, Lin Gaoyuan asked, Shuming, how did you manage the tasks I assigned you? Lin Shuming came back to his senses and said, Father, let's talk in my room. The father and son then entered a private room and had all the servants stay 10 meters away from it. Once inside, Lin Shuming said, Father, the North Prince said that once the North Country stabilizes, he will marry Yun. Upon hearing this, Lin Gaoyuan immediately revealed a smile. It looks like the North Prince has accepted us. At that moment, Lin Shuming said, Father, on my way back, I heard people on the streets discussing the Crown Prince's appointment. Could it be that Prince Lu Shuyun really will be made Crown Prince? If we now side with the North Prince, aren't we seeking our own doom? Lin Gaoyuan snorted coldly and said, the nature of his military achievement is well understood by the court officials. It might fool the commoners, but even if His Majesty does appoint Prince Lu Shuyun as crown prince, his position will still be unstable. Lin Shuming said, by the way, father, from what I heard from the North Prince, he doesn't seem to intend to participate in the succession struggle. What he seems more inclined to do is to take the throne directly, which isn't good news for our Lin family. Hearing this, Lin Gaoyuan said indifferently, the emperor has never favored the North Prince, and with no power in court, it was impossible for him to become the crown prince to begin with. So for the North Prince, the only remaining option is to raise an army. Hearing his father say this, Lin Shuming was shocked. It turned out his father knew all along that the North Prince was planning a rebellion. Lin Shuming quickly said, Father, isn't the risk of aligning ourselves with the North Prince too great? Lin Gaoyuan stroked his beard and said, too great. I doubt it. Whether the North Prince succeeds or not, it will only bring benefits, not harm, to us. If the North Prince is successful, I will still be a high official by the emperor's side. If he fails, I will still be a high official by the emperor's side. And given what I know about His Majesty, it's unlikely that Great Shah will remain stable for long, or else I wouldn't have allowed you to secretly meet with the North Prince after he caused such a big stir. It may look like His Majesty compromised to end the war between the two great dynasties, but the aristocratic family's act of instigating the war has completely crossed His Majesty's bottom line. At this point, Lin Gaoyuan couldn't help but sigh. In the peace negotiations between Great Wu and Great Shah will have to give up at least 3 counties worth of land. The lands that once belonged to the Chen nation have essentially been given away. As an emperor who dreamed of expanding his territory since he was young, to give away all the lands he fought for, I don't believe His Majesty can bear it any longer. Even the most temperate of emperors have moments of irrational rage. Great Shah is about to descend into chaos. After hearing his father's words, Lin Shuming felt like he understood, but not quite. He was just a military general who normally spent most of his days training troops, rarely getting involved in politics, so he didn't understand many things. However, he believed his father's choice was correct. His father wouldn't likely lead the Lin family into an abyss. Lin Shuming continued, Father, there's another thing. I suspect that the North country's heavy cavalry has not been annihilated. Instead, it's possible that the North Free King was wiped out by the North Prince. Hearing this, Lin Gaoyuan laughed and said, I've never believed from the start that North country's heavy cavalry was annihilated. If the heavy cavalry of the North country had truly been obliterated, the North Prince wouldn't have the opportunity to reform North country. At this point, Lin Gaoyuan looked at Lin Shuming, tell me about what you saw in North country, and why you suspect the heavy cavalry hasn't been annihilated. Lin Shuming then recounted what he had seen and heard in North country to Lin Gaoyuan. After listening to his son, Lin Gaoyuan fell into deep thought. It took a while before Lin Gaoyuan came back to his senses and said, the North Prince's approach is faultless, now is indeed the time to conceal strength. Those barbarian cavalrymen you saw in Tianguang City are likely real barbarians, but they're not from the North Free King's tribe, instead, they belong to the Sky Wolf King's tribe. The North Prince intends to blur the lines, making you believe that the North Free King still exists. As a cunning old fox who had spent decades in the court, Lin Gaoyuan immediately grasped the actual situation in North Country. At that moment, Lin Shuming spoke, Father, if we can discern that the North Country's heavy cavalry might still exist, other people probably can too. By concealing North Country's military strength at this time, won't people become aware of the North Prince's intentions? Lin Gaoyuan replied indifferently, even if they become aware, what can they do? With so many unresolved matters within Great Sum, the Sum Emperor would not possibly focus his attention on him. Right, for the time being, you should stay at home. If there is no assignment, try not to interact with outsiders, especially those from aristocratic families. Lately, quite a few large ships have been heading south. I reckon the Emperor is almost ready. Hearing Lin Gaoyuan's words, Lin Shuming asked curiously, almost ready for what? Lin Gaoyuan glanced at Lin Shuming and then said, the southern aristocratic families sparked this war, causing the emperor to lose so much land. Do you think the emperor would just tolerate that and do nothing? Lin Shuming instantly understood, then said, if the emperor sends troops south, then the southern aristocratic families should have noticed by now, no. Lin Gaoyuan snorted and said, the officials from the southern faction are still immersed in the joy of victory. They think that the emperor has compromised and don't have time to pay attention to the merchant ships at sea. If it weren't for my responsibility in managing the grain prices, I probably wouldn't have noticed the sudden increase in merchant ships either. Of course, concealing these merchant ships must require the cooperation of some southern aristocratic family. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of so many merchant ships would likely have been noticed by other families. As for who is helping the emperor, we will only find out after everything is over. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You must be tired from the journey, so rest well today. With that, Lin Gaoyuan stopped discussing further with Lin Shuming. Meanwhile, North Country. Winter had passed and spring had arrived. The ice and snow began to melt, and the weather grew increasingly warmer. It was yet another sunny day. Lu Chen stood in the yard, basking in the sun while looking at the ledger in his hands. At that moment, Mu Zixuan, dressed in a purple cotton garment, came to Lu Chen's side. With a smile, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, consort, I never expected that in just one winter's time, you've earned me 10 million taels of silver. Compared to a few months ago, items like perfumed soaps were no longer profitable. The true earnings came from coal and stoves. The carbon balls made by the North Prince Mansion this winter sold as many as were made. Mu Zixuan also established a commercial guild during the winter, allowing any caravan that joined the guild to buy goods from the North Prince Mansion at low prices to resell to other countries or domains. Because of the guild's establishment, the North Prince Mansion's earnings accelerated, and caravans from Yan County kept coming in droves. Now, the roads leading to North City were firmly packed by the wheels of carriages. Mu Zixuan replied, it's all thanks to the prince's methods of making money, not so much due to me. Embracing Mu Zixuan's delicate body and caressing her slightly swollen belly, Lu Chen said, how can it not be related to you? Even with the ways to make money, someone has to know how to use them. With so much silver, North Country can finally thrive in construction. Seeing Lu Chen so happy, Mu Zixuan felt very joyous inside as well. Being needed by the North Prince brought her great satisfaction. Just then, a maid entered the courtyard and said, Prince, Commander Wu is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately let go of Mu Zixuan, consort, you rest well, I must be going. Mu Zixuan replied softly, take care, Prince. Lu Chen then headed to the study, where Wu Yuan was already waiting at the doorstep. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Wu Yuan first saluted, then handed over the intelligence report he was holding. Lu Chen took the report and, after a glance, couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Indeed, I guessed right, the war has truly ended. 3 counties, lands, my imperial father is indeed generous. At this point, Lu Chen said to Wu Yuan, immediately gather Li Rui and the officials of Yan County, since the Hall of Political Affairs has been built, it should be put to use. Wu Yuan immediately replied, yes, Prince. About 1.5 hours later, the officials of Yan County were all present in the newly built Hall of Political Affairs. The Hall of Political Affairs was very large, spanning hundreds of square meters, and currently, there were very few officials in North Country, with most of them holding several positions at once. Thus, the hall seemed very spacious. After Lu Chen sat down on the throne at the top, the officials immediately performed a salutation and said, greetings to the prince, long live the prince, long live. Lu Chen, then said, everyone, please sit. Lu Chen did not follow the customs of the Great Sum's court. At the Great Court Assembly, officials had to stand, but they could sit when discussing state affairs, of course, they would kneel as they sat. After the officials had taken their kneeling seats, Lu Chen directly said, the imperial court has already negotiated a truce with Great Wu. To my knowledge, the conditions include the 2 counties currently occupied by Great Wu plus Shiwu County. Upon hearing this, the officials in the hall immediately started discussing among themselves. Many of them had thought that the war between the 2 great dynasties would continue, and were surprised that it had ended so quickly. At that moment, Li Rui said, Prince, this is good news for North Country. Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, Lord Li, why do you say that? Li Rui replied, Shiwu County has been Great Sum's land since its creation. Its population consists mainly of Great Sum's common folk, and they hold deep affection for Great Sum. Moreover, with Great Wu engaging in war year after year, their soldiers looting and plundering without restraint, the moment Shiwu County's common folk learn that the imperial court plans to cede them to the Great Wu dynasty, many will surely seek to migrate eastwards. But there is no spare land in the east for them, and once they leave their homeland, they will become refugees. And it just so happens that North Country is in need of more people. At this point, Mu Changtian also said, this is indeed a good opportunity for North Country to attract more people. However, I believe North Country should not be overly eager to take in refugees. Shiwu County will undoubtedly experience a massive eastward exodus, putting tremendous pressure on other seigneurs' lands. When that time comes, seigneurs will naturally beseech North Country to take in refugees. Then, Lu Chen looked towards Qin Yushan and asked, Commander Qin, what is your opinion on this matter? Now that there were too few civil officials, with only a handful able to speak up, Lu Chen had no choice but to involve Qin Yushan as well. Qin Yushan pondered and then said, Prince, your servant thinks what General Mo said makes sense. We need not be overly hasty in taking in refugees, but we can first send people to the 3 counties soon to be ceded to Great Wu to spread the benefits of joining North Country. For instance, if they join North Country, they can receive land and seed grain. Your servant believes that upon hearing they can get land for joining North Country, the common folk of those 3 counties will definitely choose to come to North Country. Lu Chen said, very well, let's do as Commander Qin suggested. Additionally, I have convened you for some matters regarding reform that need discussion. At this point, Lu Chen looked towards Mu Changtian. General Mo, I have reviewed your military reform proposal, and I have made some additions and adjustments to your suggestion. The military officers present should listen to my reform proposal, and if there is anything unclear, feel free to raise questions. Quote. Then, Lu Chen spoke to a Jinyue guard by his side, saying, read. Immediately afterward, the Jinyue guard took out a scroll and began to read. For the following hour, they discussed several issues concerning North Country's reform. Meanwhile, in Yan County, a tavern opened by mysterious Moon Palace. In a private room by the window, a man clad in coarse clothes was drinking and waiting for someone. In a short while, a man wearing a bamboo hat entered the room. After closing the door of the private room, the man in the bamboo hat walked straight over and sat down across from the man in coarse clothes. The man in the bamboo hat then spoke up, there's more than one Grand Master in the North Prince Mansion. Today, I saw 2 Grand Masters entering and leaving the North Prince Mansion. Although they were deliberately concealing their aura, I still detected them. It might be difficult to make a move. Upon hearing the bamboo hat man's words, Su Teng finished the cup of wine in his hand and then chuckled, since I, the pavilion master, have personally arrived, the mission cannot fail. Just 2 Grand Masters, they are of no consequence. The Wang family can hardly wait anymore. We must take action tonight. After the morning court session, Lu Chen had not left the Hall of Political Affairs when a Jinyue guard hurried over and delivered a piece of intelligence to him. Lu Chen took the intelligence from the Jinyue guard's hand, glanced at it, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Martial artists of master level such as Su Teng were spotted by the brocade guard upon entering Yan County, so no matter where Su Teng and his group went, they would be closely monitored by the brocade guards scattered throughout the county. Every move they made was under the watchful eye of the brocade guard. Su Teng's information had already been in Lu Chen's study for half a month. The brocade guard had infiltrated all walks of life. Finding out what tasks Spirit Marshal Tower had recently accepted was not difficult. Lu Chen glanced at the intelligence in his hand again, and then muttered to himself, it seems those fellows can't wait any longer. Since that's the case, let's take care of them before anything else. Having said this, Lu Chen turned to the Jinyue guard who had brought the intelligence and said, summon General Mu, General Wenren, and General Xuanyuan to my study. Also, tell General Xuanyuan to mobilize some black cavalry to seal off Yan County. Upon hearing this, the Jinyue guard reminded, Prince, deploying the Black Cavalry might expose the fact that the Black Cavalry of the North Country has not been destroyed. Recently, many spies from enemy states have arrived in Yan County. Lu Chen replied indifferently, just mobilize a portion of the Black Cavalry. I have never told the court that the Black Cavalry was completely annihilated. When Lu Chen wrote the battle report, he only mentioned that over 40,000 of the North City's Black Cavalry had died in battle, not that the entire Black Cavalry was wiped out. It was to ensure that he could use the Black Cavalry at a critical moment. Of course, to others, the death of over 40,000 Black Cavalry soldiers, with only some wounded left, was virtually no different from annihilation. The Jinyue guard said no more. Understood. I shall take my leave. Afterward, the Jinyue guard turned and went to deliver the orders. The morning court session had just ended, and military generals like Mu Chengtian and Xuanyuan Chen had not gone far. Upon hearing that Lu Chen needed to see them, they immediately returned to North Prince Mansion and came to Lu Chen's study. Upon seeing Lu Chen again, Mu Chengtian asked curiously, Prince, what has happened? Lu Chen said, the assassins sent by the aristocratic families have already arrived in Yan County, and they plan to attack the North Prince Mansion tonight. Hearing this, Mu Chengtian was taken aback, but he quickly realized that ever since Lu Chen enacted the law to reclaim landownership rights, he knew that this day would come. The aristocratic families would never allow the emergence of a trend whereby land within great sum returned to royal ownership. Only with the North Prince dead would they find peace. Mu Chengtian asked, Prince, the brocade guard must have confirmed the assassins' location, right? Since Lu Chen had raised the fact that the assassins had already reached Yan County, it meant the brocade guard had discovered their whereabouts. Otherwise, Lu Chen would not have gathered all these military generals. Lu Chen nodded and said, their location has been confirmed. I had intended to deal with them when they attacked the North Prince Mansion tonight. However, upon further thought, I have pregnant wives and children in the mansion. The commotion will frighten them if it gets too big, so I've decided to take action ahead of time and eliminate them all. Mu Chengtian said, Prince, where are those assassins now? Let's take our troops and deal with them right now. Lu Chen promptly called over the Jinyue guard who was monitoring the assassins and then assigned tasks to Mu Chengtian and the others. There were 3 groups of assassins in Yan County now, and to avoid alerting them, Lu Chen planned to take care of them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, Qin Yushan said, Prince, it's still daylight. If we move now, some of your weapons might not be usable, and they could be seen by spies from other countries or the common people. Qin Yushan knew that Lu Chen had powerful weapons like grenades and the Barrett at his disposal, which certainly would be used against these assassins. Using such things in broad daylight in the city would inevitably be noticed by the public. As the word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, the secrets of North Country would be revealed. Qin Yushan continued, I suggest arranging soldiers to ambush on their inevitable path, then act at night. Lu Chen thought it over. The news he had received indicated that the assassins would act at night, so ambushing them then would indeed be the best choice. Lu Chen said, Commander Qin's consideration is reasonable. Let's deploy the soldiers first and make our move tonight. However, this might catch the assassins' attention, so be very cautious when moving the soldiers. Mu Chengtian said, Rest assured, Prince. I'll have soldiers disguise themselves as merchants entering the city. There have been many merchant caravans in Yan County lately, so it's unlikely the assassins will notice anything unusual. Even if they do sense something's off, they'll probably assume these soldiers disguised as merchants are just like them, here to assassinate you. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, All right, go and prepare. Together they responded, Yes, Prince. After they left, Lu Chen immediately went to the courtyard where Chen Wanrong resided. At that time, Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were sitting in the pavilion drinking tea. The dragon and phoenix tea from the prince's mansion was very good, and it had both a refreshing and mind-awakening effect. They had grown fond of the flavor of dragon and phoenix tea after drinking it. The two were sipping tea when suddenly, the voice of a maid came from the entrance to the courtyard, greetings to the prince. Hearing the maid's words, they thought they were hallucinating, as Lu Chen had never before visited this yard. At that moment, they saw a figure at the courtyard entrance and realized it was indeed Lu Chen, swiftly rising from their stone stools. They were very surprised, never expecting Lu Chen to actively visit their courtyard. What was Lu Chen planning to do? Could it be that he had encountered some trouble and sought help from the mysterious Moon Palace? Chen Wanrong took the initiative to greet him. "I've seen the prince." Lu Chen gave a slight smile, then said, "Miss Chen, there's no need for formalities." At that point, Lin Wanyan asked, "Chen'er, do you need the palace master for anything?" While Lin Wanyan had already helped Chen Wanrong get acquainted with Lu Chen, the two hadn't had a recent meeting, and Lu Chen, who had many women, seemed not to have focused his attentions on Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong, lacking experience in seducing men, also didn't know how to stir Lu Chen's heart, leaving their relationship at an impasse. Looking at Chen Wanrong with a smile, Lu Chen said, "Miss Chen, I have a favor to ask you, if that's possible." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were taken aback. Having been in North Country for so long, Lu Chen had never proactively asked for their help. The last time Lu Chen wanted the mysterious Moon Palace to send disciples to teach North Country's common people to read, it was Lin Wanyan who took the initiative to approach Lu Chen. Had she not done so, Lu Chen might not have asked for their help. Unexpectedly, today Lu Chen actively sought their assistance, which was a great opportunity for them as it meant they could finally interact more closely with Lu Chen, who had lowered his guard. Chen Wanrong stated impassively, "Please speak, Prince." Lu Chen said, "Recently, a number of assassins have arrived in North City, and I would like to ask Miss Chen to protect North Prince Mansion for a while." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong replied without hesitation, "All right." Chen Wanrong's reply was so straightforward that it left Lu Chen unsure what to say next. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then I'll trouble Miss Chen for this. I have other matters, so I won't disturb you any longer." Having said that, Lu Chen turned to leave, and Chen Wanrong, still with no expression, said, "I bid farewell to the prince." Overhearing their conversation, Lin Wanyan was instantly stunned. This, so plain and direct, with no further conversation. How could a relationship develop this way? However, Chen Wanrong couldn't be blamed, for she had never interacted much with men before, nor did she have such experience. Her manner of speaking had always been like this, consistent with everyone, a habit long since formed. After Lu Chen left the courtyard, Lin Wanyan hurriedly followed him. Lu Chen had just planned to find Bai Qingqing to arrange tonight's guard duty when Lin Wanyan's voice came from behind him. "Chen'er, wait a moment." Hearing it was Lin Wanyan, Lu Chen immediately turned around, looking at her with puzzled eyes. "Madam Lin, is there something else?" "It's nothing major," Lin Wanyan said. "I just wanted to remind you that you should have spoken with the palace master a bit more just now. It's not easy to find opportunities for face-to-face conversation." Showing a look of regret, Lu Chen responded, "Sigh, I actually wanted to talk more with Miss Chen, but as you saw, we both tend to be rather direct speakers. Moreover, I get particularly nervous in her presence and don't know what to say." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Lin Wanyan thought it over. Indeed, this was a significant issue. It seemed she would have to have a good talk with the palace master when she got back, advising her to be less terse when speaking with Lu Chen in the future. While she had no experience cultivating romantic feelings with men, she also knew that to develop a relationship, there should be more communication. Such brief interactions were clearly not conducive to fostering feelings. If Chen Wanrong continued in this manner, she feared it would be very difficult to afflict Lu Chen with a love worm. With this thought, Lin Wanyan said, "All right, I'll try to create more opportunities for you two to have face-to-face interactions in the future. You may have nothing to talk about now due to unfamiliarity, but perhaps it will get better after you get to know each other." Lu Chen said, "Madam Lin is right. Madam Lin, I have other matters to attend to now, so I'll be leaving first." Lin Wanyan said, "All right, go ahead with your business, I won't hold you up any longer." Afterward, Lu Chen turned and left. Watching him leave, Lin Wanyan turned back to the courtyard to work on Chen Wanrong's mindset. "Palace Master, this won't do. It took so much effort for the North Prince to approach you, but you only exchanged a few words. If this continues, he will definitely think you have no interest in him, and he might even give up eventually. Upon hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Chen Wanrong's face still showed no expression. Madam Lin, I don't know how to communicate with him. Since leaving Chen Nation, Chen Wanrong had become silent, her facial expression rarely changing, as if she were indifferent to everything in the world. Lin Wanyan was momentarily stunned by Chen Wanrong's response. That made sense. Chen Wanrong lacked experience in this regard, and her interactions with men were minimal. Even when she did interact, it was only to issue orders to the male disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace. She held a high position in the mysterious Moon Palace and spoke to the male disciples in a commanding tone, using very few words. Asking her to speak as an equal with a man was indeed a difficult task. But if things did not change, it would be hard for Lu Chen to fall completely for her. Her aloofness might even cause the North Prince to feel alienated. After all, he was a man of certain status and identity. How could he possibly feel good about her if she communicated with such a superior attitude? Lin Wanyan thought to herself that she needed to find a way to give Chen Wanrong some training. The reason Chen Wanrong remained this way was mainly due to her limited interaction with men. So, it made sense to increase her exposure to men rather than letting her stay in the courtyard all day. Of course, as the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, Chen Wanrong couldn't just interact with any man. The best practice partner would be Lu Chen. Their goal was to make Lu Chen fall for her anyway, so they should find excuses for Chen Wanrong to be alone with him more often in the future. That way, not only would Chen Wanrong be interacting with a man, but there was also the possibility that Lu Chen would become infatuated with her. With this in mind, Lin Wanyan started to plan opportunities for the two of them to be alone together. After Lu Chen left the courtyard where Chen Wanrong lived, he found Bai Qingqing and arranged for her to guard the North Prince mansion that night. Although they planned to take the offensive, there could still be some that slipped through the net. Better safe than sorry, so they must ensure the defense of the North Prince mansion was solid, not allowing any assassins to find opportunities. Dusk approached. The setting sun slanted westward. Inside the tavern, Su Teng still sat by the window, drinking and looking in the direction of the North Prince mansion. He said with a smile to the man wearing a bamboo hat opposite him, "It seems there are quite a few who want to assassinate the North Prince." Su Teng, after all, was an extreme realm master, and he could easily recognize the warriors disguised as merchants in the streets. He didn't believe those people were coming for them. In his view, they were most likely fellow professionals, also aiming to assassinate the North Prince. The North Prince had offended the entire aristocratic family and scholar officials class of great sum, so naturally, there were many who wanted him dead. Su Teng knew of no less than 3 forces with the same objective as them. The man in the bamboo hat said indifferently, "Of course. How about we don't take action tonight and let those people test the waters first? Blood Moon Tower has failed against the North Prince Mansion multiple times, proving that the North Prince Mansion does possess some strength." Su Teng lifted the cup in front of him, downed the wine in one go, and then said, "There's no need for that. Since everyone shares the same goal, we might as well join forces. Seeing how those people are in such a hurry, they're likely to take action tonight. If multiple forces act together, the North Prince Mansion will have no way to resist. By the time the troops from outside Yan County come in, everything will be over." At that moment, the man in the bamboo hat said, "The pavilion master is right." As he finished speaking, the man in the bamboo hat looked up at the setting sun outside the window, and continued, "After tonight, there will be no more North Prince Mansion." Su Teng chuckled, picked up the knife by the table, and stood up. "The sun has set, it's time for us to get ready too." After nightfall, some people dressed in black clothes were constantly running through the streets. Their speed was very fast, and almost every one of them had the strength above 9th grade. Lu Chen stood in the room, glanced down at his all-black attire, and then said with a smile, "I never thought I, a prince, would stoop to wearing the kind of clothes a thief would wear." Hearing this, Chu Yukin asked, "Chenur, are you really going out?" Chu Yukin was also aware of tonight's operation and was somewhat worried inside because she had heard that among the people coming to assassinate Lu Chen, there might be an extreme realm master. An Extreme Realm Master was the closest existence to a Grandmaster, and once they made their move, even a Grandmaster might sometimes suffer at their hands. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Yukon and said, Madam Chu, rest assured, I won't make the first move. Xuanyuan Chen and Wenren Lai will take action when the time comes. Besides, there's only one Extreme Realm Master on the other side, it's not a big problem. Chu Yukon sighed slightly, not knowing what to say. She hated that her own strength was still too weak to protect Lu Chen. At that moment, Chu Yukon thought of Bai Qingqing and said, Chen'er, let Bai come with you. In case of any danger, Bai can still block for you. Lu Chen, while adjusting his cuffs, said, no need, it's better for Bai to stay and protect Zixuan and the others in the prince's mansion. What I fear most is that an assassin might slip in. Having said that, Lu Chen gazed into Chu Yukon's eyes and said, Madam Chu, I leave everything in the prince's mansion to you. I'm going now. Chu Yukon said, all right, rest assured, I will protect Zixuan and the others. Lu Chen said no more, immediately covered his mouth with a piece of black cloth, and in an instant, he turned into the appearance of a black-clothed assassin. Since the operation was on the streets rather than inside the prince's mansion tonight, Lu Chen was also worried about being recognized, so they all dressed uniformly in black nightclothes. However, they had white cloth strips on their wrists, allowing them to be easily identified as allies. The moonlight was very bright tonight. Even without the brightness of lanterns, people could still see the road clearly. At this moment, some shadows were swiftly moving across the rooftops of the common people's houses, and just as these shadows were about to reach the North Prince mansion, suddenly, some other individuals in black stopped these shadows in their tracks. The two groups descended from the rooftops and faced off in the street. Seeing those people in black at a distance, Su Teng directly said, Gentlemen, our goal is likely the same, so why don't we act together? We just need the North Prince dead. As for the disposal of his body, you can do as you please. Most assassins needed to bring back the heads of their targets to complete their tasks, but the Spirit Marshal Tower didn't need the North Prince's head, they just needed him dead. So, Su Teng was offering up the body to avoid conflict with these people. However, after hearing Su Teng's words, those in black remained unmoved. Su Teng immediately felt that something was amiss. Even if these people didn't agree with his proposal, it didn't make sense for them to say nothing at all. Something was seriously wrong. Big trouble. Just then, on the rooftops far away, suddenly appeared some individuals in black wielding bows and arrows. Before Su Teng could speak, those in black loosed their arrows. Looking at the sky filled with arrows, Su Teng instantly realized that these people in black clothes were not assassins coming to kill the North Prince, they were likely his protectors. Su Teng immediately said, We've been discovered, attack with full force. Upon hearing Su Teng's words, the assassins of Spirit Marshal Tower immediately rushed toward the people in black not far away, but those in black didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, they pulled out some round iron balls and threw them at the assassins of Spirit Marshal Tower. The assassins from Spirit Marshal Tower thought these were some kind of hidden weapons and, as they were about to split the iron balls in half with their swords or kick them back, the iron balls exploded with a thunderous roar, instantly taking down a large number of Spirit Marshal Tower assassins. Even 9th grade martial artists were killed on the spot. Seeing this, Su Teng frowned. He hadn't expected these iron balls to be so terrifyingly powerful. Something was off. Very off. After all, Su Teng was the pavilion master of Spirit Marshal Tower, and he didn't reach his position solely through strength. Su Teng immediately said, Retreat. Hearing Su Teng's command, the assassins from Spirit Marshal Tower quickly began to retreat, no longer intending to press forward. Su Teng had basically guessed why North City had been able to defeat 300,000 soldiers of the barbarian tribe, and how Blood Moon Tower had suffered a setback at the North Prince Mansion. North City had already obtained a terrifying weapon, and it was one that could easily kill a 9th grade martial artist. If it were a matter of human strength, even a Grandmaster might not be able to easily kill a 9th grade martial artist. Looking at the other side, it seemed that even ordinary people could use this weapon, the lethality and killing effect of which were far above those of a Grandmaster level fighter. Su Teng felt like cursing inside. He had thought this would be an extremely simple mission, yet he had stumbled upon the North City's big secret. Now he was in trouble. Having seen North City's secret weapon, they certainly wouldn't let them leave easily. Even though he felt somewhat troubled, Su Teng was not overly worried in his heart. After all, he was a fighter of the Master Realm, and even if he couldn't assassinate the North Prince, he still could escape with ease under these circumstances. Seeing Su Teng and the assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower trying to flee, the soldiers from the North Country immediately followed them and continued to throw grenades at them. Su Teng felt that if things continued this way, maybe they wouldn't even reach the city gates before all the assassins he brought were killed by that mysterious weapon. He immediately said to the assassin beside him, "Give me all the broken silver you have on you." Hearing this, the assassins around him immediately took out their broken silver and handed it to Su Teng. Su Teng took their broken silver, then turned his head and, with his fingers pinching the pieces, he seemed to throw them casually. The next moment, all the grenades flying towards them exploded in midair. Seeing this, Lu Chen not far away was stunned. Was this the power of an extreme realm master? It was terrifying. He had also reached the master realm, so why didn't he possess such strength? In fact, if it had been Lu Chen, he could have easily knocked down those flying grenades with stones. However, Lu Chen had depleted his physical strength on his wives and concubines and had hardly experienced real combat. Therefore, he did not understand his own strength at all. Seeing those people getting further and further away, Lu Chen frowned slightly. This wouldn't do. If that guy could knock down all those grenades with silver, could he also dodge his Barrett bullets? Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at the assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower. Along with Su Teng, there were a total of 3 Grandmasters. It seemed that the aristocratic family had really invested heavily this time. Lu Chen then took out his Barrett. Su Teng, being an extreme realm master, could definitely dodge the bullets, but the other 2 ordinary Grandmasters might not be able to. Lu Chen planned to deal with the other 2 Grandmasters first and then take care of Su Teng. After taking out his Barrett, Lu Chen quickly aimed at a Grandmaster beside Su Teng and immediately pulled the trigger. The Grandmaster had very strong perception. After experiencing the power of the grenades, he sensed the danger and dodged immediately, without trying to catch or deflect the bullet with his hand or knife. The next moment, the bullet from the Barrett hit the ground, creating a huge hole. Seeing the hole in the ground, Su Teng said coldly, "I didn't expect someone to be using hidden weapons from afar. It seems they had guessed we would come, so they laid an ambush here." Seeing the first Grandmaster dodge, Lu Chen didn't rush. He continued to aim at that Grandmaster. It was no surprise that a Grandmaster with strong perception could dodge a bullet. To hit a Grandmaster, either the Grandmaster had to be arrogant, or the Grandmaster had to be restrained by others, unable to use all of their attention to sense the dangers around them. The assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower were obviously not arrogant. If they had been, they wouldn't have retreated as soon as they saw the grenades. Since grenades and Barrett bullets couldn't harm them, it was time for Qin Yushan and his men to enter the scene. Just as the assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower were about to run out of the street they were on, suddenly, at the intersection of this street and another, a man dragging a big saber walked out slowly. The man didn't wear the Black Knight clothes like Lu Chen's. Under the moonlight, his face was clearly visible. Seeing the man not far away, Su Teng's heart jolted. He immediately ordered everyone to stop. At that moment, Qin Yushan spoke, "Pavilion Master Su, when did you start liking to hide? Is it because the scar on your face is too obvious, and you're afraid of being seen by others?" Hearing this familiar voice, Su Teng tore off the cloth from his face and looked at Qin Yushan, sneering, "Blood Demon Mad Blade, interesting. You sure have a big life, not even dying after falling off a cliff." The two had fought before, and the scar on Su Teng's face was caused by Qin Yushan. After that battle, Qin Yushan fell off a cliff, disappearing from the martial world ever since. Everyone thought Qin Yushan was dead, and that was what Su Teng believed, too. After all, with so many wounds and falling from such a high cliff, it was impossible to survive. Su Teng never expected to see Qin Yushan again in the North Country. Qin Yushan put the big saber on his shoulder and said, "The heavens didn't let me die, what could I do? Su Teng replied coldly, last time I didn't kill you, this time I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, the knife in Su Teng's hand emitted a sonorous sound, and Qin Yushan's big saber on his shoulder, as if sensing it, resonated and also started to tremble non-stop. Seeing this, Lu Chen suddenly became interested. He was no longer in a rush to shoot and simply squatted on the rooftop, watching. Su Teng and Qin Yushan did not immediately set out. In a duel between experts, victory or defeat often comes in an instant. Their blades seemed to tremble ceaselessly in their hands, looking as if they were about to fly out of their grasp. At that moment, a cold wind blew by, wildly fluttering their clothes. Then, at a certain instant, both of them moved at the same time, kicking back and creating pits in the ground, their bodies turning into afterimages as they charged at each other. The next moment, the two afterimages intersected, sparks flying from where they met, with their blades reflecting the cold moonlight and dazzling onlookers' eyes. Witnessing the flashes of blades darting past swiftly, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what fast blades. Both their blades moved extremely quickly. If Lu Chen hadn't reached the Master Realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to see the slashes they wielded. In just a matter of seconds, they unleashed blades at each other 100 times over. After a brief exchange, they both unleashed their strongest techniques almost simultaneously. 1,000 waves. 10,000 lights slash. The blade energy Qin Yushan released was like successive waves rolling sideways towards Su Teng, while Su Teng's blade energy was like countless blades of light chopping vertically at Qin Yushan. The collision of their blade energies created an invisible wave that sent them both flying backward. Both of them half knelt, using their blades thrust into the ground to stabilize their bodies. In less than a minute, both had suffered serious injuries. It was then that Su Teng spit out blood and said, I really didn't expect that. Not only did falling off the cliff not kill you, but it actually increased your strength. But do you honestly think you can stop us alone? No sooner had Su Teng finished speaking than two other masters behind him also took action, sprinting towards Qin Yushan, preparing for a two-on-one assault. However, just at that moment, the street suddenly grew eerily silent, and a chilling breeze swept through, raising goosebumps. The two masters immediately halted their advance, feeling a sense of immense crisis within them. Clearly, there was another powerful figure nearby. At that moment, from the end of a forked street, came the clippity-clop of horse hooves. The sound grew closer, but no one could be seen at the end of the street. Yet as the sound of hooves became clearer, a tall dark figure emerged in the distance. Just then, a massive hammer flew out of nowhere, striking one of the masters in the chest before he could react, sending him flying. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wenren Lai's hammer to be so formidable that even a master-level martial artist couldn't dodge it. As the assassin from the Spirit Martial Tower was sent flying, Wenren Lai, mounted on a tall black horse and clad in black armor, appeared before everyone. On seeing Wenren Lai, Su Teng felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't recognize the burly man before him, but he felt a profound threat from him. The man was even more muscular than he was. His armor bulged with his muscles, making him appear almost twice Su Teng's size. The aura emanating from this man was also unnerving. Although Su Teng could sense the man was only a grandmaster, his presence seemed more formidable than his own. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Su Teng stood up from the ground, knowing that they were likely to meet their end here today. To escape, he realized they would have to fight with all they had. It was at this moment that Lu Chen came down from the rooftop. If Barrett can't hit from afar, then close the distance. The street was now dead silent, with both sides seeming to have entered a standoff. Then, a series of clapping sounds echoed not far away. Soon after, a young man dressed in a dark Nighthawk suit entered Su Teng's and the others' line of sight. As the young man clapped, he said, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Hearing this, everyone's attention was drawn to the young man. Seeing the young man, Su Teng's eyebrows furrowed. Another Grandmaster. 3 Grandmasters appeared at once. At first, they had thought North Prince Mansion only had 2 Grandmasters. Su Teng had thought that with his own extreme realm master strength, he could easily hold off those 2 Grandmasters, but unexpectedly, Qin Yushan alone was able to match him evenly. This was serious trouble. North Prince Mansion had hidden its capabilities too deeply. Wait a second, are these people really from North Prince Mansion? With this thought, Su Teng then said, Blood Demon Mad Blade, I'm curious, how did someone as proud as you become a dog for North Prince Mansion, following a useless prince? You should be well aware that North Prince has offended every aristocratic family and scholar officials in great sum, his days are numbered. Upon hearing Su Teng's words, Qin Yushan coldly replied, North Prince is my lord, how dare you, a band of thieves, insult him at will. As he spoke, Qin Yushan gripped his blade tightly, ready to engage Su Teng in a final battle to the death. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Su Teng was taken aback. So they really were from North Prince Mansion. He had initially thought that Qin Yushan was seeking revenge, and that these people had no connection with North Prince Mansion. However, Qin Yushan's response pretty much confirmed that they were indeed North Prince Mansion's people. Backquote, backquote, backquote. At this moment, Lu Chen said indifferently, Commander Qin, it's time to end this. Lu Chen never liked to dilly-dally, and no one knew if there might be assassins heading to the North Prince Mansion soon. He planned to deal with these people and then return immediately. Qin Yushan immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. Su Teng paused when he heard Qin Yushan address the young man as His Highness. His Highness. Does that mean the young man is the North Prince? How could that be possible? The North Prince is only 17 this year, isn't he? How could he become a Grand Master at such a young age? The martial arts prodigies he knew of were at most 8th grade at the age of 17. No way, this young man is definitely not the North Prince. It must be Commander Qin making things up, pretending this young man is the North Prince in order to lure them into attacking him. Regardless, if they wanted to leave this place, they would have to attack this young man. Just then, more men in black, with white cloths tied around their wrists, appeared behind Lu Chen. All of their strengths were above 5th grade, including quite a number of 9th grade martial artists. Lu Chen said calmly, Take action. As he spoke, Lu Chen's men immediately took out grenades and threw them at Su Teng and his group. Su Teng, just as before, easily blew up the grenades in midair using the broken silver on his person. After the explosion of the grenades, the Spirit Marshal Tower assassins were still unharmed. With a cold snort, Su Teng said, You can't think that with such weapons, you could harm us. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. A weapon that doesn't injure is just scrap metal. Seeing that Su Teng easily blew up all the grenades, Lu Chen had no choice but to say to Wenren Lai, General Wenren, it's up to you now. If the enemy could easily block the grenades, they had to resort to close combat. No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than Wenren Lai, mounted on his horse, charged directly at Su Teng and his men. Seeing Wenren Lai charge over solo on horseback, Su Teng and his group didn't underestimate him. Even though they had never clashed with Wenren Lai before, they could roughly gauge his strength from the martial aura he emitted. Su Teng immediately gripped his knife and faced Wenren Lai head-on. Regardless of the muscular man's strength, they had to defeat him if they wanted to leave this place today, or else they would all end up staying here. Wenren Lai, having retrieved the hammer he had thrown earlier, swung it towards Su Teng. Su Teng did not dodge, instead, he chopped down with his knife, and the collision caused sparks to fly. When Wenren Lai and Su Teng engaged in combat, a Grandmaster behind Su Teng said, Follow me and attack. As soon as the Grandmaster spoke, the Spirit Marshal Tower assassins bypassed Su Teng and Wenren Lai and charged toward Lu Chen and his men. Qin Yushan gripped his knife tightly and led the soldiers behind him to meet the charge. At that moment, a Grandmaster who had been struck to the ground by Wenren Lai's hammer stood up. Looking at Lu Chen, who stood still, motionless, a daring idea suddenly came to him. Although he faintly sensed that Lu Chen was a Grandmaster, Lu Chen's aura was somewhat restrained, making him seem not very powerful. As incredible as it sounded, a 17-year-old Grandmaster was plausible since the North Prince had managed to grow to his current position in North City, proving he did have some strength. Perhaps the North Prince could indeed be a young Grandmaster. Moreover, since everyone else was taking action and only the young man remained in place, this indicated that the young man was the leader. Regardless of whether the young man was the North Prince or not, If they could defeat the leader, they would have a chance to use the young man to escape this place. With that thought, Tian Yan's legs kicked off the ground, and his body shot out instantly like a cannonball heading straight for Lu Chen. The North Prince Mansion's soldiers were already clashing with the Spirit Marshal Tower assassins, but Tian Yan didn't pay any attention to those soldiers, his target was solely the young man in the distance. In the blink of an eye, Tian Yan appeared in front of Lu Chen and thrust his sword at him. At this time, Lu Chen had his face covered with a black cloth, so Tian Yan couldn't see his expression. Lu Chen's mouth curled into a brilliant smile. The distance had been too great earlier, and it was impossible to hit his target. Now, with only a few steps between them, he didn't believe the other party could still dodge. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Seeing the young man standing motionless on the spot, Tian Yan felt that something was amiss. The youth had no weapon in his hands, and there was no sign that he intended to dodge, as if he didn't regard Tian Yan's existence at all. Could it be? Is there a stronger presence nearby? As Tian Yan was thinking this, he saw something like a black stick suddenly appear in the hands of the youth across from him. While he was wondering what kind of weapon it was, a thud resounded. In the next moment, Tian Yan's protective Gangqi was instantly shattered, and his body was sent flying backward. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that the scenario he had anticipated didn't happen. Tian Yan's chest didn't have a bloody hole. If it had been a typical Grandmaster hit by a Barret, their body would definitely have a huge bloody hole, and they might even be blown to pieces, but this man was unharmed. Isn't the opponent just a Grandmaster? How could he withstand a bullet from a Barret at such close range? He had used the Barret to snipe Grandmasters before and thought that Grandmasters had no defense against the Barret. While Lu Chen was puzzled, he noticed that Tian Yan was lying on the ground, continuously spitting blood from his mouth, unable to get back up. By this time, Tian Yan's chest clothes had been torn apart, and there seemed to be something golden and shimmering at his chest. Realizing this, Lu Chen instantly understood. This guy was wearing an armor. Moreover, the material used to make this armor was extraordinary. The Barret is an anti-materiel sniper rifle, capable of piercing through a car in an instant, yet it hadn't penetrated this man's body. So what exactly was this material made of? Lu Chen's curiosity was immediately piqued. Lu Chen then aimed the Barret at Tian Yan's head again. Since the chest couldn't be penetrated, he would aim directly at the head. He didn't believe Tian Yan's head was that hard. However, just as Lu Chen raised his gun, Tian Yan passed out entirely. Although the armor on Tian Yan's chest helped him withstand the bullet from the Barret and prevented it from passing directly through him, his internal organs had suffered a tremendous impact, and all his ribs were broken. Seeing Tian Yan pass out, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was an excellent opportunity to test the absorption technique. Lu Chen immediately went over to Tian Yan, grabbed his head, and tried to channel his inner strength. In the next moment, he felt a vortex forming in the palm of his hand, followed by streams of warm currents flowing into his body, making Lu Chen feel exceptionally refreshed. While absorbing the skill, Lu Chen's mind was filled with images of Tian Yan practicing his swordsmanship. He was surprised to find that by absorbing a person's skill, he could also acquire all the cultivation techniques and swordsmanship they had learned. From now on, he wouldn't need to personally learn any martial techniques or cultivation techniques to have real combat experience. The absorption technique was incredibly useful. He hadn't expected that after taking down Chu Qingli, the system would reward him with such an amazing item. After the events of tonight were over, he would definitely have to reward her properly. Before long, Tian Yan's complexion turned snow white, as if smeared with a layer of flour. Tian Yan was still alive initially, merely having passed out, but because all the skill within his body had been absorbed by Lu Chen, and without the protection of the skill, Tian Yan soon breathed his last, utterly devoid of life. Seeing that there was no more skill to absorb from Tian Yan's body, Lu Chen threw his corpse on the ground, then stripped off the clothes from his chest. By this time, the soldiers of the North Prince Mansion and the assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower were engaged in a bloody battle, completely unaware of what Lu Chen was doing. After stripping off Tian Yan's armor, Lu Chen found the armor to be very soft, not at all like something that could withstand bullets. Lu Chen then asked the system, can you identify what this is? The armor is made from extraterrestrial materials. Upon contact with Gangqi or spiritual energy, it becomes incredibly firm. The system did not provide a detailed explanation, but Lu Chen didn't ask further, as he already knew what he wanted to know. Afterward, he attempted to channel spiritual energy into the armor. The next moment, the golden silk soft armor instantly became taut and extremely hard. Looking at the golden silk soft armor in his hands, Lu Chen's emotions were complicated, feeling both joy and worry. He was happy to have obtained such a fine piece of protective armor, which would ensure his safety even more in the future. His worry stemmed from the possibility that if the materials used to make this protective armor were widely available in this world, it wouldn't be good news for North Country. The armor could even withstand Barrett's bullets, so ordinary firearms wouldn't be able to pierce through it at all. He had originally thought that possessing hot weapons would make him invincible in this world, only to encounter armor that could resist Barrett bullets today. At this moment, Lu Chen thought to himself that since the system had mentioned the armor was forged from extraterrestrial materials, they must be incredibly rare, and there probably wouldn't be too many of these armors around. Comforted by this thought, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved. If there weren't many of these armors, then they wouldn't have too much impact on the hot weapons of North Country. Even if someone made armor out of this material, it could only protect certain parts of the body and not everywhere. If he had targeted Tian Yan directly with a shot from the Barrett earlier, Tian Yan would still have died. He didn't believe that anyone would waste such rare extraterrestrial materials to make full-body heavy cavalry armors. People wouldn't squander resources on something so precious, using them only for protective gear on vital areas. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it and looked up at Wenren Lai and Su Teng not far away. In front of Wenren Lai, Su Teng had no power to fight back and was basically being suppressed heavily. If Su Teng hadn't been seriously injured earlier, perhaps he could have barely resisted Wenren Lai's sledgehammer. Seeing that nearly all the fallen ones on the ground were assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower, Su Teng knew they would soon be annihilated if this continued, so he had no choice but to use the blood ignition skill. Although after using the blood ignition skill, he might become useless, it was still better than dying here. The next moment, an intense bloody scent seemed to emit from Su Teng's body, his eyes turned blood red, and his upper garments were torn apart by the force of his body, as a powerful energy burst forth from within him. Then, Su Teng swung his blade at Wenren Lai. 10,000 lights slash. Wenren Lai didn't dodge the countless blades, instead, he swung his hammer in reverse, seemingly compressing the air, which produced a sonic boom in the sky, and all the blades dispersed, while Su Teng was knocked away by Wenren Lai's hammer, crashing through the yard and house of a commoner. The commoners hiding inside the house shivered in the corner of the wall after witnessing this. Wenren Lai didn't give Su Teng a chance to escape. He leapt from the ground, jumped more than 10 meters high in one bound, and instantly arrived in front of Su Teng, then brought down the hammer again. Su Teng, lying on the ground, gripped his blade tightly and blocked in front of himself, attempting to resist Wenren Lai's attack. However, Wenren Lai's strength was immense, and even in the blood-burning state, Su Teng was no match for him. With Wenren Lai's hammer strike came another thunderous sonic boom, and he quickly knocked Su Teng out cold. Watching this from the rooftop, even Lu Chen couldn't help feeling some admiration. Wenren Lai wasn't just a grandmaster, he had to have the strength of a grandmaster. If it weren't for the fact that he could see Wenren Lai's personal information, he might really have believed Wenren Lai was a grandmaster. The system truly provided one formidable military general after another. After knocking Su Teng unconscious, Wenren Lai grabbed his head with his large palm, lifted his body up like an eagle grabbing a chicken, and then with a bound, he leapt directly onto the street. Seeing Su Teng in Wenren Lai's hands, the assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower immediately panicked. Their pavilion master was an extreme realm master, and he had just used the blood ignition skill, yet he was defeated in such a short time. How could the North Prince Mansion have such terrifyingly powerful martial artists? The Grand Master, who was locked in a closely matched fight with Qin Yushan, saw that even Su Teng had been defeated and realized they could no longer escape. He immediately ceased fighting and said, "Don't kill me, I surrender." Seeing that the only conscious Grand Master had surrendered, the other assassins from the Spirit Marshal Tower also threw down their weapons and surrendered. Lu Chen jumped down from the rooftop and approached Wenren Lai and Su Teng. He glanced at Su Teng, who had passed out, then looked at his chest and indeed found a piece of golden soft armor there. Lu Chen had been thinking that since the Tian Yan had a golden silk soft armor, it was impossible for Su Teng, the pavilion master of the Spirit Marshal Tower, not to have one. And it turned out he really did. Lu Chen then turned his head to look at the Grand Master not far away and directly asked, "How did you come by the golden silk soft armor you're wearing?" Upon hearing this question, the Grand Master knelt down with a thud and quickly replied, replying to the prince, "The golden silk soft armor we're wearing was all forged by our own Spirit Marshal Tower." Forged by yourselves? Lu Chen frowned again and continued to ask, "Where does the Spirit Marshal Tower get the materials to forge such golden silk soft armor?" That Grand Master trembled as he answered, replying to the prince, "The material for forging the golden silk soft armor comes from meteoric iron that fell from the sky." Lu Chen asked again, "Does the Spirit Marshal Tower still have such meteoric iron?" "No more. We only forged 3 pieces of golden silk soft armor, and they're all worn by his 3 Grand Masters." After hearing the Grand Master's words, Lu Chen finally felt relieved, and his brows gradually smoothed. Just then, Su Teng suddenly came to, and upon opening his eyes and seeing Lu Chen right in front of him, his expression twisted as he said, "Kid. You're going to die with me." Upon hearing this, Wenren Lai instantly sensed something was wrong and immediately said to Lu Chen, "Prince, get away quickly. He's going to self-destruct his Dantian." Before Wenren Lai could finish speaking and throw Su Teng out, they saw Lu Chen suddenly reach out and grab Su Teng's face. In the next instant, the energy in Su Teng's body crazily surged towards Lu Chen. Su Teng screamed in pain as he felt the energy within him rapidly draining, and he was no longer able to gather energy in his Dantian to self-destruct. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. The movement of energy within Su Teng was too obvious, and any martial artist could feel it. Even the people from the North Prince Mansion were scared by Lu Chen. The North Prince actually had such a terrifying ability to directly absorb the energy of the opponent. My god, what kind of cultivation technique is this? It's too horrifying. Before long, all of Su Teng's energy had been drained by Lu Chen. Seeing this spectacle, the Grand Master who had just surrendered trembled in fear, never having imagined that the North Prince possessed such an ability. He was a Grand Master too, surely the North Prince wouldn't take an interest in his body as well. The very thought made that Grand Master break out in cold sweat, feeling a chill down his spine. After Lu Chen had absorbed all of Su Teng's skill, Su Teng, having lost his power, could no longer endure the pain of his injuries and passed out from the agony once again. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the Grand Master who had just surrendered. Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, the Grand Master hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, "Prince, please spare my life, I confess everything. It was all orchestrated by the Wang family. I was just forcibly brought to North Country by Su Teng, I never wanted to assassinate you." The scene just now was terrifying. Su Teng, an extreme realm master, had his entire skill drained by Lu Chen. The Grand Master kneeling on the ground was afraid he would be the next one. If he lost his skill, he would be nothing but an ordinary person. To the North Prince, a surrendered ordinary person was even more useless, which meant his death was undoubtedly imminent. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was ensure the North Prince would not absorb his skill. Seeing the Grand Master knocking his head on the ground frantically, Qin Yushan approached Lu Chen and whispered, "Prince, this man holds a high position in the Spirit Marshal Tower. If we could control him, we might be able to control the entire Spirit Marshal Tower in the future. The Spirit Marshal Tower has many craftsmen, and those craftsmen are very valuable to our North Country." It was evident to everyone in North Country how much Lu Chen valued craftsmen. The Spirit Marshal Tower was a force specializing in forging weapons and equipment, and they started by trading these items. They trained a large number of craftsmen, especially blacksmiths. Although the North Prince Mansion currently had over 2,000 craftsmen, for the North Prince Mansion, this number was still not enough. North Country was about to undertake massive construction projects, Naturally, the more craftsmen, the better. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then told Qin Yushan, then leave this person to you. Don't let him escape. Qin Yushan immediately replied, rest assured, Prince. I will administer medicine to seal his skill later. At that time, Lu Chen said to the Grand Master, take off the golden silk soft armor you wear. Hearing this command, the Grand Master hesitated not a moment before stripping off his clothes and removing the golden silk soft armor, placing it on the ground. Lu Chen then had someone strip off Su Teng's golden silk soft armor as well. He picked up the two pieces of armor and examined them, discovering that they truly were forged from the same material and had the same effect, becoming indestructible upon contact with spiritual energy. This material was indeed interesting. Just then, two groups of people emerged from both sides of the cross street. One was led by Mu Changtian, and the other by General Xuanyuan's soldiers. They quickly converged, and after arriving beside Lu Chen, Mu Changtian reported, Prince, I accidentally killed the leading Grand Master. Their mission that night had been divided. Mu Changtian and General Xuanyuan had each led their men to deal with two other assassin organizations. Lu Chen had originally wanted them to capture the leading Grand Master alive and not kill him, but when master-level martial artists fought, it was sometimes hard to control the intensity, and accidentally killing an opponent was not unusual. Lu Chen responded, if he's dead, let it be. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to look at General Xuanyuan, who was holding a man covered in blood. This man was also a Grand Master, who by then was barely alive and appeared to be on the verge of death. General Xuanyuan then threw the man to the ground, saying to Lu Chen, Prince, I interrogated him briefly and learned that he is an assassin sent by the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The Chu family. Although he knew the identity of the force behind the assassins, the brocade guard had not uncovered who had dispatched them. Lu Chen had not anticipated that the Chu family would also send someone to assassinate him. Frowning, Lu Chen then squatted down, placed his palm on the man's head, and directly absorbed all the skill from his body. Mu Changtian had not been present earlier to witness Lu Chen absorbing another's skill. Thus, seeing this scene, he stood completely dumbfounded. Actively absorbing someone else's skill. What cultivation technique was the North Prince practicing? Mu Changtian suddenly seemed to realize something, as if a light bulb had gone off. No wonder the North Prince had become a Grand Master in such a short time, he could absorb others' skill and make it his own. How did this look anything but like an evil cultivation technique? After Lu Chen had drained all the skill from the man on the ground, the man still hadn't died. Lu Chen then instructed General Xuanyuan, take this man to my grandfather and tell him what happened tonight. General Xuanyuan promptly replied, yes, Prince. Then Qin Yushan spoke up, General Xuanyuan, you may not know where the prince's grandfather lives. I will have someone guide you there. General Xuanyuan responded, all right, then I'll trouble Commander Qin. Qin Yushan immediately summoned several Jinyue guards and had them lead General Xuanyuan to the residence where Chu Shang currently lived. After General Xuanyuan departed, Lu Chen scanned the Spirit Martial Tower assassins lying on the ground. Although these assassins had surrendered, their strength was not low, and frankly, Lu Chen was somewhat concerned that Qin Yushan and the others wouldn't be able to control them. It was then that Qin Yushan instructed the Jinyue guards to feed the surrendered Spirit Martial Tower assassins a certain pill. Noticing this, Lu Chen asked, Commander Qin, what are you feeding them? Qin Yushan replied, Prince, this is a kind of drug that can seal all the meridians in the body. As long as you take this drug, a martial artist's skill will be sealed, and they will be unable to use their inner strength, much like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, if someone had given him this drug that day, would his skill also be sealed? With this thought, Lu Chen asked, does this pill have any other side effects? Qin Yushan was startled. He had not expected Lu Chen to ask this question, as they themselves did not consume the pill, it was meant for their enemies. As to whether it had any specific side effects, they really did not know. Qin Yushan then said, this subordinate is not sure about that, but usually, we just need to give them the antidote, and they can quickly recover their skill. Lu Chen then said, give a pill to this prince to try. Qin Yushan hastily said, Prince, you absolutely must not. Qin Yushan had not expected Lu Chen to actually be interested in this pill. After all, Lu Chen was a prince, how could he just casually consume something? Lu Chen said, it's fine, you also have the antidote on hand. Just give one to this prince to try. Seeing that Lu Chen insisted on trying the pill, Qin Yushan said no more, he immediately took out a pill and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen swallowed it in one gulp, and as soon as he did, he felt as though the pill dissolved within his body, and Qin Yushan watched nervously, afraid that something might happen to Lu Chen. Realizing that the pill had no effect inside his body, Lu Chen reacted instantly. Oh, it seems he has a poison immunity body. All the poisons in the world have no effect on him, and this pill is considered a poison. His poison immunity body had not been utilized for such a long time that he had almost forgotten he possessed this ability. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be fine, Qin Yushan was stunned. No effect. This pill could seal the skill of even an extreme realm master upon consumption, yet there was no effect at all when the North Prince took it. Carefully, Qin Yushan asked, Prince, do you need the antidote? Lu Chen said indifferently, this pill is of no use to this prince. When you are guarding those assassins, don't always think that a single pill will make them obedient. Qin Yushan felt a bit awkward. He had not anticipated that there would be someone in the world completely immune to the poison of such a pill. Qin Yushan then said, the prince is right, this subordinate will ensure that the brocade guard soldiers keep a strict watch and will not let them have a chance to escape. Lu Chen glanced over the crowd and then said, now that everything has been resolved, this prince should return. The rest is up to you. The houses of the common people that were damaged have to be compensated with silver. I believe these assassins should have quite a bit of silver on them, they were even throwing silver to use grenades, clearly, they are wealthy. As Lu Chen's words fell, he turned around and departed, and Qin Yushan and the others immediately said, we see the prince off. Lu Chen had just walked a few steps when he heard Qin Yushan's voice from behind, hand over all the silver you have on you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He believed that Qin Yushan and the others would handle the compensation issue for the common people's house as well. Inside the North Prince mansion, the main hall. Lu Chen's wives and concubines were sitting in the main hall at this moment, waiting for Lu Chen to return. Unlike the last time, when the North Prince mansion was attacked by an assassin and they all hid in the underground passage, this time, with Bai Qingqing and Chen Wanrong, two grandmasters protecting them, they did not have to hide underground. Although they knew Lu Chen had changed and possessed great strength now, Mu Zixuan, along with Xiaozhou and Dazhou, still showed worried expressions. Seeing their worried expressions, Chu Yukan comforted them, Zixuan, you don't need to worry, Chen'er will be fine. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and then said, Madam Chu, I believe the prince will definitely be alright. At that moment, Chen Wanrong swept an indifferent glance over the women in the Great Hall, and on seeing these women, she couldn't help but think to herself that it was no wonder Lu Chen had not sought her out. With so many beautiful wives and concubines, reveling night after night, and changing partners daily, even the most lascivious of men would not be able to withstand it. Lu Chen would have no inclination to come find her. It seemed she would have to be more proactive. Her love worm had been ready for some time, yet there had been no opportunity. If this continued, her worm might well starve to death. Just as Chen Wanrong was thinking about having Lin Wanyan create an opportunity for her to be alone with Lu Chen, Chu Yukan said to her, Miss Chen, we're troubled by this matter. Chen Wanrong responded indifferently, it's only right. Lin Wanyan added, Yukan, since we reside in North Prince Mansion, and Chen'er has treated us so well, it's only natural that we should step forward to help when North Prince Mansion is in need. Although Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong intended to send disciples from Mysterious Moon Palace to aid Lu Chen, he had only asked the two of them to keep watch over North Prince Mansion and did not request that the Mysterious Moon Palace send people to act with him. Of course, even so, it pleased both women to some extent, because it meant Lu Chen had, to a degree, accepted the Mysterious Moon Palace and accepted them. All they needed to do was take one step further, and then they could begin to implement their plan. No sooner had Lin Wanyan finished speaking than a maid rushed in hurriedly, Your Highness, the prince has returned. On hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately stood up and handed over her child to the wet nurse. After a short while, a tall and burly young man appeared at the doorway. On seeing Lu Chen return, his wives and concubines all surged forward. Mu Zixuan asked with concern, "Prince, you haven't been injured, have you?" Lu Chen took Mu Zixuan's jade hand and said with a smile, "I'm fine. The more formidable assassins have mostly been dealt with. There may still be some assassins hiding in the shadows that we haven't discovered, but they don't pose a great threat to North Prince Mansion. It's sufficient to intensify patrols." At this point, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chen Wanrong. "Miss Chen, I'm very grateful to you for this time." Chen Wanrong still maintained an expressionless face as she replied, "There's no need to thank me." Lin Wanyan hurriedly tugged at Chen Wanrong's dress, signaling her to be less curt in her speech. Chen Wanrong caught on to the concern and then, still expressionless, added, "I'm glad to be of help to you." Lin Wanyan sighed internally. That response would have to do, she supposed. Chen Wanrong rarely conversed with men, so it was quite something for her to say even this much. Lin Wanyan glanced at Mu Zixuan and the others and then said, "Chenur, since most of the assassins have been taken care of, if there's nothing else, the palace master and I will head back first." Lu Chen replied, "Yes, all right." What followed was time for Lu Chen and his wives and concubines. As outsiders from mysterious Moon Palace, it wasn't quite appropriate for them to remain there, so Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong left the Great Hall together. After Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan left, Lu Chen soothed his wives and concubines and then had them return to their respective rooms. Once they were all gone, Lu Chen did not spend the night in Mu Zixuan's room. After absorbing the skill of 3 grandmasters, he felt his body was tremendously restless, completely devoid of sleepiness, and his vitality surged exceptionally strong. Since Mu Zixuan was already pregnant, given his current condition, he definitely could not stay with her. He had to either visit Spring Sound Court or spend the night in Chu Qingli's room. Lu Chen decisively chose Chu Qingli's room. After reaching an agreement with Chu Qingli last time, they had only been intimate once, as he had not found an opportunity since then. The main reason was that Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli lived in the same courtyard, with their rooms adjacent to one another. Whenever he wanted to visit Chu Qingli to foster their relationship, he would see Chu Yukan, making it somewhat difficult for him to make a move. But this evening, Chu Yukan was on duty in the inner court, which afforded him an opportunity. Chu Qingli had been in the main hall at first, but after Lu Chen told them to return, she went back to her own room. It was her sister's turn to watch over the inner court that night, so she didn't need to stay outside. Back in her room, Chu Qingli slowly removed her outer garment, revealing her smooth skin. She planned to take a bath and then go straight to sleep. However, just then, she suddenly heard the sound of the door being pushed open from outside. Chu Qingli instantly became alert. "Who's there?" After sensing the movement at the door, Chu Qingli hurriedly put her clothes back on, but just then, the door opened, and a familiar figure appeared inside her room. Seeing it was Lu Chen, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment. In her mind, the events that had occurred in the study before flashed before her eyes. Ever since she had struck a deal with Lu Chen, she had been thinking of completing the transaction with him as soon as possible, preferably serving Lu Chen once a day so that, after 3 months, her sister would be able to regain her freedom. But Lu Chen had too many wives and concubines, and with her sister frequently patrolling the inner court, it was very difficult for her to find an opportunity to be alone with Lu Chen. The key issue was that Lu Chen himself didn't come looking for her. She even began to suspect that after Lu Chen had gotten her body, he was preparing to go back on their deal by reneging on their agreement. Seeing Lu Chen appear in her room, Chu Qingli thought to herself that it seemed Lu Chen acknowledged their deal, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find her. At that moment, Chu Qingli said coldly, "I pay my respects to the prince." Lu Chen closed the door behind him and approached Chu Qingli as he spoke. "Qingli, I wonder if you still remember the transaction we made in my study last time." Chu Qingli said with an expressionless face, "I remember." Lu Chen said, "Since you remember, then why haven't you come looking for me during this time? Don't you want your sister to regain her freedom sooner and leave the North Prince Mansion? It seems you don't care about your sister as much as I thought." Hearing this, Chu Qingli was taken aback. She would never allow anyone to say she didn't care about Chu Yukon. So she said, I'm just afraid that my sister will discover it. Having said that, Chu Qingli unhesitatingly stripped off her outer garment once again, revealing her smooth and delicate shoulders, and declaring with a righteous demeanor, come on then. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen chuckled, as if they were indeed on a mission. Chu Qingli was too direct and it was no fun. Lu Chen then moved to her side, lifted her turquoise outer garment, and covered her shoulders. Chu Qingli was stunned by this. She had thought that Lu Chen had come to do that sort of thing with her. She had already taken off her clothes, yet now Lu Chen was pulling them back up. Chu Qingli then coldly asked, what do you mean by this? Seeing Chu Qingli's icy face, Lu Chen felt even more agitated inside. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much skill just before, and his body wasn't able to convert it instantly, which caused him to feel somewhat out of control. Without hesitation, Lu Chen hugged Chu Qingli's delicate body from behind, pressing his own against her backside. Chu Qingli was somewhat speechless. This man was clearly here to do something bad, yet he was putting on the airs of a gentleman, such a hypocrite. Who doesn't know what he wants to do? What's with the pretense? Lu Chen rested his head on Chu Qingli's shoulder and whispered in her ear, Qingli, you are truly beautiful. Being embraced by Lu Chen like this, Chu Qingli felt her body starting to heat up, and that odd sensation she had experienced last time began to return. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Chu Qingli's snow-white skin, even tainting her delicate, fair collarbones red. Chu Qingli felt her body growing hotter and hotter, and her mind kept replaying the events that took place in the study. Biting her silver teeth, Chu Qingli tried hard to control her body, attempting to stay alert and not be like the last time. At that moment, Chu Qingli said coldly, don't think that by using hypnosis on me, you will win my heart. You can only have my body, beyond that, you'll get nothing from me. I won't be hypnotized by you. Chu Qingli's tone was very determined. In her view, all the unusual sensations in her body were caused by Lu Chen's hypnosis, otherwise, she couldn't possibly feel this way. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He liked seeing Chu Qingli being stubborn, though she couldn't keep it up forever. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, Qingli, turn your head towards me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's deep voice, Chu Qingli felt as if her body was being controlled, and she actually turned around as if possessed by a ghost. At this moment, Chu Qingli's cool and elegant cheeks were already suffused with the blush of spring, and her eyes shimmered like pools of autumn water, but she still tried to control herself and not to let her mind wander. Seeing the ice-cold beauty's shy demeanor, Lu Chen could no longer restrain himself and directly bent down to capture her red lips with a kiss. After several rounds of patrolling the inner courtyard, Chu Yukon patrolled to her own residence. She hadn't planned to enter, but just then, some strange noises caught her attention. Chu Yukon immediately entered the courtyard, quickly pinpointing the source of the noises coming from Chu Qingli's room. Chu Yukon thought Chu Qingli might be in trouble, so she hurried to Chu Qingli's door and asked, Qingli, what's wrong with you? Hearing Chu Yukon's voice, Chu Qingli suddenly snapped back to reality, her body tensing up at once. Lu Chen inhaled sharply, thinking that Chu Yukon's timing couldn't be any worse. Chu Qingli quickly said, Sister, I'm fine. Chu Yukon asked curiously, I just heard you crying out. Are you experiencing qi deviation due to your martial arts practice? Do you need me to help you adjust? When she mentioned adjusting, Chu Yukon couldn't help but picture Lu Chen in her mind. The scene of her adjusting him in the study replayed in her mind, and at the thought, she felt her cheeks grow warm. Hearing her sister offering to come in, Chu Qingli became even more panicked and her muscles tensed up even tighter. Chu Qingli quickly said, I've adjusted myself already, sister. You don't need to worry. Go on with your own things. Noticing Chu Qingli speaking intermittently, Chu Yukon knitted her brows slightly. Qingli, are you really all right? Chu Qingli wished she could sever her connection with Lu Chen with a single cut. Clenching her teeth, she struggled to keep her breath steady and said, I'm really okay. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukon continued walking toward the door again. Something is off. Very off. There must be something wrong with Chu Qingli. Feeling the footsteps at the door getting closer, Chu Qingli's tense nerves were completely taut. Chu Qingli hurriedly said again, "Sister, although the prince has dealt with many assassins, this is precisely the time when the prince's mansion cannot afford to relax its vigilance. You should go back to patrolling. I just experienced chi deviation while practicing. Ah, it's an old problem, I'll be fine soon." Chu Yukon felt there was some truth to Chu Qingli's words, although Lu Chen had indeed dealt with many an assassin in Yan County. Yet there were still more assassins lurking in Yan County, and who knew if those assassins would take advantage of the North Prince Mansion lowering its guard to assault Lu Chen. With this in mind, Chu Yukon said, "Alright then, if you're really feeling unwell, just tell your sister. There's no need to endure silently. If I can't fix it, you can also ask Chenur for help. Chenur has medical skills, he can easily cure you." Chu Qingli said, I understand." Without giving it further thought, Chu Yukon turned and left directly. Chu Yukon had just turned to leave when Chu Qingli's tightly wound emotions reached a critical point, suddenly releasing, her mind going blank and her consciousness blurring completely. If not for a large hand encircling her slim waist, her delicate body might have fallen straight down. The moon was beautiful tonight, and the night was long. Spring had arrived, melted ice water trickled down from the rooftops, pitter-pattering onto stones. The night at North Prince Mansion was not so quiet. Apart from the pitter-patter of dripping water, there were occasional calls of special animals, sounds that were sometimes cheerful, sometimes shrill, making it impossible to discern what they were. Lu Chen had noticed that whenever someone was about to discover them, that person's emotions and body would become tense in an instant, and he would fly straight into the sky, no need to describe how. This gave Lu Chen a little idea. In the future, he must trade with Chu Qingli more often, preferably in places where they could easily be seen by others. After an unknown amount of time, the moon's light gradually dimmed, and a streak of white appeared in the distant sky, signaling the break of day. By that time, the skill that Lu Chen had absorbed from the three individuals yesterday had basically been completely converted into his own. Just at that moment, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Host Lu Chen cultivates a bond with Chu Qingli. Chi refinement mantra experience increased by 600. Rejuvenating skill experience increased by 1000. Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell experience increased by 1000. Absorption technique experience increased by 1000. Host has triggered a super emotional crit. All cultivation techniques, experience quadrupled. Congratulations to the host. Chi refinement mantra breakthrough to the 4th level. Host's realm advanced to Grandmaster. Rejuvenating skill breakthrough to the 3rd level. Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell breakthrough to the 2nd level. Absorption technique breakthrough to the 1st level. With the system voice sounding, Lu Chen felt a strange power infuse his body, followed by his brain becoming incredibly clear, and his perception greatly enhanced. Everything around him seemed to be within his senses. Lu Chen tried closing his eyes to test his perceptual abilities, and in the instant he closed his eyes, he could notice the drip of water from the eaves outside the door, and everything around him appeared in his mind. Even without his eyes, just relying on his perception alone, he could see this world clearly. Is this the strength of a Grandmaster? Lu Chen was astonished. At that moment, a bold guess suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that the higher the martial arts realm, the more it evolves toward cultivation? Could the so-called celestial realm actually be the chi refining stage of cultivators? In this world, there is an end to martial arts. The strongest known in martial arts is the celestial realm, and beyond that, no one knows what realm lies above it. With Lu Chen's breakthrough to Grandmaster, his body was also reshaped, becoming even more robust. Chu Qingli also clearly felt the changes in Lu Chen. When she sensed the martial artist's might emanating from him, she was completely stunned. She had never seen a Grandmaster, nor knew their strength, but she had seen an Extreme Realm Master. Lu Chen had been one, so she knew what an Extreme Realm Master's martial artist might was like. The martial artist's might that Lu Chen was now releasing was clearly not that of an Extreme Realm Master. In other words, Lu Chen was no longer an Extreme Realm Master. He had likely broken through the Grandmaster rank to become a Grandmaster. Chu Qingli was somewhat dazed. Grandmaster. Could it be? When Lu Chen was still a Grandmaster, she was no match for him, and if he had broken through to Grandmaster, Chu Qingli could hardly believe what she would encounter next. Grandmaster and Grandmaster are completely different concepts. A Grandmaster relies on protective Gang Qi to fend off attacks, while a Grandmaster can withstand hits with just the strength of their body, without even using protective Gang Qi, demonstrating the terrifying resilience of a Grandmaster's body. Lu Chen became a Grandmaster, which meant that his physical strength had once again greatly increased, his stamina dramatically improved. Before he could keep up with her all night, now he might be able to keep going for days on end without a problem. Thinking of this, Chu Qingli's drenched and pallid face went white, never having expected this man to break through to Grandmaster so swiftly. How exactly does this man cultivate? How could his strength increase so rapidly? At this time, Lu Chen looked down from his high position at the ice beauty before him. Seeing Chu Qingli's pale face, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Qingli, why has your face turned so awful? Are you feeling unwell? Let me treat you." That said, Lu Chen placed his hand on her and started to heal her with rejuvenating skill, and soon Chu Qingli felt a warm current entering her body. This warm current could not only heal some of her minor injuries but also quickly calm her frantic heart. Once Chu Qingli quieted down, her expression turned cold again, and she gazed straight at Lu Chen saying, "This is the third time." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and then replied, "Aren't you thinking a bit too beautifully? We haven't been apart since last night, so how can it be counted as the third time?" Just as Chu Qingli was about to speak, she saw Lu Chen bend down once again and then directly kissed her red lips, leaving Chu Qingli only capable of making sounds. At first, Chu Qingli thought to herself that since Lu Chen had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm, if they continued with their previous method of calculation, wouldn't she be at a great loss? If Lu Chen took several days at a time, when would she be able to rescue her sister from the North Prince's mansion? So, she wanted to change the counting rules to count anything beyond one day as one occurrence. However, it was clear that the decision was not hers to make, and she couldn't change the counting rules just because she wanted to. At this moment, Lu Chen had broken through to the Grandmaster realm and was looking to test his physical abilities, leaving Chu Qingli to suffer the consequences. The light from outside gradually penetrated the room. Although the doors and windows were closed, they were pasted with paper in this era, and light easily seeped through. Seeing that it was already daylight outside, Chu Qingli realized her sister would soon return and quickly lifted her jade hand, pushing against Lu Chen's chest, trying to push him away. If her sister returned, that would be troublesome. Her sister had already been suspicious of her the previous night, and if she stayed in the room during the day without leaving, it was likely that her sister would come in directly. If she came in and saw this scene, then everything would be ruined. Unfortunately, at this time, Chu Qingli was completely drained of strength, her inner skill was also sealed, and she was unable to push Lu Chen away. With no other option, she had to continue developing her relationship with Lu Chen. Early in the morning, Chu Yukon stood on a rooftop of the North Prince's mansion, her gaze sweeping over the entire estate. She was thinking that they had dragged on for so long, it couldn't go on any longer. If they continued to delay, Lu Chen might become angry with her. Thus, she planned to find a suitable hiding place within the North Prince's mansion and then fulfill her promise. After scanning the architecture of the North Prince's mansion, Chu Yukon realized there was no suitable place to hide. As long as Chu Qingli was patrolling, she would practically visit every place inside the mansion. Previously, she had thought about serving Lu Chen in the study, but as Lu Chen's state affairs became increasingly burdensome, more and more people frequented the study, making it an inappropriate place. Currently, Chu Yukon could feel her face growing hotter and hotter. What was she doing thinking about these things standing on the rooftop so early in the morning? She really was an indecent woman, thinking in her heart about finding a place where she could secretly be intimate with a man. After a moment of self-deprecation, Chu Yukon's gaze landed on the courtyard where she lived, prompting a jolt in her heart. The most dangerous place could also be the safest. Every time Chu Qingli left the courtyard where she lived, she would hardly return for the whole day, instead wandering around the inner courtyard. If that was the case, then next time she helped Lu Chen with his physical conditioning, she could perhaps have Lu Chen come to her boudoir, and, while conditioning, casually fulfill her promise. With this thought, Chu Yukon firmly decided in her heart. Spring had arrived, and it was time for her to take that step. Thinking this, Chu Yukon came down from the rooftop. Night had passed, and another would be patrolling during the day. She intended to go and relieve Chu Qingli from her shift. Just as she returned to her own courtyard, Chu Yukon faintly heard from Chu Qingli's room the same kind of sounds as last night, causing her to hesitate. A whole night had passed, and Chu Qingli still hadn't recovered. It seemed the situation was quite serious. Chu Yukon quickly went to Chu Qingli's room door. Qingli, are you okay? If you really feel uncomfortable, I will go find Chen'er to help you. Hearing Chu Yukon's voice, a groggy Chu Qingli suddenly became alert, a strange emotion flooding her heart, and her body instantly tensed. Lu Chen thought to himself, sure enough, it was the secrecy that made it thrilling. Chu Qingli quickly controlled her voice and said to Chu Yukon at the door, Sister, I'm fine. Chu Yukon's face showed a hint of worry before she said, how can you be all right? You were bewitched by your cultivation last night and have yet to recover. If this continues, you could not only lose all your skill, but it could even threaten your life. At this point, Chu Yukon walked to the door, put her hands on it, and then said, Qingli, why don't you let your sister give you a treatment? Sister is coming in. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli's inner panic instantly peaked, and Lu Chen sharply inhaled. Chu Qingli couldn't help but wail, ah. Sister, go find the prince quickly. Let the prince come help me. At the door, Chu Yukon hesitated for a moment. She thought Chu Qingli must be quite severely bewitched, which is why she asked her to find Lu Chen. Chu Yukon said hurriedly, Sister, wait, I'll go find Chen'er right away. With that, Chu Yukon's hands left the room door, and she turned and headed straight to the main court, still thinking that Lu Chen had spent the night at Mu Zixuan's place. After Chu Yukon had left, Chu Qingli's entire body slumped, becoming as if a puddle of mud. Knowing that Chu Yukon would be back soon, Lu Chen didn't stay long either. He stood up and straightened his clothes. Seeing Chu Qingli with eyes brimming like autumn water, Lu Chen said with a smile, Qingli, if you don't get up quick, your sister will be back in here. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Qingli snapped awake and quickly got dressed. Meanwhile, Chu Yukon had already reached the main court. She happened to run into Mu Zixuan coming out of her room, and Chu Yukon said urgently, Zixuan, has Chen'er gotten up? I need him for something important. Hearing Chu Yukon's question, Mu Zixuan replied, Madam Chu, the prince didn't stay in my room last night. As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, Chu Yukon used Qinggong to head towards the northern courtyard, only to find Lu Chen was not there either. She quickly proceeded to Spring Sound Court, but Lu Chen wasn't there as well. Then Chu Yukon asked the servants of the prince's mansion, and they said Lu Chen hadn't gone to the study either. Chu Yukon was incredibly anxious and decided to help Chu Qingli recover first. Becoming bewitched in cultivation was a very serious matter and could not be left to linger. Soon Chu Yukon returned to the courtyard where she lived, only to find Lu Chen opening the door to Chu Qingli's room and coming out. Seeing this, Chu Yukon was stunned. She had never expected to see Lu Chen coming out of Chu Qingli's room, but then, seizing the moment, Lu Chen cleverly spoke, Madam Chu, you never told me Qingli was bewitched by her cultivation last night. If I hadn't heard noises from her room early this morning and rushed in to treat her, she might have been in mortal danger. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon suddenly came to her senses, chastising herself for her wild imaginations. She had actually thought Lu Chen spent the night in Chu Qingli's room. It was ridiculous. She knew what kind of person Chu Qingli was. How could she have such thoughts? It was as if she assumed others would behave as she would. This was clearly Lu Chen hearing Chu Qingli's screams of agony, then entering to use an immortal technique to help her recover. Chu Yukon then asked, Chen'er, how is Qingli doing now? Lu Chen replied, she's fine now, she just needs some rest. Relieved by Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon sighed, then that's good. Feeling somewhat guilty, she continued, I heard Qingli in pain last night, but I didn't take it seriously. I should have come to find you then. Lu Chen responded with a smile, Madam Chu, don't blame yourself. Just be more careful next time. I have other things to attend to, so I must go now. Chu Yukon said, alright, take care of your tasks. After that, Lu Chen left the courtyard of the two sisters, feeling quite satisfied. After Lu Chen left, Chu Yukon hurried into Chu Qingli's room and closed the door behind her. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled a strong, strange scent, one she had encountered many times before, especially in Lu Chen's study, but she still did not understand what it was. Chu Yukon did not dwell on it, her gaze instead falling on Chu Qingli, who was lying on the bed under the covers, looking rosy-cheeked and as though nothing was amiss. Chu Qingli turned her head to look at Chu Yukon and said, Sister, I'm all right now. Chu Yukon then sat down beside the bed, straightened out Chu Qingli's messy hair on her forehead, and said while doing so, Qingli, I know you're somewhat dissatisfied with Chenur and don't want him to treat you, but you're currently the guard commander of the inner court in the prince's mansion. If you're injured, how will you protect the North Prince mansion? If you lose all your skill and can't serve as the guard commander of the prince's mansion, what value would you have if you stayed in the North Prince mansion? You wouldn't want to be driven out by the prince, would you? Feeling weak, Chu Qingli said, Sister, I understand. You don't need to say any more. It's my mistake this time. Chu Qingli rushed to concede, hoping to have Chu Yukon finish her lecture and leave her room. If Chu Yukon continued to stay, she might discover something. Hearing Chu Qingli's dismissive words, Chu Yukon sighed and continued, Qingli, Chenur probably only healed the injuries on your body. Your meridians may not have been completely cleared. Let sister check for you again. Chu Qingli quickly said, Sister, no need. I'm really fine. Chu Yukon, however, did not heed Chu Qingli's protests. She lifted the blanket, causing Chu Qingli's face to turn deathly pale instantly. Upon lifting the blanket, Chu Yukon noticed that Chu Qingli's bedsheets were wet and carried a very strange scent. Without giving it much thought, Chu Yukon said, Qingli, you've expelled a lot of impurities from your body. You should change the sheets and take a bath before resting. Chu Yukon thought that everything on Chu Qingli's bedsheets was the impurities expelled from her body during her training. Seeing that Chu Yukon seemed completely clueless, Chu Qingli breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, an idea dawned on Chu Qingli. If sister doesn't know even this, could it be that she and Lu Chen have not done that deed? Encouraged by this thought, Chu Qingli was somewhat happy, guessing that at most Lu Chen had only hugged and embraced her sister, and probably they hadn't gone through with the act between a man and a woman. Otherwise, how could her sister not recognize that smell? Chu Qingli said, I understand. I'll get up and take a bath immediately. Just as Chu Qingli was about to get up, Chu Yukon suddenly said, wait. Hearing this, Chu Qingli's heart skipped a beat, and she felt her heart pound uncontrollably. Was she discovered? That shouldn't be possible, right? Didn't her sister just believe these were impurities expelled from training? Chu Qingli cautiously asked, Sister, what's wrong? Chu Yukon, eyeing the red scars on Chu Qingli's pale neck, heaved a sigh and said, the backlash from your training last night was too severe, leaving scars all over your body. Chu Qingli's pale neck bore many red scars, which led Chu Yukon to believe that they were the result of the dangerous training practice Chu Qingli underwent the previous night. Stunned by her words, Chu Qingli paused. Chu Yukon then said, Qingli, take off your clothes so that sister can see how many such scars you have. Later, I'll speak to Chenur and see if his medical techniques can remove the scars. Chu Qingli quickly replied, Sister, there's no need. Chu Qingli heaved another sigh of relief internally, thinking Chu Yukon had found nothing substantial when, in fact, Chu Yukon had only noticed the red marks on her neck. Chu Yukon said, Qingli, don't think these scars are nothing. You are not yet married, so having these scars isn't an issue now, but what will your future darling think when he sees them? These scars must be removed. Saying this, Chu Yukon took matters into her own hands and started to peel off Chu Qingli's outer garments from her shoulders. After hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli felt a swell of emotions, not towards her sister, but directed at a certain bad man, feeling resentful towards him. The scars had all been left by him, marking her body with so many, yet he hadn't used his immortal technique to heal her. It's incomprehensible what that bad man was thinking. Lu Chen could heal the wounds on her body, not letting her feel any pain, so it was impossible that he couldn't deal with such small scars. He was clearly doing it on purpose, intentionally leaving the scars. When Chu Yukan peeled back some of Chu Qingli's clothes, she saw the multitude of red scars that adorned her pale, delicate body almost entirely. Frowning, Chu Yukan remarked, "Qingli, you cannot withstand the backlash of your training like this anymore. Look at all these scars on you." Chu Qingli responded, "Sister, these scars will fade away on their own. It's fine." Chu Yukan sighed again, "I will still tell Chenur afterward, so that he can help you remove all these scars. Alright, go take a bath. I'll have the maids change your sheets." Saying this, Chu Yukan stood up and walked directly towards the door. Seeing that Chu Yukan didn't seem to suspect anything at all, Chu Qingli finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that her sister had not discovered anything, otherwise, she had no idea how she would face her in the future. The thought of that demon made Chu Qingli involuntarily clench her fists. She was a decent person herself, it was only because of that demon's hypnosis that she had become like she was yesterday, and now just thinking of him made her body react in strange ways. She might never be able to break free from this man for the rest of her life. Chu Qingli bit down on her lower lip, reassuring herself that as long as her sister could regain her freedom, everything would be worth it, and enduring some hardship was nothing. It had already been 2 times, with only 98 left. At the thought of the 98 times, Chu Qingli's body couldn't help but shudder. Lu Chen had already broken through to the level of a grandmaster. With 98 times left, how was she going to manage? At the same time, in Chu Shang's courtyard, Chu Shang sat in the courtyard, sighing as he looked at the corpse on the ground. The body on the ground was that of the assassin sent by the Chu family to kill Lu Chen. Last night, Xuanyuan Chen had delivered the corpse and told Chu Shang about the previous night's events. Since then, Chu Shang sat in the courtyard all night without sleep. He had never imagined that after he left the Chu family, they would actually send someone to assassinate his own grandson. But then again, it made sense. His grandson had crossed the bottom line of the aristocratic families, and the Chu family was also one of the South's aristocratic families. They couldn't tolerate Lu Chen, even if he was the grandson of the former Chu family master. Now that he had lost his position as the family head, the Chu family was completely out of his control. Chu Shang understood why Lu Chen had sent the body here. It was a reminder to him, the grandfather, that the Chu family was now in a hostile state with him, and the North Prince Mansion and the Chu family were bound to be enemies, forcing him, the grandfather, to make a choice. Either choose the North Prince Mansion or choose the Chu family. Of course, there was another option, to take those in the Chu family who supported him and leave Great Sha to go to the Dayu dynasty or the Great Qian dynasty. After pondering in the courtyard for the whole night, Chu Shang finally made a decision. He had been staying in the North Country for some time now and had come to understand Lu Chen's North Country quite well. Although the North Country was still poor, he had noticed that following Lu Chen's policies, within 10 years, the North Country would definitely become the strongest feudal state within the Great Sha dynasty. The reason other feudal states couldn't develop much was largely because their lands were under the control of the aristocratic families and local power groups, which meant the seigneurs could do nothing without being restrained by these families. But the North Country was different. Currently, the North Country was dominated solely by the North Prince Mansion. Whatever the North Prince Mansion decided to do, the people below must strictly obey. This had its disadvantages. If the North Prince's policies were wrong, it could impede the development of the North Country. However, there was also a significant advantage. The commands of the North Prince could go directly to the common people. As long as the North Prince remained wise, the North Country would quickly grow to become a strong feudal state, perhaps even the most prosperous. If the Chu family moved to the North Country, they would face a significant issue, they would have no land there. Traditional aristocratic families were based on land ownership. Without land, an aristocratic family would be like a fish without water. However, during his time in the North Country, Chu Shang saw a different model of development. If the Chu family were to side with the North Prince to avoid extinction, they could also pursue commerce. Transitioning from a land-based aristocratic family to a commercial one was also viable, especially since the North Country had much uncultivated land they could take on lease at this time. Although they would not own the land, they would have the right to use it. According to the North Prince's regulations, the aristocratic families could utilize these lands during the lease period. Most importantly, with the North Prince mansion leading the way in commerce, the status of merchants was changing. In the future, in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, merchants would no longer be at the bottom. The business environment in the North Country is very good now, with caravans from various countries constantly coming in and out of Yan County. If the Chu family can seize this opportunity, within less than 50 years, they're bound to become a great family once again. Of course, Chu Shang was also aware that an aristocratic family in the North Country would inevitably be suppressed, and his grandson wouldn't possibly allow the Chu family to become the kind of family that could control the economic lifeline again. At that moment, Chu Shang rose from the stone stool and directly said to the servant in the yard, "Prepare the carriage, this old man is going to the North Prince mansion." Right now, Lu Chen was enjoying the porridge personally made for him by Mu Zixuan. His face always wore a smile when drinking the porridge. Seeing how good Lu Chen's mood was, Mu Zixuan smiled and asked, "Prince, which sister served you so happily last night?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "My consort, take a guess." Mu Zixuan said, "Could it be Nanyan?" Lu Chen took a sip of porridge and said, "It's not." Mu Zixuan continued, "Isn't it someone from Spring Sound Court?" Lu Chen replied, "No, keep guessing." Mu Zixuan thought for a moment. There were only two people in Spring Sound Court, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Since it wasn't someone from Spring Sound Court, it must be from the Northern Court, but both Great Ju and Xiaozhou from the North Court were already pregnant. That left only Wang Qingqi and Bai Qingqing. Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "This consort guesses it's either Wang's sister or little Bai." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised his hand and playfully flicked Mu Zixuan's nose, then said, "Who guesses like you do? I don't have that many women. However, unfortunately, you've still not guessed correctly." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Mu Zixuan was momentarily stunned. If it wasn't one of the women known to Lu Chen, could it be Chu Yukan? But Chu Yukan had only come to the main courtyard to find Lu Chen this morning. Surely last night Lu Chen wasn't with Chu Yukan. That left only Chu Qingli and the two women from Mysterious Moon Palace. Those two from Mysterious Moon Palace likely hadn't made their moves so quickly, so by process of elimination, the only one left was Chu Qingli. But wasn't Chu Qingli harboring some resentment towards Lu Chen? Seeing Mu Zixuan seriously contemplating, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "All right, my consort, don't fret over it anymore, you'll find out who it was in due time." Mu Zixuan snapped back to reality, her smile reappearing as she said, "Even if the prince doesn't say, this consort has already guessed. Congratulations to the prince for acquiring another beauty." Just then, a maid entered the hall. "Prince, there is an elder outside looking for you." Hearing the maid's words, Lu Chen instantly guessed who it was. He had anticipated that Chu Shang would come looking for him last night. Then Lu Chen put down his bowl and said, "Take him to the study." "Yes, Prince." When Lu Chen arrived at the study, Chu Shang was standing at the door of the study. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Chu Shang immediately said, "This humble one pays respects to the prince." Lu Chen quickly came over to support Chu Shang by the arms and said, "Grandfather-in-law, what are you doing? There's no need for formalities like this when we meet in private." Chu Shang was about to say something about the indispensability of courtesy, but Lu Chen interrupted him and continued, "Grandfather-in-law, I presume you have already seen the assassin from last night." Hearing this question from Lu Chen, Chu Shang sighed and then said, "I did see him. I never expected that after I left the Chu family, they would do such a monstrous and unrighteous thing." Lu Chen said with a smile, "What I have been doing in the North Country has touched their bottom line. It's not surprising that they would do such a thing. After all, the Chu family is one of the aristocratic families, and even the largest one in the south." Chu Shang said, "The Chu family has already fallen apart and can no longer be considered a top aristocratic family of the south." Lu Chen asked, "Grandfather-in-law, about the matter I discussed with you before, have you considered it?" If the members of the Chu family who wish to follow you are willing to come to the North Country, I can give them a piece of land for free. Of course, under the laws of the North Country, the Chu family would only have the right to use it. However, you must understand, grandfather-in-law, that once the reforms in the North Country are complete, land will no longer hold the same importance as before, and the future development of the Chu family doesn't necessarily have to rely on land. Chu Shang said, I'm planning to return to Sufeng City tomorrow, but if I were to lead the people of the Chu family to the North Country, there would likely be significant resistance. After all, he was the former Chu family master. There would definitely be many people following him, and if he were to leave, the Chu family's strength would be significantly weakened. First of all, the new family head would certainly not agree. Furthermore, it is a crucial time for the aristocratic families of the south to band together against the emperor. If so many people from the Chu family were to leave all at once, it would equate to the weakening of the strength of the southern aristocratic families. If it were in the past, these southern aristocratic families would have been more than happy to see the strength of the Chu family diminish. But times have changed, and if the power of the southern aristocratic families were to weaken, the Sum emperor might set his sights on them. So at the very least, the strength of the aristocratic families of the south cannot be weakened for now, and other families would definitely not allow the Chu family to leave the south, to leave Sufeng City. If Chu Shang were to lead his clan out of Sufeng City, there could be another potential resistance, namely the Sum emperor, who might not be pleased to see the Chu family running off to the North Country. Even though part of the Chu family running off to the North Country means the weakening of the southern aristocratic families, the Sum emperor is quite suspicious by nature and might wonder if there is some other ulterior motive behind the Chu family's move to the North Country. In short, it's not an easy task for the Chu family to leave the south. Hearing Chu Shang's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, Grandfather-in-law, if you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help from my people. They will assist you throughout the process of moving to the North Country. Currently, the Brocade Guard is throughout Sufeng City, and the intelligence work in the southern area is very well done. If there are any movements from other families, the Brocade Guard will soon be aware of it. They would be able to cover and assist the Chu family in leaving Sufeng City to some extent. Chu Shang replied, then I will trouble you with this. I will head back today. Before we move to the North Country, I will send someone to inform you. Lu Chen responded, fine. Afterward, Chu Shang left the North Prince mansion. Not long after Chu Shang had left, a bitch appeared at the yard entrance of the study, leaning against the doorframe with her body showcasing her S-curved waistline to perfection. Prince, such a big event happened last night, and you didn't even say a word to me. If I hadn't heard about it from the servants today, I wouldn't have known that such a big incident had happened in Yan County last night. Seeing that it was Wang Qingqi who had come back, Lu Chen said with a smile, a big event. What big event? It was just dealing with a bunch of petty thieves, nothing to make a fuss about. As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingqi's graceful figure and continued, is there any intelligence you have for me today? Wang Qingqi replied, indeed, there is a piece of very important intelligence, and it is likely to affect Great Sum. Hearing her words, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Affect Great Sum. Once Lu Chen came to his senses, he immediately made his way to the study. He and Chu Shang had been talking in the yard, not even entering the study. Come in, and let me know in detail what it's all about, he said. Afterwards, Wang Qingqi followed Lu Chen into the study. Once inside, she proactively shut the door, then took out an intelligence report from her sleeve and placed it on Lu Chen's desk. Lu Chen picked up the report, opened it, and read it carefully. His lips gradually curled into a smile, but soon his expression turned serious again as he finally understood why Wang Qingqi had said this intelligence could affect Great Sum. At that moment, Wang Qingqi said, it's quite normal for Great Wu to experience rebellion due to their constant waging of wars. If it weren't for their recent declaration of war against Great Sum, it might not have led to a rebellion so soon. Following this, Great Wu will likely have no capacity to deal with Great Sum anymore. The content of the intelligence detailed recent events in the Great Wu Empire, where revolts had erupted in 2 counties of the southwestern part, with the support of the regular Great Wu army. The regular army and the rebel farmers united and marched towards the martial emperor's city under the banner of Qing Kun Sai, vowing to rid the emperor of evil ministers. If it were just 2 counties, it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but now many counties in the Great Wu dynasty are restless, especially those seigneurs. Before long, civil war in Great Wu would break out. To be precise, it had already erupted the moment the peasant uprising began. Lu Chen felt some joy upon seeing civil war erupt in Great Wu, but he quickly realized that once Great Wu descended into civil war, Great Sha would lose all external pressure. Without external pressure, I'm afraid his own father, the Sum Emperor, would prepare to make a move against the aristocratic families. With Great Wu in chaos, Great Sha would be next. Apart from the Great Wu dynasty, I have another piece of intelligence here. However, it's not as significant as the outbreak of civil war in Great Wu, and it has not been confirmed yet, it's just some rumors. As she finished speaking, Wang Qingqi took out another piece of intelligence from her sleeves and placed it on Lu Chen's desk. Lu Chen opened the second piece of intelligence Wang Qingqi had given him, glanced over it, and his serious expression was swept away. He then said with a smile, "It seems that the window of opportunity for North Country's development has arrived. Fortune really does favor me." The second piece of intelligence from Wang Qingqi recorded some rumors heard by the Rain Listening Pavilion's trade caravan within the borders of the Great Qian dynasty, that an epidemic had broken out to the south of Great Qian dynasty, and to prevent the spread of the disease, they had redeployed their armies to the south for quarantine. However, this matter was still under wraps, and while people have heard whispers, there is no way to confirm if the news is true. At that moment, Wang Qingqi continued, although we have not confirmed the veracity of this intelligence, the fact that the Great Qian dynasty has moved its soldiers away from the Great Sha border suggests that something significant has indeed happened in the south. Originally, all the major dynasties had troops stationed on the borders of Great Sha, but after war broke out, the Dayu dynasty remained stationary, and the Great Qian dynasty actually redeployed its soldiers back home, leaving only Great Wu to launch an attack on the Great Sha dynasty. And now that Great Wu no longer has the luxury of dealing with Great Sha, only Dayu remains, but considering the current situation in Dayu, they're unlikely to expand externally anytime soon. The Empress of Dayu had only recently ascended to the throne, and like North Country, they also face the threat of the barbarian tribe in the north. If Dayu tries to expand south now, it's uncertain whether they'd be able to hold onto their capital when the barbarian tribe descends from the north. Now that all 3 major dynasties bordering Great Sha are preoccupied with their own affairs, all of Great Sha's external pressures have vanished. Once the external pressures are gone, the internal conflicts that were being suppressed are bound to erupt. For North Country, widespread chaos is a great opportunity. Being on the periphery, the turmoil of other kingdoms won't have much impact, the only likely effect being a possible influx of refugees. But refugees fleeing to North Country is exactly what Lu Chen wants to see. As North Country's population is relatively small, the refugees would be a population boost. Of course, managing them might present significant challenges. So, in the end, the biggest problem North Country currently faces is a shortage of civil officials. Once the Chu family arrives, Lu Chen plans to employ some of its members as officials. A fragmented Chu family poses little threat, and he isn't worried about them forming a new significant force in North Country. After arriving in North Country, the Chu family will have no support and will have to stand with the North Prince Mansion. Utilizing people from the Chu family shouldn't pose too much of an issue. The key point is that North Country's military power and economic lifelines are controlled by the North Prince Mansion, which is why Lu Chen has such confidence. If he were just a prince with nothing to his name, employing people from the Chu family as officials could lead to them overshadowing him, much like the predicament Great Sha is currently facing. This is what's happening in the current court, where aristocratic family officials are employed and the Sum Emperor's orders can't even make it out of the capital city. In that moment, Lu Chen, looking at the 2 pieces of intelligence on the table and pondering for a while, then said to Wang Qingqi, "Continue to send people to gather information on Great Qian dynasty's situation. I want to get accurate news to see if Great Qian really is in trouble." Wang Qingqi replied, "Yes, Prince." At this point, Wang Qingqi gave Lu Chen a serious look. For some reason, she suddenly felt as though Lu Chen had become even more handsome today, and also seemed taller and more robust. Was it her imagination? Wang Qingqi couldn't help thinking, could it be because she hadn't returned for so long that she felt there had been a change in Lu Chen's physique? Backquote, backquote, backquote. As Wang Qingqi was thinking this, Lu Chen looked up at her. He noticed that her eyes were fixated on him. Originally, he had intended to have the maids outside inform the brocade guard and call for the officials of Yan County to discuss state affairs in the Hall of Political Affairs. However, seeing the affection in Wang Qingqi's eyes as she looked at him gave Lu Chen some ideas. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Caught in her daydream by Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Not at all, this one was just thinking about something." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Oh. Thinking about something. What could be so engrossing? Tell me about it." Wang Qingqi spoke softly, this one was wondering why the prince seems to have grown taller again. Lu Chen said lightly, "I am at the age of growing, isn't it quite normal to get taller?" Wang Qingqi said, "The prince is right. If the prince has no other matters, then this one will take her leave." Wang Qingqi, afraid that Lu Chen might have other ideas about her, planned to make a quick escape. Lu Chen said, "Mr. Wang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have important news to tell you, and this news is even more important to you personally." Hearing Lu Chen's words made Wang Qingqi pause. News that was extremely important to her. What could that be? The tone of Lu Chen's voice didn't seem to suggest he was discussing serious matters. What could be so important? When Lu Chen had official business with her, he wouldn't address her as Mr. Wang. Although she guessed it probably wasn't anything serious, her curiosity got the best of her and Wang Qingqi asked, "May I ask what news the prince has to tell?" Lu Chen said with a slight smile, "Come closer to me. Not many people know of this matter yet. I'll tell you quietly." Seeing Lu Chen's harmless smile, Wang Qingqi's legs trembled involuntarily. Did he truly have important news to tell her? Or could it be he wanted to? Wang Qingqi then sashayed over to Lu Chen and, with a look of aggrievement, said, "Prince, if you want to be naughty, just say so directly. Why make excuses about having important news to tell this one?" After Wang Qingqi arrived by Lu Chen's side, prepared to be pressed down on a table by him, Lu Chen did not make any moves but instead whispered in her ear, "Not many people know about this yet, Mr. Wang. Do not let the secret slip, or you will receive a very severe punishment from me." Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't made any advances, Wang Qingqi's curiosity grew. Could it be that Lu Chen actually had some news to tell her? She had thought that Lu Chen would, as before, call her Mr. Wang with his lips and then, the next moment, have her pressed against a table and deal with her. Wang Qingqi promptly said, "Please speak, Prince. This one will keep your secret and not let a third person know." Lu Chen then said, "I have already broken through to be a grandmaster. My body has become even more robust than before. Before it was a big deal to stay up all night, but now it's not a problem for me to stay awake for several days and nights." At this point, Lu Chen paused, then leaned closer to Wang Qingqi's ear and whispered, "Do you consider this news important to you, Mr. Wang?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's last sentence, Wang Qingqi turned pale, and her delicate body began to tremble uncontrollably. Grandmaster. When Wang Qingqi heard Lu Chen say those words, she was completely dumbfounded. In the entire Great Sum, there were only a few known grandmasters, and they were all basically in the capital city. Becoming a grandmaster wasn't an easy feat. Ordinary martial artists spent their whole lives training. Becoming a master was already quite an achievement, and there were even fewer Extreme Realm masters. Lu Chen was only 17 this year. How was it possible for him to become a grandmaster? Soon, however, Wang Qingqi realized something. That's why when she saw Lu Chen today, she always felt that he had become more robust, emanating a more powerful aura than before. She couldn't believe Lu Chen had already become a grandmaster. Wait a second. What did it mean for Lu Chen to be telling her this news first? And he even emphasized how his body became stronger and that he could go days and nights without sleep. Wasn't this indirectly telling her that he could handle her for days and nights without any problem? Just thinking about it, Wang Qingqi couldn't help but break out in a sweat, and she turned her pale face to look at Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen was smiling at her with a devilish grin, making Wang Qingqi feel a chill run down her spine. Wang Qingqi quickly put on a pitiful look, gazing into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Prince, I'm but a weak woman, please don't be so fierce with me in the future." Seeing Wang Qingqi coquettishly using a whiny voice on him, Lu Chen chuckled, wrapped one arm around her slim waist, placed his other hand on her hip, pressed his body against hers, and said with a smile, "A weak woman. I remember Mr. Wang being quite arrogant in front of me before, always calling me young prince and provoking me. How come you're a weak woman today?" Wang Qingqi continued to act coquettishly. "Prince, I've never provoked you, I was just cooperating with your act." Lu Chen's hand wandered over Wang Qingqi's body as he said, "Then how about this? You bear a child for me, and I will forgive your previous disrespect. Otherwise." He paused, and with a sudden slap on Wang Qingqi's hip, she let out a soft yelp. Then she said, "Prince, I'm only a female slave, I'm not worthy of bearing your offspring. Even if I were really to bear your child, the child would later suffer from the scorn of others because of my status. Would you bear to see your own child being humiliated in the future?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "You need not talk to me about this. I know you just don't want to bear my child. Having stayed in the North Prince mansion for so long, you can't be unaware of my attitude towards my children. I even dote on my daughter, holding her in the palm of my hand. How could I possibly bear to see my children suffer? You little siren, monopolizing my body for the longest time, deceiving my affections, and yet refusing to bear my child. It seems like you're just trying to rebel against me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi continued to feign a pitiful appearance. "Prince, how would I dare deceive your feelings? I am a ninth-grade martial artist after all. Even if I wanted to bear your child, it wouldn't be that easy to get pregnant." Lu Chen said, "That's simple. From now on, you'll come back to the prince's mansion every day. I'll visit your room daily, and I don't believe I, a grandmaster, can't get a ninth-grade martial artist pregnant." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi froze. Visiting her room daily, she would die, right? Ying ying ying. Coming back to her senses, Wang Qingqi hurriedly said in a coquettish tone, "Prince, I also have to help you oversee the rain listening pavilion. You have yet to achieve your great cause, and I still have to work for you. I wouldn't want to fall behind on my duties because of pregnancy. Let's wait until the North Country is stable, and then I can bear children for you." Hearing that, Lu Chen lifted her delicate chin with one hand, looked into her eyes, and with a smile said, "Why do I feel like you just don't want to have my child? Could it be that you despise me for only being a prince, not worthy enough for you to bear my children?" Wang Qingqi immediately said, "How could I possibly think that?" At this point, Wang Qingqi fluttered her peach blossom eyes and continued to play coy and pitiful. Seeing Wang Qingqi's seductive appearance, Lu Chen felt like pinning her down on the desk and giving her a good lesson, but having stayed up all night yesterday and already having dealt with Chu Qingli after getting up, he didn't have such strong urges now. So he let go of Wang Qingqi and then said, "All right, I was just teasing you. I'm not insistent on you bearing my child right now." Hearing that, Wang Qingqi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was unwilling to bear Lu Chen's child, she was mainly concerned about her low status as only a female slave to Lu Chen. If she bore a child, her child could likely suffer unjust treatment. Even though Lu Chen treated her well and frequently doted on her, she was clear about her own position. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "For today, you'd better go back. Let the trading caravan of the Rain Listening Pavilion continue to keep an eye on the happenings in the Great Qian dynasty." "All right, Prince," said Wang Qingqi. Just then, something crossed Wang Qingqi's mind, and she asked with certainty, "Prince, have you really reached the Grandmaster realm?" Wang Qingqi still found it hard to believe that there could be a 17-year-old Grandmaster in this world. Even though Lu Chen's aura was so formidable, she always felt it defied common sense, a bit too exaggerated. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What? You don't believe it? Why not test it out yourself?" Wang Qingqi quickly replied, "No, no, this servant shall take her leave." Having said that, Wang Qingqi hurriedly fled. If Lu Chen had truly broken through to the Grandmaster realm, his physical prowess must have become incredibly strong. Coupled with his young age, now, when his vigor was at its peak, how could she, a frail woman, withstand it? It was better to quickly leave this dangerous place. Watching Wang Qingqi's panicked retreat, Lu Chen chuckled. This little enchantress, she has now submitted completely. She used to provoke him often, but now she'd probably tremble at the sight of him in the future. After Wang Qingqi left, Lu Chen said to the maid at the door of the study, inform the brocade guard to summon all officials from Yan County to the Hall of Political Affairs. Yes, Prince. Meanwhile, in the Great Sum capital city, within the imperial palace, the Sum Emperor, upon hearing the Shadow Guard's report, could not help but reveal a satisfying smile. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Great Wu dynasty is reaping its own consequences. The Rain Listening Pavilion collected only some public information. Whatever intelligence the Rain Listening Pavilion could gather, the Sum Emperor's Shadow Guard could also obtain. The Sum Emperor was also aware of the peasant uprising that had erupted in the Great Wu dynasty. The moment he heard of the peasant uprising in the Great Wu dynasty, the Sum Emperor's mouth almost curved into a sideways grin. It was the happiest he had laughed in a long time. At this moment, Satu Ce asked, how does your majesty plan to deal with Shiwu County? Now that Great Wu was embroiled in internal strife, although the terms for peace had already stated that Shiwu County was to be ceded to Great Wu, it was unlikely that Great Wu had the capacity to occupy Shiwu County anymore. Thus, it was entirely possible for Great Sum to go back on its word. The Sum Emperor then said, since a pact has been signed, Shiwu County must naturally be granted to them. The Sum Emperor was no fool. Although Great Wu was now in chaos, the internal strife had not shaken the foundation of the Great Wu nation. If he were to go back on his word at this time, the large army that Great Wu had amassed in Shiwu County might very well advance eastward again. Since signs of internal conflict had already appeared within Great Wu, it was now especially imperative not to give Great Wu an excuse to wage an external war. Internal conflicts can generally be deflected through external wars, and it was vital not to give the martial emperor a chance to distract from domestic troubles. Great Sum could temporarily sacrifice Shiwu County for now. Once Great Wu fell into complete chaos, Great Sum could always retake Shiwu County in the future. Furthermore, even if Shiwu County was handed over to Great Wu, amidst the internal turmoil, it was uncertain whether Great Wu's troops could completely occupy it. At most, they would send soldiers to raid Shiwu County before returning to Great Wu. Shiwu County was but a minor matter. The internal turmoil of Great Wu presented the Sum Emperor with an opportunity. With the external threat gone, it was time for him to take action. Having tolerated humiliation for so many years, he finally saw an opportunity. Just then, another shadow guard appeared in the royal garden, kneeling before the Sum Emperor and raising the intelligence in his hands. Your Majesty, there is news from Great Qian. Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor grabbed the intelligence from the shadow guard's hand, glanced over it, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, truly, heaven helps me. Who could have expected this? Seeing the Sum Emperor so excited, Satu Ce knew that there must also be trouble within Great Qian. It seemed that the civil war within Great Sum was about to start. With this thought, Satu Ce envisioned Lu Chen in his mind. Once the civil war erupted in Great Sum, it would inevitably create many refugees, and most likely, these refugees would pour into the North Country, signaling the start of a window of opportunity for development. If the Sum Emperor emerged victorious from the civil war, successfully purging the aristocratic families, then the Great Sum that the North Prince would inherit would inevitably become even stronger. Satu Ce's expectations began to rise. At first, he had not been too supportive of the Sum Emperor's purge of the aristocratic families, as Great Sum faced external pressures. Now that there was no external threat, he naturally supported the Sum Emperor. The news of internal strife in Great Wu rapidly spread throughout Great Sum, causing immediate panic among the aristocratic families within its borders. If the external pressure on Great Sum vanished, it's very likely that the Sum Emperor would turn his blade on the aristocratic families next. Suddenly, every major aristocratic family within Great Sum began to prepare. Some colluded with seigneurs, while others chose to ally with princes, ready to overthrow the Sum emperor and install a new one should he dare to move against them. However, the following period saw an unexpected calm in Great Sum. The Sum emperor showed no signs whatsoever of acting against the aristocratic families. Not only was there no large-scale mobilization of troops, but he also established Prince Lu Shuyun as the crown prince, bringing immense joy to the aristocratic families in the south, who began to believe that the Sum emperor was truly willing to make a full compromise. 1 month later. North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen, in his study, looked over the messages from the capital city, feeling a tinge of confusion. His imperial father must be aware of the problems within Great Wu and Great Qian, so why wasn't he taking action now? Not only had he avoided a confrontation with the nobility, but he also named Prince Lu Shuyun as crown prince, a move that seemed to be a concession to the southern aristocratic families. Could it be that his imperial father was playing a long game and the establishment of a crown prince was merely a smokescreen? While now was the best opportunity to strike at the aristocratic families, their influence was deeply intertwined with that of Great Sum. Rooting out an ancient family was akin to scraping the bone to cure the poison. Despite it being an opportune time to eradicate the ancient families, dealing with the nobility was a matter that required a slow and steady approach. Lu Chen certainly didn't believe that his imperial father had completely abandoned the idea of taking action against the aristocratic families. As Lu Chen pondered over the intelligence reports from the capital city, Wu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the study and said, "Prince, an envoy from Qi Prince has come to Yan County." Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment and, setting aside the reports in his hand, he then said, "Qi Prince? Which Qi Prince?" Wu Yuan quickly understood and immediately replied, "Your imperial uncle." The names of Qi Prince and Qi Prince sound alike. Lu Shuyun was the Qi Prince, while the other Qi Prince was Lu Chen's imperial uncle, a seigneur with his own feudal lands. Lu Chen had initially thought the envoy was from Lu Shuyun again. After hearing Wu Yuan's response, Lu Chen, out of curiosity, said, "What does he need an envoy for?" The lands under Qi Prince bordered directly with North Country, lying just to its south. Wu Yuan answered, "It's most likely about the refugees." With that explanation from Wu Yuan, Lu Chen seemed to understand, a slight smile appearing on his face before he said, "Bring that envoy to my study to see me." "Yes, Prince." Soon enough, Wu Yuan brought a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe into the study. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the man immediately performed a courteous salutation and said, "This humble official, Lu Zhang, greets the North Prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "A humble official? We are all subjects of Great Sum, how could you call yourself such? Could it be that my imperial uncle has other intentions?" Though they all resided in one empire, it was customary for ministers from different feudal states to refer to themselves as humble officials to those from another. Lu Chen, well aware of this fact, was merely jesting to see how Lu Zhang would react, a subtle form of a test. Lu Zhang showed no signs of panic on his face and spoke with a respectful yet firm tone. "The prince is correct, it was my mistake. Upon my return, I shall admit my wrongdoing to my king and request his punishment." Lu Chen decided not to pursue this topic further and cut to the chase. "Tell me, what is my imperial uncle's business in sending you?" Lu Zhang replied, "Prince, my king heard that there are vast uncultivated lands in the North Country but a lack of manpower for development. Recently, as you've been troubled by the issue of population, and coincidentally, Qi Country has received quite a number of refugees from Shiwu County, my king intends to send these refugees to the North Country to assist you, Prince, in reclaiming the land." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen let out a laugh before saying, "My imperial uncle indeed plays a clever game. What do you mean by assisting me in reclaiming the land? It seems to me that Qi Country simply doesn't want to take in those refugees, viewing them as a burden, and thus wishes to send them to the North Country instead." Lu Zhang, still composed, replied, "Your words are mistaken, Prince. Nowadays, Qi Country is abundant in food, and the nation is wealthy and the people strong. We could still accommodate those refugees from Shiwu County. Sending them to North Country is simply an effort to foster good relations. It is out of goodwill that my king takes the initiative to aid you, Prince." Lu Chen said, "Your kind intentions from Qi Country are well received. Since Qi country is capable of accommodating those refugees, let them stay with you. North country is impoverished, and we can't even provide for our own people, let alone spare any food for those refugees. Yet Lu Zhang remained unflustered, calmly stating, please rest assured, Prince. My king said that if you agree to accept the refugees, their food for the entire year will be provided by Qi country. Hearing Lu Zhang's words, Lu Chen replied, oh. My imperial uncle is that generous. He's even prepared food for the refugees. Qi country wouldn't just send the people over and then disregard them afterward, would it? Lu Zhang replied, the refugees, food rations, along with the refugees themselves, will be simultaneously delivered to North country. Upon receipt, North country can verify and count the provisions first. Lu Chen could tell that the situation with the refugees from those three counties had become a thorn in Qi country's side, and they wouldn't be acting so humbly otherwise. Deciding not to haggle any further, Lu Chen planned to take the offer. A year's supply of food for the refugees would help them settle through the year comfortably. Once corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were harvested, sustaining the refugees in the coming year would not be a great challenge. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lu Zhang thought Lu Chen was still not planning to agree and continued, Prince, before I left Qi country, our king had discussed with the grain merchants of Qi country. If North country is willing to accept those refugees, North country can purchase grain from Qi country at the prices before the outbreak of the war between Great Sum and Great Wu, and Qi country promises not to increase the prices within a year. Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed the refugees had seriously affected the local landlords and aristocratic families in Qi country. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to this condition. Seeing Lu Chen still silent, Lu Zhang frowned, wondering if the North Prince was still unwilling to agree. Was he being too greedy? It was evident that North country now needed people, and Qi country was both offering people and grain, having lowered their stance so much. If North country still refused, that would be truly ungrateful. Just then, Lu Chen said, considering that the Qi prince is my uncle, I will give Qi country this face. The refugees may be sent to North country, but not a grain less of their annual food supply can be missing. When the time comes, I will arrange for the military to receive them. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Lu Zhang relaxed inwardly and then said, of course. Afterwards, Lu Chen said to Wu Yuan, Commander Wu, Lord Lu has traveled a long way. Make sure he is treated well. Wu Yuan immediately replied, yes, Prince. Lu Zhang then said, thank you, Prince. I take my leave. After Wu Yuan took Lu Zhang out of the study, Lu Chen immediately sent for the officials of Yan County to discuss receiving the refugees. The number of refugees from those three districts was assuredly vast, several 100,000 was the least to expect. Otherwise, Qi country would not have paid such a high price. With its vast land and many wastelands, it was not too difficult for North country to accommodate these refugees. However, managing these refugees well would not be easy. Hence, it was necessary to discuss how to settle these refugees and where would be best to place them. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Great Sum, at the East Palace, Crown Prince Lu Shuyun was dealing with some governmental affairs in his study when one retainer after another entered the room. After seeing them arrive, Lu Shuyun put down what he was doing and said, recently, many refugees have arrived outside the capital city. My emperor father has tasked me with dealing with these refugees, but I have yet to find a good solution. The refugee issue was the first political matter Lu Shuyun had taken on since becoming crown prince, and he had to handle it well, or he would inevitably be impeached by the people of other princes in the court. For this reason, Lu Shuyun had called all his retainers, and some officials from the aristocratic families were also present in his study. At that moment, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Household said, Your Highness, the farmland within Great Sum has already been fully allocated, and it is hard to find any more land to settle so many refugees. Therefore, I suggest relocating all these refugees to North Country to prevent disasters and chaos. North Country is full of wastelands, and it is in dire need of people. I believe the North Prince would be happy to accept these refugees, which would conveniently solve the problem. Hearing these words, Lu Shuyun frowned slightly. Whenever he thought of the North Prince, he was reminded of what Wang Yang had told him not long ago. The Wang family had dispatched an assassin from the Spirit Marshal Tower to kill the North Prince, and it had been so long without any news. At that moment, Lu Shuyun turned to Wang Yang and asked, Wang Yang, is there any news on that matter? Wang Yang replied, Your Highness, there is still no news, and I've even inquired at the Spirit Marshal Tower. Their people also haven't received any information from North Country. Su Teng and his group disappeared after going to Yan County. Lu Shuyun thought for a moment. Su Teng was at least an extreme realm master, yet he disappeared upon reaching North Country. Moreover, during this time, numerous aristocratic families had sent assassins to North Country, yet the North Prince was still alive, and those assassins had all vanished without a trace. How many experts does the North Prince have by his side? At that time, an advisor in the study said, I don't recommend that Your Highness send the refugees to North Country. If North Country develops, it will definitely become a major threat to Your Highness. Although the refugees from those 3 counties are indeed a big problem, if all these refugees were sent to North Country, it might become an even bigger problem in the future. So many aristocratic families within Great Su have sent assassins, yet none have managed to kill the North Prince. This proves that the North Prince has already secured a firm foothold in North Country. If he were to receive so many more people, then North Country will surely experience further development and strengthening. After hearing the advisor's words, the Assistant Minister of Revenue said, Mr. Li's concerns are not without reason, but currently, North Country lacks clothing and food and simply cannot support such a large population. These refugees moving to North Country will only create more chaos. I think it is unlikely that the North Prince can manage these refugees well. Moreover, this is the first policy matter Your Highness is dealing with after becoming the Crown Prince. The most urgent task is to first resolve the refugee crisis. In my opinion, we should not be concerned about North Country's problems at the moment. Additionally, North Country has already reclaimed all land ownership rights back under the North Prince Mansion. These refugees going to North Country will not get any land. In time, these refugees will inevitably revolt, which actually is advantageous for the court to handle North Country's issues later on. Hearing the Minister of Revenue's words, Lu Shuyun thought there was some merit to them. Although there were many refugees from the 3 counties, enough to significantly supplement the population of North Country, it was precisely because there were too many people that North Country wouldn't be able to manage them, potentially leaving behind seeds of trouble. Such a poor feudal state definitely couldn't support such a large population. Moreover, the court has already decided not to interfere with North Country's affairs. Any difficulty North Country faces, the court will not step in. As soon as these refugees move to North Country, internal strife will be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Lu Shuyun said, Lord Qin is right. If I am unable to quickly resolve the refugee crisis within Great Sus borders, I will inevitably be subjected to the minister's impeachment. This is the first policy matter I am dealing with after becoming the Crown Prince, and I must resolve it quickly. As for North Country, not only is it impoverished, but the winter there is also long. If they can't solve the problem of food and warmth, they won't be able to develop even in 100 years. Seeing that Lu Shuyun had made up his mind, no one in the study said anything more. They all understood that for their faction, it indeed wasn't the time to consider how to deal with North Country. Lu Shuyun had just become the Crown Prince and had to accomplish something significant, otherwise, he couldn't stop the ministers' mouths. If he couldn't even quickly resolve a refugee crisis, what kind of Crown Prince would he be? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by. North Country, Hall of Political Affairs. The main topic of today's court meeting was the matter of North Country accepting refugees during the past half-month. Qi Prince was true to his word, not only sending the refugees to North Country but also sending a fair amount of grain. Moreover, in the past half-month, Lu Chen had instructed the North Prince Mansion to hurry and purchase grain from Qi Country. Lu Chen anticipated that a civil war was about to break out in Great Su, which would drive up the price of grain. Finally having an opportunity to buy grain at pre-war prices, the North Prince Mansion couldn't afford to miss this chance. Now Yan County had established quite a few grain storages, specifically for storing grain. As the court meeting neared its end, a brocade guard entered the hall, Prince, urgent news from the capital city. Upon hearing this, the hall immediately quieted down. Lu Chen on the dais said, "Present it." The brocade guard then placed the intelligence before Lu Chen, who picked up the freshly arrived report and painstakingly read it. After a while, he put down the report and said to the officials in the hall, "The court has decided to relocate all refugees from the 3 counties to North Country. The imperial decree will arrive in Yan County in a few days." Hearing this, the hall immediately burst into discussion. At this moment, Li Rui asked, "Prince, is the court going to provide grain to North Country?" Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "Grain. Lord Li really has a sense of humor. When the court recalled Lin Shuming's army of 20,000 last time, it was said that from now on, the court would not aid North Country with anything, including grain." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Hall of Political Affairs immediately became as noisy as a marketplace. "Prince, if the court doesn't provide grain, we absolutely must not accept those refugees. The court is going too far. There are close to 1 million refugees from the 3 counties. If they don't provide grain, how can the North Country possibly support them?" Exactly. The North Country is already so poor, and yet they send so many refugees over. In the end, the North Country will be even poorer. It seems like the court is deliberately trying to weaken the North Country through these refugees. Seeing the officials in the Great Hall looking indignant, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. The officials of the North Country had essentially completed their transition. In the past, they looked at issues from Great Sum's perspective, but now they all considered matters from the North Country's standpoint, focusing on the interests of the North Country. After the officials in the Great Hall had discussed for a while, Li Rui once again spoke up. "Prince, does the North Country really have to accept these refugees?" Lu Chen said, "According to the intelligence this prince has received, the court's stance is that accepting those refugees is a duty the North Country must fulfill as a feudal state, so the North Country cannot refuse this." The officials within the hall were dumbfounded. Not being able to refuse. This was treating the North Country like an easy mark. If the court didn't give grain and they dumped all those refugees on the North Country, wouldn't the refugees rise up in rebellion immediately if there was nothing for them to eat upon their arrival? At this moment, Lu Chen said, "This prince will write a memorial and send it to the capital city later. If the court doesn't provide grain, and these refugees arrive in the North Country and don't wish to stay, then it will no longer be the North Country's concern. After all, these refugees are citizens of Great Sum, this prince cannot restrict their freedom. If the court insists on doing this and a peasant uprising like the one in Great Wu erupts, the court will have to find a solution themselves. The North Country is very poor, which is something all of Great Sum's common people know. If the refugees are sent to the North Country without providing grain, it is as good as trying to starve the refugees to death. When the common people hear about this, they will undoubtedly be extremely disappointed with the court." At that moment, Lu Chen rose from the throne, waving his sleeve as he said, "Today's meeting concludes here. Commander Qin, come to my study." "Yes, Prince." Soon after, Lu Chen went to his study, with Qin Yushan following closely behind. "Prince, do you have any tasks for this subordinate?" Lu Chen said, "Write a letter later and notify Commander Liang to mobilize all the brocade guards within Great Sum's borders to spread the news that the court isn't giving grain to the North Country, especially to the refugees." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushan immediately understood Lu Chen's intention. "Understood, Prince. This subordinate will convey the message to Commander Liang right away." As Qin Yushan's voice faded, he prepared to leave the study, but Lu Chen then said, "Wait a moment, this prince has another matter." Qin Yushan stopped and said, "Please speak, Prince." Lu Chen asked, "How are things being handled with the Spirit Marshal Tower?" Qin Yushan replied, "The Spirit Marshal Tower has sent quite a few spies to Yan County recently to search for their pavilion master. However, most of those spies have been captured by us. We are trying to draw the craftsmen of the Spirit Marshal Tower to the North Country, but they are too cautious and absolutely no one is willing to come." Lu Chen said, "Find a way to control a person, then release that Grand Master back, and nurture him to become a member of the Brocade Guard." Qin Yushan replied, "Prince, making a Grand Master obey is likely not so easy, and it might require your highness to personally meet with the Grand Master." While it is indeed possible to use certain drugs to control a Grand Master, martial artists of the Master Realm generally don't give in so easily. They might submit on the surface, but once out of danger, they would find ways to break free from control. To make a Grand Master truly submit, they need to be convinced in both heart and voice. Otherwise, once the Grand Master learns how to neutralize the drug controlling them, they will inevitably betray you. Ordinarily, where there is a controlling poison, there is an antidote. In a situation with an antidote, it is impossible for only one party to possess it. Even if Qin Yushan poisoned the Grand Master from the Spirit Martial Tower, the Grand Master would likely try to find an antidote after returning to their own group. Therefore, Qin Yushan's plan was for Lu Chen to meet the Grand Master directly, to display Lu Chen's true strength. Apart from Wang Qingqi, Lu Chen had not revealed to others that he had already broken through to the Grand Master realm. However, the followers summoned through the system could easily sense the changes in the aura exuding from Lu Chen. They were well aware that Lu Chen had become a Grand Master. At that moment, Qin Yushan knew that Lu Chen had already become a Grand Master. Qin Yushan thought that a 17-year-old Grand Master was enough to deter the Master from Spirit Martial Tower and make them willingly follow Lu Chen. Of course, this could also potentially reveal Lu Chen's strength. It would all depend on how Lu Chen himself decided. After pondering for a bit, Lu Chen then said, "Good, I will meet that Master later. You go ahead with your business." Qin Yushan immediately performed a ritual salute and said, "Your subordinate takes his leave." Following that, Qin Yushan left the study. Once Qin Yushan had gone, Lu Chen went to sit down at his desk to start dealing with government affairs. Lately, there had been an increasing number of matters in North Country that required Lu Chen's personal attention, which had made him very busy. Lu Chen wanted to delegate power but thought that the officials of North Country, being locals of this world, might not understand some of his policies and could act contrary to his intentions. So, he felt compelled to take care of matters personally. Of course, although his work was busy, Lu Chen did not forget to relax. Lately, he often visited Chu Qingli's room to find relaxation with her, and he always found these visits particularly exhilarating. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly heard a faint sound of a zither playing in the distance. Despite the distance, his hearing was far better than an average person's since he was a Grand Master, and he could hear it very clearly. Lu Chen put down his pen and listened attentively. The music from the zither was flowing and melodious, making one feel extremely relaxed and comfortable. Lu Chen grew curious about who was playing the zither and decided to rise and walk in the direction from which the music came. After a short while, Lu Chen stopped at the entrance to the courtyard where Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan lived. As soon as he arrived at the courtyard entrance, the scene before him was touching. Clad in a white long dress, Chen Wanrong sat in the pavilion. Her slender hands hovered over the wooden zither, gently plucking the strings. As her delicate fingers danced over them, the flowing, melodious sounds reached Lu Chen's ears. At this moment, Chen Wanrong seemed to blend into one with the whole world, her being seemingly radiating a holy light, like a fairy descended from heaven, giving an immensely warm feeling. The zither was beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the person even more so. Lu Chen was no stranger to beautiful women, his inner palace was full of lovely ladies of various types. However, few women made him feel the beauty in the way that Chen Wanrong did, yet his heart could not rise with any improper thoughts. If Wang Qingqi and Chu Qingli were to play the zither before him like this, it's quite possible that Lu Chen would have taken them right there and then. But Chen Wanrong was different. Hearing the zither music and admiring Chen Wanrong's beauty, Lu Chen's heart became incredibly peaceful. The scene before him was like a beautiful painting. Lu Chen stood at the entrance to the courtyard, listening for quite a while, until the music finally subsided, which was when he came back to his senses. Just then, Lin Wanyan came in from outside. Seeing Lu Chen standing at the entrance and looking continuously at Chen Wanrong in the pavilion, her heart leapt with joy and she immediately said, "Chenur, do you enjoy listening to the palace master play the music?" Hearing Lin Wanyan's voice behind him, Lu Chen was startled for a moment, then turned his head to look at Lin Wanyan and said with a smile, "I do. The sound of the zither brings peace to my heart. I didn't expect Miss Chen's zither music to have such an effect." At that moment, Chen Wanrong in the pavilion also noticed Lu Chen at the entrance and rose to salute, saying, "Your Highness, greetings." Chen Wanrong then took the initiative to say, "If your Highness enjoys the music of this commoner girl, you are welcome to come and listen more often." Hearing this, Lin Wanyan's heart skipped a beat. Finally, their palace master was becoming wise and actually took the initiative to invite the North Prince. Although Chen Wanrong had long been determined to take the initiative and make Lu Chen develop feelings of affection for her, so she could then use the love worm on him. She just couldn't find the opportunity to get close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was busy dealing with state affairs during the day, and at night, he was occupied with sorting out his women. He was truly a busy man, leaving her no chance at all. Today, Lu Chen had taken the initiative to come to the entrance of her courtyard, finally presenting Chen Wanrong with an opportunity that she could not afford to miss. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "That wouldn't be quite appropriate. After all, I am a man, and if I frequently enter the courtyard where Miss Chen resides, I'm afraid it could damage Miss Chen's reputation." At this point, Lin Wanyan chimed in, "Chen'er, we are staying at the North Prince Mansion and have received such great care. We should indeed do something for you. The playing of the palace master indeed has the power to allow one to relax. You have been preoccupied with state affairs recently and must be extremely fatigued every day. If you could listen to the palace master's music every day, it would be of great benefit to both your body and mind. Moreover, you would only be in the courtyard to listen to the palace master's music, not entering her boudoir, so there should be no idle gossip." Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen gazed into Chen Wanrong's eyes as if waiting for her response. At this moment, Chen Wanrong, with an emotionless face, said, "If Prince wishes to hear me play, I can play the Prince's favorite pieces every day." Seeing Chen Wanrong agree, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Since Miss Chen has consented, it would seem ungrateful of me to refuse. Very well, if I am too exhausted from dealing with state affairs, I will come to this courtyard to listen to Miss Chen's performance." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were visibly stirred. Having stayed in the North Prince Mansion for so long, they finally found an opportunity to employ the love worm on Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen was willing to visit the courtyard they resided in frequently, it might not take long before they could use the love worm on him. Once the love worm was in place, the entire North Prince Mansion would fall under the control of the mysterious Moon Palace, and Chen Wanrong's restoration of her nation would become much easier. At this moment, Chen Wanrong took a glance at Lu Chen and, for some reason, suddenly found that he seemed to have become even more handsome recently, and his aura had undergone significant changes. She wondered if it was just her imagination. Then Lu Chen said, "Madam Lin, Miss Chen, I still have matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you further. I will come another day." With those words, Lu Chen turned and left. Chen Wanrong then said, "Prince, take care." Before long, Lu Chen returned to his study to continue handling state affairs. After Lu Chen had left, Lin Wanyan said to Chen Wanrong, "Palace Master, it seems that it won't be long before you can use the love worm." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong showed no emotion on her face as she looked towards the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Wanyan continued, "Palace Master, if possible, I hope that in the end you won't harm him. After all, he is the child of your senior sister and is also considered the godson of the mysterious Moon Palace." Chen Wanrong then slowly sat down and gently placed her jade hands back on the guqin. "Madam Lin need not worry, I will not kill him." Hearing Chen Wanrong say this, Lin Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Though Lu Chen was the bloodline of the Sum Emperor, he was also Chu Yu's child. If something were to happen to Lu Chen, she would surely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Since Chen Wanrong had already stated she would not kill him, Lin Wanyan assumed that, after using Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong would probably release him. While Lin Wanyan was thinking this, Chen Wanrong spoke up. "After the restoration of Chen Nation, I will need a child. His conditions are not bad, suitable to be my husband. I will have a child with him, and our child will become the next emperor of Chen Nation." Lin Wanyan was completely stunned by Chen Wanrong's words. Is this what Chen Wanrong was thinking? She had always assumed that Chen Wanrong simply wanted to use Lu Chen to create the subtle dragon spell, kill the Sum Emperor, restore her nation, and then discard Lu Chen once he had served his purpose. To think that Chen Wanrong also had designs on Lu Chen's body. But on second thought, Lu Chen was handsome and dashing. Although somewhat lecherous, his qualities were not lacking in any aspect. Plus, with the control of the love worm, Lu Chen would absolutely obey Chen Wanrong's commands. In the future, whatever Chen Wanrong wanted Lu Chen to do, he would have to comply. His lecherous nature would also change eventually. Collecting herself, Lin Wanyan hurriedly said, "Palace Master, there is a rule in the mysterious Moon Palace that disciples are not allowed to have children. Although the mysterious Moon Palace allowed men and women to become partners, to avoid worldly trouble, disciples were forbidden from having children." Chen Wanrong said indifferently, "Once my child inherits the throne of Chen Nation, I will return to the mysterious Moon Palace to meditate and cultivate in seclusion, and will no longer concern myself with worldly affairs." This. Lin Wanyan thought for a moment. After all, Chen Wanrong was a disciple of the Honorable, and even if she truly had a child, the current elders of the mysterious Moon Palace would not have the authority to punish her, only the Honorable would have that right. But with the Honorable in seclusion, who knew how long it would be before he emerged? It could be that they all turned to dust while the Honorable remained in seclusion. So for now, there was no one who could stop whatever Chen Wanrong wanted to do. For some reason, Lin Wanyan always felt that Chen Wanrong regarded Lu Chen as more than just a tool. Could it be that she truly had feelings for Lu Chen? Lin Wanyan dared not to think further. After all, Lu Chen was the child of Chen Wanrong's enemy. If Chen Wanrong really fell for Lu Chen, who knows what kind of torment she would suffer in her heart. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the capital city of Great Sum, at Xuanzheng Hall. Today's Great Court Assembly was rather noisy. Recently, a series of incidents had occurred in Great Sum, causing the officials much distress. At this moment, an official from Prince Lu Yi's faction stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I accuse the Crown Prince of neglecting his duties, idling away his days. The affairs entrusted to the Crown Prince by Your Majesty have not been completed on time. The Crown Prince does not deserve his position and should be dismissed." The official's attack was very aggressive. He was short of pointing at Lu Shuyan's nose and calling him useless. No sooner had he finished speaking than another official stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I too accuse the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has allowed refugees to wander aimlessly, leading to frequent murders in Great Sum recently." After the two officials finished speaking, other officials stood up, all voicing accusations against Lu Shuyan. At this time, Lu Shuyan's brows were tightly furrowed, and his face looked very grim. The Sum Emperor sat on the dragon throne, watching indifferently the events unfolding below. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Crown Prince, the first task I assigned you, you have handled so poorly, how can I trust you with the whole of Great Sum in the future?" Hearing this, Lu Shuyan quickly knelt down and said, "Father Emperor, your son admits his mistake, please grant your son more time." At that moment, Right Minister Zhao Wenan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the fact that the Crown Prince has been slow to deal with the refugee issue doesn't have much to do with him. Recently, among the refugees, there have been frequent rumors saying that the court does not provide North Country with food, and that sending the refugees to North Country is to let them die there. This has made the refugees incooperative with the government's work. They are unwilling to go to North Country. I believe that these rumor mongers have ulterior motives and sinister intentions. They are the real culprits behind the Crown Prince's inability to address the refugee problem, and it has nothing to do with the Crown Prince's personal ability." Just as Zhao Wenan finished speaking, the Sum Emperor was about to speak when Lin Gaoyuan stood up and said, "Rumors. It's probably no rumor that the court doesn't provide North Country with food. Your Majesty has long said that he would no longer aid North Country with any supplies. How can Prime Minister Zhao claim they are rumors? North Country has no food. To push such a large number of refugees there is just to let them fend for themselves. The common people are not fools." Having said this, Lin Gaoyuan looked at the Sum Emperor and continued, "I believe that sending all the refugees to North Country is a mistake to begin with. Failing to provide North Country with aid in food is an even greater error. The decision of His Highness the Crown Prince has been wrong from the very start. If these refugees arrive in North Country and find no food, once they gather, unrest will inevitably arise. What's happening in Great Wu might very well unfold in our Great Sum too. His Highness the Crown Prince did not even consider this before hastily deciding to send all the refugees to North Country, and this is neglecting the welfare of the nation, seeking only convenience. Seeing Lin Gaoyuan standing up to criticize him, Lu Shuyun's complexion instantly darkened. Lin Gaoyuan, this left minister, had always been neutral, never siding with any prince. How come now that he himself had become the crown prince, Lin Gaoyuan actually came out to speak against him? Could it be that this old fox Lin Gaoyuan had been won over by Prince Lu Yi? At this time, Zhao Wenan said, Prime Minister Lin's words are somewhat alarmist. They're just some unarmed refugees, what kind of insurrection can they stir up? Moreover, now only North Country has a vast amount of land. If not for North Country, where else can these refugees go? Does Prime Minister Lin intend to offer his own lands to these refugees? Seeing the two prime ministers arguing, the other officials in the hall suddenly fell silent, now just watching the two of them debate. After the two had argued for a while, the Sum Emperor finally spoke. North Country has many wastelands, indeed a suitable place for these refugees. However, I have already stated that I will no longer provide North Country with any aid. Since it's a word that I, myself, have already spoken, I won't take it back. The matter of the refugees was the first state affair Prince Lu Shuyun dealt with after becoming the crown prince. It's a trivial issue, so I will not provide any assistance. If even this matter can't be settled properly, he won't be qualified to inherit my position in the future. Shuyun, I'll only give you 2 more months. You must quell this refugee unrest within this time. Lu Shuyun immediately knelt and said, Thank you, Father Emperor. The Sum Emperor continued, moreover, recently quite a few officials have petitioned, saying that many people in remote areas of Great Sum can't afford salt. The government offices don't care, and the court doesn't inquire. They hope that I will decentralize the salt monopoly to let trading caravans. Before the Sum Emperor could finish, Lin Gaoyuan hastily said, Your Majesty, that must not be done. Salt is essential to the nation's economy and the people's livelihood and has always been run by the court. How can we decentralize its management rights? Once the management rights are released, there will inevitably be merchants who will drive up the price of salt. Then, it won't be just the people in remote mountainous areas who can't afford it, even the common people in more prosperous areas won't be able to. Once the monopoly on salt is released, it could very well shake the foundations of the state, not to mention it would greatly reduce the revenue of the national treasury. Lin Gaoyuan simply couldn't understand why the Sum Emperor would bring up such a matter in court. As soon as Lin Gaoyuan finished speaking, an official from an aristocratic family stood and said, I agree with decentralizing the management rights of the salt industry. Currently, the price of salt is generally high as it's monopolized by the court, therefore, salt production has always been low. I believe that if the salt industry's management rights are decentralized, more merchants will produce salt, which could actually help decrease the price of salt and allow the common people to access cheaper salt. No sooner had this official from the aristocratic family finished speaking than another from the same class also stood up. I also agree with decentralizing the management rights of the salt industry. Afterwards, even more officials expressed their stance, all in favor of decentralizing the salt industry's management rights. Seeing this unfold, Lin Gaoyuan frowned. The aristocratic families would be the first to benefit from opening up the salt industry. Of course, they couldn't wait to decentralize the management rights of the salt industry. What mattered next was what the Sum Emperor thought. He has always been uncomfortable with the aristocratic families, finding them an eyesore. Surely he wouldn't really open up the salt industry now by heeding the words of these officials. However, just when Lin Gaoyuan thought the Sum Emperor would never agree to open up the salt industry, the emperor addressed the court, the advice of my loving subjects is beneficial. Merchants pursue profit. Once the salt industry is opened up, surely more merchants will join the salt-making industry, and the price of salt will fall, allowing more of Great Sum's common people to afford salt. I have decided that from today on, the management rights of the salt industry will be decentralized. Upon hearing these words, Lin Gaoyuan was entirely dumbfounded. When had the Sum Emperor become so foolish? He was actually decentralizing the management rights of the salt industry. Wasn't he the one who hated the aristocratic families most? And the Sum Emperor had already been preparing to make a move against the aristocratic families in secret. Why would he make such a concession to them at this time? Appointing Prince Lu Shuyun as the crown prince could still be explained as an attempt to stabilize the aristocratic families, to prevent them from sensing what the Sum Emperor planned to do next. The policy of decentralizing the management rights of the salt industry couldn't possibly bring any advantage to the Sum Emperor. Although baffled, Lin Gaoyuan said no more. Internal strife was impending. The aristocratic families wouldn't be able to make trouble much longer. Let the Sum Emperor do as he pleased. After the Great Court Assembly had adjourned, Lu Shuyun, accompanied by a group of low-ranking officials of his own faction, arrived at the East Palace. His father Emperor had only given him 2 months. He had to act quickly to deal with those refugees, otherwise, his reputation would suffer enormously. Within the Grand Hall of the East Palace, the atmosphere seemed oppressive. Lu Shuyun had faced a barrage of impeachment attempts by ministers at the court assembly, leaving him in a very foul mood. After a long silence, Lu Shuyun said, "Let's discuss it. How should we resolve this matter with the refugees? They have come to know that the court won't provide grain to the North Country, and since all the land there is owned by the North Prince Mansion, they wouldn't have land even if they went to the North Country. It's even less likely they would go there voluntarily." Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's words, the people in the hall did not immediately respond. The majority of them had initially agreed to drive the refugees to the North Country. They had not anticipated what they thought would be an easily resolved issue becoming so troublesome. After a while, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Household spoke up. His Majesty's stance is clear. The court will absolutely not provide food to the North Country. The only solution now is for us to gather food ourselves and send it to the North Country, ensuring those refugees have something to eat once they arrive there. However, this would likely require the cooperation of the major aristocratic families in the south. Handling the refugee matter should have been the responsibility of the court, but now Sum Emperor had completely dumped it onto Crown Prince Lu Shuyun. If Lu Shuyun failed to manage the refugee issue properly, he feared his tenure as Crown Prince would be short-lived. If he couldn't handle the first state affair properly, the officials from other princely factions wouldn't miss the opportunity to strike. His position as crown prince had been shaky to begin with. If it weren't for Sum Emperor's compromise with the southern aristocratic families, he might not have been able to become crown prince at all. Now with internal turmoil in Great Wu as well as in Great Qian, Great Sum was free from external pressures. It would be easy for Sum Emperor to depose him as crown prince. If the officials from the other imperial prince factions applied pressure, Sum Emperor could simply go with the flow and dispose of the crown prince. At that time, the southern aristocratic families wouldn't be able to say much, since Lu Shuyun indeed hadn't managed the refugee crisis well. After hearing the assistant minister's words, Wang Yang, speaking on behalf of the Wang family, said, "Your Highness, please rest assured. The southern aristocratic families absolutely support His Highness the Crown Prince. We are willing to donate food to the refugees to help the court resolve the refugee crisis." Seeing that the representative of the Wang family had spoken, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Household immediately said, "If the southern aristocratic families are willing to donate food to the refugees, then we can tell the refugees that, if they are willing to go to the North Country, they will receive a year's worth of rations." Lu Shuyun thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed a solution." If the southern aristocratic families were willing to donate food to the refugees, then they would earn a good reputation, and Lu Shuyun would resolve the refugee crisis, which would be a favorable outcome for everyone. However, Lu Shuyun then had another thought and continued, relying on the food donated by the southern aristocratic families might not be enough. It would be best to find a way to lure these refugees to other feudal states, having the seigneurs there help resolve the refugee crisis. Hearing this, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Household said, "Your Highness, this is a good method. I've heard that Qi Prince, in order to resolve the refugee problem within his feudal state, spared no effort in sending refugees to the North Country, not only offering lower grain prices but also providing a year's worth of rations for those refugees. Since these refugees are unwilling to go to the North Country, we'll send them to other feudal states. Once they go to other feudal states, the seigneurs there will naturally find a way to send the refugees onto the North Country. By doing this, the pressure on His Highness the Crown Prince would also be greatly reduced. After hearing the words of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Household, the look of worry on Lu Shuyan's face gradually dissipated. Now that they had a plan, it was just a matter of carrying it out. Over the next half-month, Lu Shuyan did as they had discussed. On one hand, he publicly promoted the southern aristocratic family's donation of food to the refugees. On the other, under the guise of the seigneurs fulfilling their duties, he sent some of the refugees to other feudal states. Once those feudal states took in the refugees, the first thing they did was send envoys to the North Country to negotiate the acceptance of refugees. At first, Lu Chen had only wanted a small amount of food for the refugees, but when he found that quite a few seigneurs were approaching him, he demanded more terms, especially concerning the trading conditions for North Country goods. Lu Shuyan's strategy had inadvertently done a great favor for the North Country. For a long time thereafter, every time Lu Chen thought of Lu Shuyan's cunning maneuvers, he couldn't stop laughing. If the North Country was to develop, it would decidedly be thanks in part to Lu Shuyan's significant contribution. Spring was gradually passing, and summer was nearing. The population in the North Country was growing, and almost the entire spring, Lu Chen was occupied with handling the refugees' affairs. North Prince Mansion. The study. Lu Chen was dealing with the paperwork for the resettlement of displaced people when a brocade guard at the entrance said, "Prince, there is intelligence from Sufeng City." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Bring it in." The brocade guard then entered the study and placed the newly arrived intelligence in front of Lu Chen, who opened it and glanced over it. The next moment, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He hadn't expected the Chu family to let Chu Shang and the others leave so easily. He had thought the Chu family would do everything possible to prevent their departure, fearing a weakening of their strength. Instead of preventing them, the Chu family even allowed Chu Shang to take the food they donated to the displaced people up north. But on second thought, this move was beneficial for the Chu family. On one hand, the opposing forces within the Chu family had disappeared, and now with only one voice, things could not be more perfect for the new family head of the Chu family. On the other hand, by letting Chu Shang take the donated food north, the Chu family also seized the opportunity to promote themselves. After all, Chu Shang was the former family head. With the former head of such a notable aristocratic family personally leading so much food up north to be donated to those in need, the Chu family's actions instantly maxed out their favorability with the common people. Just then, another voice sounded outside the study. "Prince, are you in the study? I have some intelligence that you might be very interested in," said the voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Chen promptly told the nearby brocade guard, "You may leave." "Yes, Prince." As the voice fell, the Jinyue guard turned and left the study. Seeing the guard open the door and exit, Wang Qingqi immediately entered the study and closed the door behind her. As Lu Chen sat at his desk, stamping the documents, he asked, "Tell me, what intelligence might that be which interests me?" Wang Qingqi said with a smile brimming with mischief, "It's about the Princess Junwan of the Great Wu Dynasty. Do you have any interest in it, Prince?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily startled, and the hand holding the seal stopped midair as he looked up at Wang Qingqi. Today, Wang Qingqi was dressed in a red gown that hugged her shapely body, the silk fabric revealing just enough to set the imagination alight. Lu Chen asked curiously, "Princess Junwan of the Great Wu Dynasty. What has she done lately? I recall you mentioned recently she went to the Dayu dynasty, right?" Wang Qingqi replied, "She indeed was in the Dayu dynasty a month ago, but..." She paused, leaving her sentence hanging. Seeing Wang Qingqi's hesitation, Lu Chen said flatly, "But what? Finish your sentence. It seems you haven't been disciplined by me for a while, and your hide is itching again." Since Lu Chen had become a Grand Master, Wang Qingqi hadn't returned to the North Prince Mansion except to report intelligence. Furthermore, with Lu Chen's focus lately being on Chu Qingli and Yelv Nanyan, Wang Qingqi had not yet experienced how formidable Lu Chen had become since becoming a Grand Master. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi put on a delicate facade and said, "Prince, you've changed, become so fierce. You never used to be like this." Lu Chen chuckled. This bitch really hadn't been taken care of by him for too long. Wang Qingqi then continued, the Princess Junwan from the Great Wu dynasty might have come to Yan County. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly froze. What? The princess of the Great Wu dynasty had come to his feudal state. A princess of a dynasty, and moreover, a power player, actually came to the territory of an enemy state without any notice. This Princess Junwan of Great Wu was really too bold, wasn't she? After snapping out of it, Lu Chen frowned. This princess was a hot potato, being a power player of the Great Wu dynasty. If something were to happen to her in North Country, Great Wu would certainly send troops to invade Great Sum. The key issue was that this princess also had a good relationship with the Great Yu Empress. Should anything happen to her, it was possible that the Great Yu Empress might also lend a hand. Currently, Great Yu still had an army of 200,000 stationed at the border between North Country and Great Yu. Lu Chen then asked, is this news accurate? Wang Qingqi replied, it's not 100% confirmed yet. The other party came to North Country under the guise of being Miss Qian from the Qian family. She also plans to meet with the person behind Rain Listening Pavilion and discuss a cooperation with them. Hearing Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. She came to North Country to seek a cooperative relationship with Rain Listening Pavilion. Could it be that the Princess of Great Wu has discovered the connection between North Prince Mansion and Rain Listening Pavilion? That shouldn't be the case. There are many people associated with Rain Listening Pavilion who are not even aware of their connection to North Prince Mansion, and whenever Wang Qingqi appears at Rain Listening Pavilion, she uses an alias and disguises herself. How could she have been found out by that princess so quickly? If she really did find out that North Prince Mansion is behind Rain Listening Pavilion, then she would be even less likely to want to meet the person behind it, since the mastermind behind Rain Listening Pavilion is him, the North Prince. It would be highly inappropriate for Great Wu's princess to come and secretly meet with him, the senior. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen asked, how many experts did she bring with her to North Country this time, and how capable are they? Wang Qingqi said, she came following the Qian Sea merchant fleet. I'm not clear about the exact number of experts she has with her, but there are 2 elders by her side that give me palpitations. In their presence, I feel as if I'm seeing you, Prince. Hearing this from Wang Qingqi, Lu Chen frowned again. The fact that Wang Qingqi felt like she was seeing him indicated that the 2 elders might have strength comparable to his own. In other words, they were very likely grandmasters. It made sense. After all, a princess of a dynasty wouldn't dare to venture privately into enemy territory without strong protectors by her side. However, there is an unspoken rule among the nations that grandmasters usually do not take action. Great Wu's grandmasters coming to Great Sum without prior notice was not much different from provoking a war. It seems that this Princess Junwan of Great Wu doesn't put Great Sum in her eyes at all. At that moment, Wang Qingqi asked, Prince, do you plan to meet with this princess? I've seen her for you, this princess is certainly very beautiful. Her looks might even compare to the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace and definitely match your taste. Hearing Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, daring to tease this prince, Mr. Wang seems to have grown quite arrogant lately. Come here to this prince. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Prince, that princess of Great Wu is still waiting for my response. I will head back first today. Whenever you want to meet the princess, just tell me, and I'll arrange a time for you. As she said this, Wang Qingqi was planning her escape. She hadn't yet experienced just how formidable Lu Chen had become as a grandmaster, but she knew well enough that the current Lu Chen was even more powerful than before. Lu Chen hadn't yet become a grandmaster, but he was already capable of disciplining her to the point of crying and screaming. If she were caught by Lu Chen now, wouldn't she be pulverized by him? Just as Wang Qingqi was about to make her escape, she suddenly realized she could no longer move her body. Wang Qingqi was stunned. What was happening? Lu Chen looked at her with a smile and said, Mr. Wang, daring to defy this prince's orders. Are you ready to accept your punishment? While speaking, Lu Chen raised his hand and channeled all his spiritual energy, and in the next moment, a powerful suction force released from the palm of his hand, pulling Wang Qingqi's delicate body directly in front of him. What Lu Chen used wasn't the absorption technique but simply the release of spiritual power, which anyone in the Grandmaster realm could use. Soon, Wang Qingqi's delicate body was completely controlled by Lu Chen's large hand, held in his embrace. Wang Qingqi simply gave up struggling, as she knew she wasn't getting away today. Seeing Wang Qingqi's resigned demeanor, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why isn't Mr. Wang running now?" Wang Qingqi turned her head to look at Lu Chen and said with a demeanor of someone unfazed by threats, "The prince has me under control, how could I run away?" Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her bottom with a smack. Wang Qingqi's delicate body trembled, and she let out a soft cry. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Wang Qingqi's slender waist, whispering in her ear, "It has been a long time since I've been in contact with Mr. Wang's body. I didn't expect you to still be so sensitive." At this moment, a blush appeared on Wang Qingqi's face, her eyes filled with the mist of autumn water, and she then said, "Prince, you just like to bully me." Seeing Wang Qingqi's pitiful appearance, Lu Chen completely lost his self-control and pressed her down onto the desk. Meanwhile, at a certain restaurant opened by Rain Listening Pavilion. Inside a private room, a stunningly beautiful woman was quietly sipping her tea. The woman was dressed in a red garment, bordered with golden thread embroidery. Her hair was done up in a bun, adorned with golden hairpins, making her appear noble and elegant. At that time, an old granny in the private room said to the woman, "Your Highness, do you think the woman we met earlier isn't the true owner behind Rain Listening Pavilion?" Wu Junwan smiled slightly and then set down her teacup, saying, "She is merely a half-step grandmaster. A half-step grandmaster cannot be running such a large power. After all, Rain Listening Pavilion's business extends across several dynasties, with traces even in the Great Qian dynasty." The old granny asked curiously, "Then why does your highness think that the real owner behind Rain Listening Pavilion must be in the North Country?" Wu Junwan extended her delicate jade-like hand, softly picked up the teapot, and poured herself another cup of tea. While pouring the tea, she said, "Although Rain Listening Pavilion engages in all sorts of business, they started from the North Country. Based on my palace's judgment, the true owner behind Rain Listening Pavilion is likely connected with the superpower supporting the North Prince Mansion." At this point, Wu Junwan picked up the teacup from the table and sipped her tea once more. In her heart, Wu Junwan thought that this superpower must be plotting something, which is why she wanted to make contact with this force in advance to test their true intentions. As a key figure in control of intelligence work within the Great Wu dynasty, she needed to be aware of potential enemies, not just to know about them, but to understand their ins and outs and identify their weaknesses. Only in this way, when facing this enemy in the future, the Great Wu dynasty could come up with countermeasures more swiftly. At this moment, another old man with white hair in the room asked, "Your Highness, how can you be sure that the real owner behind Rain Listening Pavilion will agree to meet with you?" Wu Junwan smiled lightly, then said, "Whether he wants to see me or not is irrelevant. My request to meet their tower master is ostensibly for the purpose of business cooperation." No sooner had Wu Junwan's words fallen than a portly man entered the private room. Upon entering, he immediately bowed and said, "This subordinate pays respects to Princess Junwan. May your highness live for 1,000 more years." Wu Junwan nodded and then said, "President Qian, starting today, you will stay in the North Country. I've discovered that there are many good things in the North Country, and the commercial environment is also very favorable. The North Prince is not like the other seigneurs, he values commerce highly, which is very beneficial for Qinghai Commercial Association." Qian Dahai immediately said, "Yes, Princess Junwan." At that time, Qian Dahai said, "Princess, will you be meeting with the North Prince during your visit to the North Country? Our company often interacts with the North Prince Mansion. If you wish to meet the North Prince, Qinghai Commercial Association can provide the connection." Qinghai Commercial Association, on the surface, is just a regular business association, but in actuality, it is an intelligence organization operated by Wu Junwan. Like Rain Listening Pavilion, Qinghai Commercial Association does business across several dynasties and also collects intelligence everywhere. After hearing Qian Dahai's words, Wu Junwan thought for a moment and then said, "No need. Making a pointed effort to get close to the North Prince may expose my identity too easily. My main purpose in coming to the North Country is to see for myself what the reformations here really entail. Actually, Wu Junwan also wanted to meet the North Prince, but as he is now an important piece of that superpower, the superpower would certainly have people protecting the North Prince. If she approached the North Prince rashly, it was highly likely her identity would be discovered by others. At this time, Wu Junwan was unaware that her identity had already been found out. From the moment Wu Junwan left the Great Wu Dynasty, Rain Listening Pavilion had been monitoring their movements. While they apparently returned to the Great Wu after leaving the Da Yu Dynasty, they had secretly come to the North Country. They had not expected Rain Listening Pavilion to find out about their little maneuver. Furthermore, with the two Grand Masters behind Wu Junwan, Wang Qingqi was almost certain that this so-called Miss Qian was actually the Princess of Great Wu. Wang Qingqi had a good eye for people. Even without having seen the Princess of Great Wu, she could deduce from the aura exuding from Wu Junwan that the so-called Miss Qian was someone of high status. Someone with Wu Junwan's distinguished and noble temperament couldn't possibly belong to a daughter of a commercial family. Whether it was her speech or her every action, she emanated the aura of a superior, clearly someone with great authority. In the Great Wu Dynasty, the only woman holding great power was their Princess Junwan. At first, Wang Qingqi actually couldn't believe her own guess, but then she thought about it. This woman was protected by two martial artists whose aura was nearly as strong as Lu Chen's. Even upon coming to North Country might have no way to deal with her, so it was normal for her to dare to come to North Country. Although she didn't know what the woman was doing by stealthily coming to North Country, there must be some special purpose since she had come. As for whether she was really the Princess Junwan of the Great Wu Dynasty, that would have to be left for Lu Chen to judge. At this very moment, Wang Qingqi was enduring the endless rage of Lu Chen in his study. Lu Chen had not disciplined Wang Qingqi for too long, and today his anger was especially intense. A mere female slave, actually daring to disobey him, was simply looking for a rebellion, and needed to be severely punished. The little maid at the study's entrance blushed as she listened to the sounds coming from inside, her ears turning red. At that moment, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared outside the study. As the beautiful woman entered the courtyard, she heard the noises coming from the study. Seeing the maid's blushing face, she immediately understood what was happening. Chu Yukon suddenly felt a sour jealousy in her heart and snorted, mumbling to herself, "Bitch." Coming in broad daylight to disturb Chenur with his official duties, truly a calamity brought by a beautiful face. Even though Chu Yukon felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing Wang Qingqi's voice, she didn't leave the courtyard and just quietly waited outside. After an unknown amount of time, the sound inside the study finally subsided. In a little while, Wang Qingqi emerged from the study, limping. She didn't even glance at Chu Yukon and used her qinggong to run away as if fleeing for her life. After Wang Qingqi left, Chu Yukon walked straight towards the study. With the door still open, seeing Chu Yukon at the entrance, Lu Chen quickly adjusted his clothes and said with a smile, "Madam Chu, when did you arrive?" Chu Yukon looked at Lu Chen somberly, then spoke, "Chenur, with so many official duties to handle every day, how can you do such things with that bitch during the daytime?" As she spoke, Chu Yukon entered the study without closing the door, standing at the entrance as if to guard against Lu Chen. Lu Chen sighed and said, "Ah, Madam Chu, you may not know, but recently I." Lu Chen hesitated, looking at the open study door, and then continued, "Madam Chu, please close the door first, I have a secret to tell you." Seeing the secretive look on Lu Chen, Chu Yukon's curiosity was piqued. A secret? What secret? Could it be about immortals? With this thought, Chu Yukon turned and closed the room door, but as soon as the study door closed, a pair of restless hands wrapped around her slender waist. Chu Yukon's mind paused, just about to say something, when she heard Lu Chen whisper in her ear, "Madam Chu, you might not know yet, but I have already broken through to the Grandmaster realm." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon was completely stunned. Grandmaster? How is that possible? Lu Chen is only 17 years old, right? A 17-year-old Grandmaster. Others who want to break through to the Grandmaster realm, even martial arts geniuses, would have to be at least in their 40s or 50s. He's already a grandmaster at 17. Chu Yukon quickly collected herself. After all, Lu Chen was someone with a destiny linked to immortals, so him becoming a grandmaster so quickly didn't seem too strange. Chu Yukon regained her composure, and with a slight twist of her waist, she turned her head toward Lu Chen and said, Chen'er, you are someone with a destiny for immortality, so it's not surprising that you could advance to the Grandmaster level so quickly. Based on your current speed of cultivation, I'm afraid it wouldn't take many years for you to break through to the heavenly human realm. If Sister Yu were aware down below, she would certainly feel happy for you. Upon hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting his gaze at Chu Yukon as he said, Is it that only my mother would be happy for me? Madam Chu, wouldn't you rejoice for me as well? Feeling the heat of Lu Chen's intense gaze, Chu Yukon found her heart becoming restless and her throat a bit dry. Madam is, of course, also happy for you. Lu Chen then said, although breaking through is certainly a good thing, ever since I reached the Grandmaster level, I've found my vigor growing increasingly robust, making it utterly impossible for me to calm down and deal with political affairs. Now that Zixuan, along with Xiaozhou and Dazhou, are pregnant, neither Nanyan nor Yaoyao can help me release this energy, and even occasional visits to Bai are of no use. Madam Chu, you must have noticed that recently Nanyan seldom leaves Spring Sound Court. At this point, Lu Chen's deep eyes were intently fixed on Chu Yukon. Hearing Lu Chen's words, and feeling his bodily agitation, Chu Yukon instantly understood what he meant. Just as Chu Yukon was about to speak, Lu Chen continued, Madam Chu, several months have passed, do you still remember what you said in my study? Blushing, Chu Yukon answered, Madam remembers, it's just that. Madam also wants to help you, but now that Qing Li is the deputy commander of the guards at the prince's mansion, she frequently patrols everywhere. If you were discovered by her serving me, there's a good chance she would harbor resentment towards you, Chu Yukon said. Qing Li grew up with me and holds special affection for me. I fear that if she finds out about us, she might take extreme actions, to your detriment. You can see that once she sets her mind on something, nothing anyone says can change her mind. She has a personality that can easily become extreme. Having heard this, Lu Chen smiled and said, so you mean, as long as I can send Qing Li away from the North Prince mansion for a while, Madam Chu would then be willing to help me. Chu Yukon's cheeks blazed with heat, and her body burned, thrown into disarray under Lu Chen's gaze. She quickly averted her eyes to the side, daring not to meet his gaze anymore. Chu Yukon hastened to change the subject, Chen'er, the other reason I came to you today is about Qing Li. Recently, she's had issues with her training, there are many scars on her body that won't go away. Since you know immortal techniques, could you maybe help remove those scars? Lu Chen replied with a smile, although my immortal technique can heal wounds on the body, eliminating those kinds of scars is not easy. I also tried to help Qing Li to remove those scars, only to find out that it takes a lot of effort, and even when removed, the next day Qing Li would have even more scars. I am at a loss. Unless Qing Li can stop practicing martial arts for a while, even if I use immortal techniques each day to remove the scars, it will not be effective. Upon hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukon took a deep breath and then proposed, how about this, I'll temporarily relieve her duties as deputy commander for a while and let her rest. You can call Bai back to the inner courts to take over her post. Close to Chu Yukon's ear, Lu Chen inquired, does this mean that after Qing Li is relieved of her duties, Madam Chu will come to my room at night? In a soft voice, Chu Yukon replied, that won't work either. Even though she'll be relieved from her duties, she will still be in the inner courts, and there is still a chance she might discover us. It would be better to have Qing Li leave the North Prince mansion for a while. Understanding her concern, Lu Chen said, I see. I will find something new for Qing Li to do, to make her leave the North Prince mansion for a bit. At that moment, Chu Yukon was feeling weak all over, her legs barely able to hold her upright. If not for being firmly embraced by Lu Chen's strong arms, she might have collapsed. Remembering that Chu Qing Li had duty during the day, Chu Yukon quickly said, Chen'er, today is Qing Li's turn for patrol duty. If she comes this way and there's nothing else, Madam will take her leave first. Saying this, Chu Yukon struggled lightly, wanting to leave Lu Chen's embrace, but his grasp was too tight for her to escape. Lu Chen then said with a smile, Madam Chu, ever since I ascended to the Grandmaster level, I have been feeling a dull pain in my dantian. How about you help me regulate it? At his words, Chu Yukin's face turned even more flushed, like a ripe red apple about to drip with moisture. Before she could speak, Lu Chen leaned down and captured her tempting red lips in a kiss. Then, Lu Chen's hand snuck into Chu Yukin's clothes, boldly roaming her body. Unlike before, this time Chu Yukin did not resist, but instead actively went along with him. In her heart, she was already prepared to serve Lu Chen. Her only worry now was whether Chu Qingli would detect them sneaking around in the study. After kissing for a while, Lu Chen broke away from Chu Yukin's lips. He had no intention of going any further, as he had other matters to attend to shortly. At this moment, Chu Yukin's eyes were misty with spring, her beauty magnified as she leaned into Lu Chen's embrace. Chu Yukin's body was incredibly soft and warm, like holding a fluffy wad of cotton, very much akin to Yelvanyan's physique. Most mature women were like this, their body fat evenly distributed, making them neither seem chubby nor too thin. Their touch was simply delightful. After a brief moment, Chu Yukin came to her senses, and upon thinking how she had just actively cooperated with Lu Chen, she felt an immense shame wash over her, truly a woman without integrity. Having been married already, yet still, she engaged in such secret affairs with a much younger man inside a study. Right then, Lu Chen, with a smile, said, Madam Chu, thank you for helping me recover my body, I am feeling much better now. Chu Yukin spoke in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Lu Chen then let go of Chu Yukin, all right. She immediately turned and exited Lu Chen's embrace, opened the door to the room to get some air, that strange smell in the study was suffocating her. At that moment, Chu Qingli's figure appeared just by the courtyard entrance. Chu Yukin, like a thief caught in the act, hurried out of Lu Chen's study, terrified her sister might notice something. However, at this point, Chu Qingli already noticed Chu Yukin at the entrance of the study. Seeing Chu Yukin, her face flushed as she came out, such suspicions sprang up instantly within her. She coldly eyed the study, thinking to herself that the lecher still had his designs on her sister. The very thought of what the lecher had done to her recently made Chu Qingli's delicate body tremble involuntarily, her legs going weak. In recent times, they had transacted 20 times, with 80 more to go. She had wanted to push through and finish the transactions within 3 months, but Chu Yukin staying in the inner court had made it difficult to find the opportunity to be alone with Lu Chen. Most importantly, Lu Chen's strength had improved to the Grandmaster realm, and she could hardly withstand it. Each transaction with him required her to rest for several days to recover. Moreover, this detestable man always enjoyed leaving marks on her snow-white body, which troubled her immensely. Luckily, her sister was oblivious to how these marks came about, otherwise, her relationship with Lu Chen might be in danger of being exposed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen appeared at the doorway of the study, locking eyes with Chu Qingli at the courtyard entrance. Chu Qingli glared coldly at Lu Chen after seeing him. Lu Chen smiled, utterly undisturbed, remembering how she had called him daddy the night before, and now she scorned him. Women truly are fickle, not recognizing him once they're dressed. But he was magnanimous by nature. He wasn't mad at all, for he knew that come evening, Chu Qingli would revert to her last night's state. Simultaneously, Wang Qingqi returned to her residence, instructed her maids to ready some hot water, and peeled off her torn clothes before plunging into the bath. As she wiped her body, she used her inner strength to expel the impurities from within. Wang Qingqi still felt a sense of dread. She hadn't expected that little deviant to become so formidable after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. It was fortunate that it had happened in the study, and during the day when he had to deal with state affairs, for if it had taken place in her room, and moreover at night, she shuddered to think what would have become of her. At this moment, Wang Qingqi gently touched her lower belly, noting it had already begun to swell, and couldn't help but hum softly, "Young prince, you just wait for your sister, once I break through to the Grandmaster." She stopped mid-sentence. Once she broke through to the Grandmaster realm, Lu Chen would have likely already ascended to the celestial realm, or even above that realm, she would stand even less of a chance against him then. Thinking of this infuriated Wang Qingqi, she hated that she couldn't match Lu Chen, allowing him to be so arrogant. Even though she was a female slave, she, too, had aspirations to become the one in control, to pin Lu Chen beneath her. At that moment, Wang Qingqi sighed. It was better to focus on expelling the impurities from her body with her practice, or else there would be consequences later on. And so, Wang Qingqi continued with her practice. After bathing, Wang Qingqi changed into a purple dress, and as evening approached, she took Lu Chen with her to visit Wu Junwan's place of stay. As evening approached and the sun dipped in the west, a fiery red sun hung in the sky, accompanied by vast spreads of crimson sunset clouds. At this moment, with the glow of the sunset reflecting on their faces, even the whitest skin took on a tawny hue. When Lu Chen entered the private room of the tavern where Wu Junwan was, he was slightly taken aback by the sight of Wu Junwan near the window. Dressed in a striking red garment that hugged her figure, Wu Junwan exuded a serene yet charming aura of a mature woman. She was stunningly beautiful, as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens, noble and graceful. At that moment, Wu Junwan turned her head to look toward the entrance where Lu Chen stood, his face obscured by a mask. Still, from Lu Chen's attire and skin tone, one could tell the newcomer was a young man in his 20s at most. Seeing such a young visitor who could exert a sense of pressure, Wu Junwan involuntarily raised her eyebrows slightly, though the movement was subtle and barely noticeable. The two elders in the room tensed up instantly. They had not expected that the North Country would have a Grand Master, especially one so young. Having regained his composure, Lu Chen used his system to identify Wu Junwan's personal information. Wang Qingqi had suggested that the woman before him was the Princess of Great Wu, but that was only speculation. It would take a system check to confirm its accuracy. The next moment, Wu Junwan's personal details appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Name: Wu Junwan. Identity: Princess Wu of Great Wu, daughter of the martial emperor, friend of the Yu Emperor, 30 years old this year, possesses extremely high martial arts talent, having reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm. She is very interested in the North Prince, so she took the opportunity of a diplomatic mission to the Da Yu dynasty to sneak into the North Country, wanting to see what the North Prince was up to and to test the Rain Listening Pavilion, to see if the shadowy power behind the North Prince mansion is indeed the same superpower that supports it. Rating: 98. Favorability: 10. Seeing the information before him, Lu Chen chuckled to himself. Well, she really is the Princess of Great Wu. Wang Qingqi's intuition, the wily bitch, was indeed accurate. If it were someone else, it's likely they would not have guessed that this woman was the Princess of Great Wu, and she could have come and gone from Yan County without the prince being any the wiser. The fact that the brocade guard hadn't reported any information about Wu Junwan showed that she and her companions were adept at concealing their presence. Even the brocade guards in the city failed to detect the formidable strength of the three individuals in the room. Normally, once the brocade guards discovered a martial artist of the Master Realm entering Yan County, they would report to the North Prince Mansion immediately, whether they recognized the individual or not, in accordance with the rules set by Lu Chen. Thinking this, it became clear to Lu Chen that the brocade guards had their limitations. They were unable to detect martial artists who were adept at hiding their presence when they entered Yan County. This gave Lu Chen a sense of crisis. If these three had escaped the brocade guards' detection, were there other powerful figures in Yan County that had also gone unnoticed? Such individuals might not pose a threat to the military, but if they were to carry out assassinations, launch surprise attacks, or covertly infiltrate significant places to uncover the secrets of the North Country, it was certainly possible. There was no other choice but to strengthen the alert level. With this in mind, Lu Chen glanced again at the two elders standing behind Wu Junwan. Name: Pei Hong. Identity: Protector of Wu Junwan, 105 years old. Strength: Grand Master. Loyalty: 0, Name: Hu Shu. Identity: a martial artist sent by the Great Yu Empress to protect Wu Junwan, 120 years old. Strength: Grand Master. Loyalty: 0. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Wang Qingqi's instincts were not wrong. There indeed were two Grand Masters. What Lu Chen didn't know at this moment was that, Compared to his wariness of the trio, Wu Junwan and her companions were even more apprehensive of him. A grandmaster in a feudal state, and such a young one at that, signaled massive backing. A grandmaster was nothing remarkable to the superpower behind the scenes, otherwise they would not have sent one to the North Country. Moreover, the youth's early achievement as a grandmaster was virtually unheard of. If he could reach the grandmaster level at such a young age, he might break through to the heavenly human realm by his middle age. Most grandmasters from the major dynasties had reached the grandmaster realm around the age of 100, with the exception of one woman. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wu Junwan quickly recovered and, with a warm smile and unassuming grace, said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the daughter of the president of Qinghai Merchant Association, named Qian Wanyan. I am here to visit the Rain Listening Pavilion primarily to discuss a commercial alliance. May I know if that's possible?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Of course it is." Then he walked toward the window. As Lu Chen drew closer, Pei Hong and Hu Shu immediately tensed up. Both were grandmasters, and although it's often said that old ginger is hotter than young, this young man had reached the grandmaster realm at such a young age, which indicated his extraordinary martial arts talent. It was impossible to say just how formidable his strength might be. Just as there are gaps between masters, there are disparities between grandmasters as well. Pei Hong and Hu Shu were afraid that the young man might suddenly attack Wu Junwan upon approaching her. However, it was clear that Lu Chen had no such intention. He simply took a seat by the window and then said, "Allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Chen Lu, and I am the true tower master of the Rain Listening Pavilion." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan smiled and said, "I was thinking from the start that the Tower Master of Rain Listening Pavilion, whose business spans across several dynasties, could not possibly be just a half-step Grandmaster. It seems I have guessed right. Only a Grandmaster like Master Chen could have the capability to expand Rain Listening Pavilion to its current scale." Seeing that Wu Junwan directly pointed out his strength, Lu Chen was not surprised at all. Although he was trying hard to conceal his aura, the imposing presence of a grandmaster still lingered, making it easy for others to discern his true strength. Unless he could cultivate a technique that completely concealed his realm, no matter how much he tried to hide his aura, it would always be detectable by others. Especially in front of grandmasters and grandmasters, a grandmaster needs not to be mentioned, for as a grandmaster, one can easily sense the realm of another grandmaster. And in front of some particularly sensitive grandmasters, as long as they felt a sense of crisis, or discomfort throughout their body, they could easily determine that the person in front of them was a grandmaster. No sooner had Wu Junwan finished speaking than Pei Hong, who stood to the side, said, "Master Chen really is young and promising. I have never before heard of such a young grandmaster. Master Chen must certainly possess exceptional martial arts talent and a vast wealth of resources for cultivation. It seems Rain Listening Pavilion is even richer than we imagined." Pei Hong's words were clearly probing Lu Chen. A grandmaster so young was truly astonishing, and without a vast wealth of resources for cultivating martial arts, even with high talent, Pei Hong did not believe that one could break through to the grandmaster realm in their youth. In his view, there might very well be a superpower behind the Tower Master of Rain Listening Pavilion, like what Wu Junwan had guessed. Whether this superpower was the one supporting the North Prince Mansion, they could not yet ascertain. However, they had come with the intention of gathering information and naturally wanted to probe the other party further. Lu Chen smiled lightly, then said, "You flatter me, elder. Rain Listening Pavilion is but a small trade association, and it has been established only recently. How could it be wealthy? If we're talking about wealth, Qinghai Commercial Association is far richer. Not only is the daughter of the chairman an extreme realm master, but they also have 2 grandmasters. As far as I know, the Great Xia dynasty has but 1 grandmaster, yet the Qinghai Commercial Association alone has 2 sitting grandmasters. I'm afraid when it comes to wealth, no force is qualified to compare with Qinghai Commercial Association." At this moment, Wu Junwan smiled and said, "Master Chen, let's leave the compliments here and discuss the cooperation instead." Lu Chen said, "No problem. How does Miss Qian propose we collaborate?" Wu Junwan replied, "As I understand it, Master Chen has always been keen to do business in the Great Wu dynasty. Only due to some obstacles, Rain Listening Pavilion has been unable to enter the Great Wu Dynasty. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "Yes, my people came back and told me that the princess of the Great Wu Dynasty is very domineering. The tavern we opened in the Great Wu Dynasty was shut down within days by the princess, citing threats to the dynasty's security. Our Rain Listening Pavilion caravans also can't enter the Great Wu Dynasty, often being excessively scrutinized by the soldiers of the Great Wu Dynasty." At this point, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with a smiling gaze fixed on Wu Junwan. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the room grew tense. Pei Hong and Hu Shu both prepared themselves for action. They couldn't help but suspect that, by mentioning the Princess of Great Wu at this time, Lu Chen might have already discovered Wu Junwan's identity. This was not good. After all, they were in a foreign land, and they had come to North Country discreetly. If their identities were exposed, it could not only potentially reignite conflict between the two great dynasties, but Wu Junwan might also be in danger. Before coming to North Country, they had never thought that North Country would have any presence capable of threatening Wu Junwan's safety, until they met the Tower Master of Rain Listening Pavilion. To cultivate such a young martial artist into a Grand Master proved the power of Rain Listening Pavilion. Perhaps there were even more Grand Masters behind Rain Listening Pavilion, which made them wary of Lu Chen. Wu Junwan didn't pay much attention to Lu Chen's words, speaking indifferently. "What if I said that I could help Rain Listening Pavilion establish a presence in the Great Wu Dynasty, and even without being scrutinized?" Lu Chen feigned a puzzled expression. "Oh. Miss Qian, you have a way. I've heard that the Princess of Great Wu is a very unreasonable woman. Once she sets her mind on something, no one can persuade her otherwise. Moreover, she holds real power. There are hardly a few on the entire court of Great Wu who dare to challenge her." Wu Junwan's eyebrows raised slightly, and a faint line of annoyance appeared on her forehead, as if angered, but she still sat gracefully, smiling as she said, "Master Chen may not be aware, but our Qian family has a very special relationship with the princess. The reason Qinhai Commercial Association has been able to grow to its current size is inseparable from the princess's support. If Rain Listening Pavilion can reach a cooperation with Qinhai Commercial Association, then naturally the princess won't trouble Rain Listening Pavilion again." Lu Chen looked skeptically at Wu Junwan's mature and beautiful face. "Really? But I've heard that the Princess of Great Wu is a key figure in controlling national intelligence, holding a status second only to the martial emperor in the Great Wu Dynasty. If she has decided that Rain Listening Pavilion is a threat to the Great Wu Dynasty, would she really allow us to cooperate with Qinhai Commercial Association?" Wu Junwan said, "It's precisely because our princess holds such a high position in Great Wu that whether Rain Listening Pavilion is a threat to the Great Wu Dynasty is merely a matter of her say-so. If Rain Listening Pavilion can offer enough benefits, I believe our princess would allow Rain Listening Pavilion to do business in Great Wu." Continuing, Wu Junwan said, "And with the guarantee from Qinhai Commercial Association, Master Chen can be completely at ease." Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen appeared pensive. After a moment, he said, "If it's possible to allow Rain Listening Pavilion to establish a presence in the Great Wu Dynasty, certainly, we'll grant the benefits we should. It's just that I'm unsure how Miss Qian plans to cooperate with Rain Listening Pavilion." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Wu Junwan smiled and said, "Our cooperation is simple. In the future, Rain Listening Pavilion and Qinhai Commercial Association will establish a new commercial association. All of Rain Listening Pavilion's business in the Great Wu Dynasty will be managed by the new association, and both parties will hold a 50% share. Master Chen shouldn't misunderstand. Of the 50% stake that Qinhai Commercial Association holds, 40% will go to the princess. That's the only way she might agree to let Rain Listening Pavilion enter the Great Wu Dynasty." Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen let out a chuckle. "Well, Wu Junwan is looking to deploy a reverse infiltration strategy, huh? By forming a new commercial association through cooperation between the two, Rain Listening Pavilion would be in a position of constant surveillance while doing business in the Great Wu Dynasty. Besides, it's possible for people from the Great Wu Dynasty to glean some internal information about Rain Listening Pavilion in return. The Princess of Great Wu certainly plays a shrewd game. However, that said, although it seems greatly advantageous for Wu Junwan, Lu Chen still decided to agree. He was very interested in forging ties with the royalty of Great Wu, a connection they would inevitably need sooner or later. Thereupon, Lu Chen said, "All right, no problem. I'll leave the matter with the Great Wu princess up to the Qian family." Seeing how straightforwardly Lu Chen agreed, Wu Junwan was momentarily taken aback. She had thought that Lu Chen would ask them some questions, like why they wanted to cooperate, or perhaps demand more conditions. Instead, this man didn't ask anything. At this point, Wu Junwan asked, "Isn't Master Chen curious why Qinghai Commercial Association wants to cooperate with Rain Listening Pavilion?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Your reason is quite apparent, isn't it? Qinghai Commercial Association is a commercial group from the Great Wu dynasty and has a very good relationship with the Princess of Great Wu. Qinghai Commercial Association wants to enter Great Sha in North Country to do business, and it's best to find a partner for cooperation. Otherwise, Qinghai Commercial Association might face the same obstacles Rain Listening Pavilion has encountered in Great Wu. Moreover, Qinghai Commercial Association must have already realized that North Country holds great business potential, and the products manufactured by the North Prince Mansion have high commercial value as well, so you too want a share of the profits. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Qian?" With that, Lu Chen's gaze fixed on Wu Junwan's beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan's mouth curved slightly upward, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Lu Chen had indeed hit the mark. She had indeed planned to use the words Lu Chen mentioned as an excuse. Wu Junwan then said, "Master Chen is right. Our Qinghai Commercial Association indeed sees great commercial potential in the North Country, and we also see great commercial value in the products manufactured by the North Prince Mansion. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important is that the products made by the North Prince Mansion are also used by our Princess Junwan, and she likes them very much. It is for this reason that we wish to collaborate with the Rain Listening Pavilion to sell the goods of the North Country in the Great Wu Dynasty." Lu Chen said, "In that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. As for the details of the collaboration, I'll leave it to Miss Qian and our Vice Tower Master of the Rain Listening Pavilion to discuss, as I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave now. Miss Qian, if you need anything during your time in the North Country, feel free to contact us at the Rain Listening Pavilion, and we will do our best to accommodate your needs." Wu Junwan smiled slightly and said graciously, "Thank you, Master Chen." Lu Chen said with a smile, "You're welcome. After all, we will be partners from now on, and the Rain Listening Pavilion naturally wants to take good care of Miss Qian during her stay in Great Sha." Having said this, Lu Chen stood up, ready to leave. Then Miss Qian, that will be all for today. Wu Junwan also stood up promptly. "Master Chen, please take care." Lu Chen nodded slightly, without saying anything further, and turned to leave the private room directly. Even though Lu Chen had left, Wang Qingqi did not. Lu Chen's appearance was merely a formality. As the true owner behind the Rain Listening Pavilion, he naturally did not need to engage in the specifics of business collaboration, especially since the person from Qinghai Commercial Association was not their president. In name, Wu Junwan was merely the daughter of the president of Qinghai Merchant Association, not the president herself, so her status was a bit lower than that of the tower master of the Rain Listening Pavilion. Thus, handing over the task of receiving Wu Junwan to Wang Qingqi, the nominal vice tower master, was sufficient, and all Lu Chen needed to do was to make a stance. After Lu Chen left, Wu Junwan and her party finalized the details of the collaboration with Wang Qingqi, establishing a new merchant association called Tinghai, which would be mainly responsible for conducting business within the Great Wu Dynasty territory, diverting business from other dynasties to the association. Once the collaboration was officially established, both parties decided on the two individuals who would manage the Tinghai Merchant Association. In terms of managing the association, Wu Junwan made some concessions, allowing the person appointed by the Rain Listening Pavilion to become the official president, while their representative from the Qinghai Commercial Association would assume the role of vice president. After everything had been negotiated, the sky had completely darkened. Nighttime. Wu Junwan sat in the private room of an inn, adjusting her inner strength. After a little while, Her beautiful eyes opened, looking at the two elderly people before her. Hu Shu said at this moment, Princess Junwan, we should hurry and leave the North Country, it is more dangerous than we anticipated. As someone sent by the Empress of Dayu to protect Wu Junwan, she was very concerned about Wu Junwan's safety. If anything happened to Wu Junwan, she would not know how to explain it to the Empress of Dayu. Hearing Hu Shu's words, Wu Junwan said indifferently, we will leave the North Country early tomorrow morning. Wu Junwan had no intention to prolong her stay in the North Country as she now felt the waters there were a bit too deep. Not only had the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace come to the North Country and stayed for several months without leaving, but now such a young Grand Master had also appeared in the North Country. In addition, there were the heavy cavalry of the North Country, which made Wu Junwan sense that the North Country was a land fraught with strife. As the princess of the Great Wu dynasty, it was better for her to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible. Initially, she had planned to stay in the North Country for a while to see what the North Prince was up to and to investigate the situation with the North Country heavy cavalry. Now it seemed that leaving the North Country as soon as possible was the best decision. Relieved by Wu Junwan's words, both Hu Shu and Pei Hong, the Grand Masters, heaved a sigh of relief. It was good as long as Wu Junwan was willing to leave. The concern was that she might be too confident and unwilling to leave the North Country so soon. At this moment, Wu Junwan asked, Grandma Hu, Senior Pei, if you were to confront the Chen Lu, would you be confident in defeating him? Upon hearing this question, Hu Shu and Pei Hong were taken aback for a moment. Pei Hong was the first to answer, Your Highness, without having fought, it is very difficult for us to judge his exact strength, but someone so young achieving the status of a Grand Master must be extremely profound in the martial arts. Furthermore, in his presence, I felt a very strong sense of danger, and if it came to a fight, I very well might not be his match. Pei Hong had once clashed with Satu Ce, and he had never felt the kind of danger he did in front of Satu Ce as he did just now. Even though he sensed that Chen Lu's realm was not much different from his own, deep inside he always felt as though he was being targeted, as if a fierce beast had set its sights on him, which made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, Pei Hong surmised that Chen Lu's strength was likely greater than his own, and if it really came to a fight, he would probably not be a match for the young man, possibly not even able to withstand for half an hour. Surprised by Pei Hong's words, Wu Junwan had not expected even Pei Hong to lack confidence in defeating Chen Lu. Her gaze then fell on Hu Shu, who began to speak. I share the same view as Mr. Pei. If I were to confront the Chen Lu on my own, it is highly likely that I would not be his match. Hearing Hu Shu's words, Wu Junwan also realized the terror of Lu Chen. She was merely an extreme realm master and, while she could sense the powerful presence emanating from Lu Chen, she was unable to determine how strong he truly was, only that he was a Grand Master. However, the words of Pei Hong and Hu Shu made her understand that this Chen Lu's strength was even more terrifying than she had imagined. It seemed his background was not simple. Given the consideration, Rain Listening Pavilion likely had some connection with the power behind North Prince Mansion, though it was unclear what they aimed to achieve in North Country or what they hoped to gain from the North Prince. As such, Wu Junwan grew even more intrigued by this North Prince Lu Chen. What sort of value did he possess that warranted such support from so many forces? But for the near term, answers to these questions would elude her. Her only option was to leave the Qinghai Commercial Association in North Country and slowly dig for useful information. At that moment, Wu Junwan continued to ask, Elder Pei, old Madam Hu, do you think that this Chen Lu has realized my true identity? Pei Hong answered, it's highly likely that he's aware. Qinghai Commercial Association, despite its wealth, couldn't possibly have two Grand Masters, however, he may not know that you're the Princess of Great Wu. He might think you're someone sent by the princess. After all, Wu Junwan was the Princess of Great Wu, a figure with actual authority. Normally she would not stealthily visit another dynasty without prior notice, as that would compromise her stature. Also, the number of people who had seen Wu Junwan was quite limited, even within the Great Wu dynasty few knew what their princess looked like. Thus, Pei Hong believed that the Tower Master of Rain Listening Pavilion might not recognize Wu Junwan as their princess. At most, he might guess that the three of them were connected to the Princess of Great Wu. Of course, this was just what Pei Hong thought. At this time, Hu Shu also spoke. Elder Pei is right, I share the same view. Wu Junwan fell into deep thought and said no more. Early the next morning, as dawn began to break, Wu Junwan journeyed back to the Great Wu dynasty in a carriage arranged by the Qinhai Commercial Association. Upon hearing that Wu Junwan had left North Country so quickly, Lu Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, given her position as the princess of Great Wu, her safety was paramount. With a threat capable of endangering her life now present in North Country, it was natural she wouldn't stay long. In the morning, after finishing the porridge personally prepared by Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen headed to the Hall of Political Affairs for a minor court meeting. The topics discussed that day were still related to the arrangements for the refugees of North Country. Lately, 9 out of 10 minor court meetings had revolved around matters of the refugees. During the meeting, after discussions on refugee-related matters had concluded, Li Rui stood and said, "Prince, North Country's population is growing too rapidly. The current number of officials is severely insufficient to manage such a multitude. This official suggests increasing their number." Almost every civil official at the court held several positions. While holding multiple posts meant receiving more subsidies according to North Country's current administrative system, it also meant an overwhelming increase in workload. Previously they were used to slacking off, but now, overwhelmed with much more work, these officials simply couldn't adapt. After a recent punitive action is a lesson to others, these officials were loyal indeed, but lacking in capability. The need to increase the number of officials was now urgent. Hearing Li Rui's suggestion, Lu Chen replied, "I, too, have been considering adding more officials, but North Country is impoverished, and most common folk are illiterate. Scholars from other areas within Great Sha are unwilling to become officials in North Country, making it difficult to increase the number of officials at present." Li Rui said, "This official has heard that a branch of the Chu family has already moved to North Country. The Chu family, being an aristocratic family for 1,000 years, has many scholars. This official recommends allowing members of the Chu family to enter the North Prince Mansion and assume important positions." Li Rui was well aware of Lu Chen's relationship with the Chu family and also knew Lu Chen's generally suppressive stance towards aristocratic families, but given the dearth of talented individuals in North Country, they had to temporarily employ members of the Chu family. If the shortage of officials persisted, it would definitely impede Lu Chen's reform progress. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen considered for a moment, then replied, "That is possible, however, from now on, anyone seeking an official post must undergo an examination. The questions for the examination will be personally set by me. Only those who pass may qualify to become officials of North Country." After the matter of the officials was concluded, Li Rui stepped aside, and Lu Chen continued, "I have an announcement to make today. Yan County is too small, too dilapidated, and can no longer satisfy the growing commercial needs of North Country. I intend to build a new city, and henceforth, the North Prince Mansion shall move there." Hearing these words, the officials in the hall immediately started a buzzing discussion. Building a new city posed two primary challenges. The first was sourcing the funds, and the second was labor. With so many refugees in North Country, labor was not an issue, but money certainly was. Lu Chen continued, "You're worried about funding, but many merchant associations will actively participate in the construction of the new city, and most of the major funding will come from the coffers of the prince's mansion." At Lu Chen's words, the officials ceased their discussion. Since the prince's mansion would be financing the construction, they wouldn't need to worry about raising funds themselves, and that was a relief. Their greatest fear was that the prince's mansion would expect them, the officials, to secure the funding. With North Country being so impoverished, they had no means to raise money, and their only resource was through various taxes. However, Lu Chen had exempted the agricultural tax, which was a major source, and current tax categories in North Country were strictly defined by the North Prince Mansion, so they didn't have the authority to invent new taxes. Lu Chen then continued, "The location for the new city has not been decided yet. Discuss among yourselves where the new city should be built." Upon hearing this, discussion once again filled the hall. Meanwhile, inside the North Prince Mansion, after completing her patrol, Chu Yukan returned to her courtyard, planning to have a proper talk with Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli was in her room, regulating her inner strength. Having been frequently trained by Lu Chen recently, she had significantly improved her skill, but the rapid growth was something she was struggling to adapt to. Chu Yukan knocked on the door. Qing Li, are you in there? Sister is coming in. Hearing Chu Yukan's voice, Chu Qingli quickly pulled up her clothes. While practicing, she had been left with only an undergarment that exposed a lot of skin. Her body was covered in red marks, and if Chu Yukan saw them, she would surely comment on it later. After hastily getting dressed, Chu Qingli coldly said, I'm inside, sister, please come in. Responding to Chu Qingli's answer, Chu Yukan pushed the door open and saw Chu Qingli meditating, apparently having just been regulating her inner strength. Chu Yukan sighed softly. In Chu Yukan's perspective, Chu Qingli had been training so strenuously lately, probably in an effort to quickly advance her strength to surpass Lu Chen, and then forcibly take her sister away from the North Prince mansion. Chu Qingli looked at Chu Yukan and asked, Sister, did you need something from me? Chu Yukan replied, Qing Li, your recent training often leads you to deviate, which shows your mind is in turmoil. If you keep training this way, disaster is inevitable. I've already spoken with Chenur. For the next few months Bai will handle the security work of the prince's mansion, so you should take some time to rest. At these words, Chu Qingli was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly responded, Sister, I'm fine. Chu Yukan said, Fine. Look at those red scars on your body. Chenur has mentioned that those red scars are very difficult to eliminate. If they deepen further one day and even Chenur can't remove them, how will you marry? Moreover, these scars are the least of the problems. If you deviate and lose all your skill, will you still be able to stay in the North Prince mansion? Chu Qingli faltered. She wanted to say the scars had nothing to do with deviation, but the lie had already been told, and there was no taking it back. If she claimed the scars weren't related to her deviation, then how did they come about? How was she to explain this to Chu Yukan? At this moment, Chu Qingli's heart was filled with resentment toward a certain bad thing. If that bad thing hadn't left so many scars on her body, she wouldn't have had to lie that the scars were the result of practice backfiring. The key point was that the bad thing clearly had the means to erase these scars, but he just refused to help her remove them. He insisted on keeping the scars there as if she were his possession, and he was stamping his mark on her body. Having no choice, Chu Qingli could only say, well, then, I'll take some time to rest. Seeing Chu Qingli agree, Chu Yukan immediately said, Qingli, I've told you before, you are an assassin by nature. You were always on the move in the past, so it's not suitable for you to stay in one place all the time. The frequency of your practice backfiring recently is probably related to your constant presence at the North Prince mansion. Why not take advantage of this time to rest? Leave the North Prince mansion, go out for a walk, and relax your mind. Maybe when you come back, your practice won't backfire anymore. Hearing this, Chu Qingli immediately said, no need. She was planning to quickly complete the trade with Lu Chen and then save her sister and leave the North Prince mansion. How could she leave the North Prince mansion at this time? How would she trade with Lu Chen if she were not there? At that moment, Chu Qingli suddenly thought of something, her gaze fixed on Chu Yukan's flawless face, and then suspiciously asked, Sister, are you trying to send me away so you can do something with that lecherous man? Chu Qingli often made excuses to send Chu Yukan away and then engage in secret trades with Lu Chen, so she was very sensitive to such matters. At this time, Chu Yukan replied with a guilty conscience, Qingli, do you really see your sister as such a shameless person in your heart? Chu Qingli said, then why does sister always want to send me away? Chu Yukan said angrily, what do you mean by sending you away? I'm doing this for your own good. You at least call me sister, how could I bear to see you get hurt? Hearing this, Chu Qingli thought to herself, I'm sorry, sister, but for you, I can't leave the North Prince mansion under any circumstances right now. With that thought, Chu Qingli said, Sister, I will not leave the North Prince mansion unless you leave with me. I don't feel at ease with sister alone in the North Prince mansion. Seeing how obstinate Chu Qingli was, Chu Yukan felt helpless, and as expected, Chu Qingli would not leave the North Prince mansion. If Chu Qingli did not leave the North Prince mansion, would the thing she promised Lu Chen keep dragging on? How would Lu Chen view her then? Would he think she was just using Chu Qingli as an excuse and didn't want to attend to him? Chu Yukon sighed deeply and then said, "Forget it, you won't listen to me no matter how much I say." Chu Yukon decided not to continue persuading. She didn't know how many times she had already tried to persuade Chu Qingli, who refused to leave the North Prince mansion. She even started to suspect that Chu Qingli had an ulterior motive for staying. To get Chu Qingli to leave the North Prince mansion, Lu Chen would have to think of a way. Lu Chen could use the prince's power to directly transfer Chu Qingli out of the mansion, which would then give her the opportunity to attend to Lu Chen. She had already discussed this with Lu Chen, and what came next would depend on what he did. It would be best if Chu Qingli were transferred to a location several hours' travel from the mansion, giving her enough time to help Lu Chen relax. With that thought, Chu Yukon's cheeks became incredibly hot. She really was a woman without shame, trying all means to drive her own sister out of the North Prince mansion just to secretly steal some moments with a man. At this very moment, the morning court had already ended. Lu Chen was coming out of the Hall of Political Affairs and was planning to return to his study when a maid from the inner court approached and said, "Prince, the princess consort would like you to visit the inner court when you're free. The sorghum wine is ready." Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart leapt for joy, and he replied, "I'll go right away." Then, Lu Chen hurried to the inner quarters of the mansion. In the main hall, Lu Chen's wives and concubines were gathered around a half-meter tall jar of wine, discussing something. Soon, Lu Chen entered the hall. Seeing Lu Chen return, Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan quickly made way. Lu Chen walked up to the wine jar, looking at the clear white liquor inside and smelling the strong fragrance in the air, and then he said, "It's indeed strong." At that moment, Mu Zixuan, who was pregnant, said with a smile, "Prince, with this wine, the prince's mansion will have another profitable venture. Soon the treasury of the mansion may not be able to hold all the silver." Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "That's not necessarily the case. The silver from the mansion is about to be spent. I have decided to build a new city, and the little silver in the mansion might not even be enough for that." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan was stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to build a new city, which meant that the silver earned by the mansion would likely be spent very quickly. After all, it was money they had earned, and Mu Zixuan felt somewhat reluctant to part with it, but soon she let go of these feelings. After all, silver is meant to be spent. What use is there in keeping it in the treasury? This silver could be used where it's meant to be, only then her earnings would truly be meaningful. At this moment, Lu Chen picked up a bamboo tube scoop beside the wine jar and scooped out a ladle of white liquor from inside. He brought the scoop closer, sniffed the fragrance of the alcohol, and while sniffing, he asked, "Is there a bowl? Give me a bowl, I'd like to taste how this liquor is." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao immediately passed over a bowl. "Prince, the bowl." Just as Lu Chen was about to take the bowl from Xiao Wenyao's hands, her body swayed, and Lu Chen ended up grabbing at thin air. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, and as he turned his head to look at Xiao Wenyao, he realized only then that her face was flushed red, reeking of alcohol, with some of her hair sticking out. "This," Lu Chen said with a smile, "Yao Yao, did you fall into the wine vat or something?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao, face redolent of alcohol, responded, "Prince. Prince, I just had a little." At this point, Xiao Wenyao's body started to sway again, and Yelv Nanyan, who was nearby, quickly supported her. Lu Chen suddenly noticed that not only was Xiao Wenyao affected, but even Yelv Nanyan's cheeks were rosy, and it was clear that the two of them had been drinking. At that time, Zhou Yuyu, covering her mouth, giggled from the side, "Prince, just now Yao Yao and Nanyan said they are from the grasslands, champions of drinking, claiming that no liquor could intoxicate them. So the two of them downed a bowl each in one go, only to find themselves tipsy within a few breaths." Hearing Zhou Yuyu's words, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "You actually dared to drink such strong liquor straight from a bowl." The beautiful Yelv Nanyan felt exceedingly embarrassed, her cheeks turning even more crimson. She hadn't expected the liquor to be so potent, nor its potency to have such a strong aftereffect. It had been too long since she had drunk liquor at the prince's mansion, and the rich aroma overwhelmed her restraint. She hadn't anticipated this liquor was nothing like the grain alcohol they used to drink. In the meantime, Xiao Wenyao once again extended the bowl towards Lu Chen. Prince. Prince, the bowl. Lu Chen took the bowl, then poured the liquor from the scoop into the bowl and took a gentle sip. A burning sensation instantly surged through his throat. This liquor was evidently extremely strong, it was best diluted. Not many could withstand it straight. However, thinking it over, Lu Chen realized that once the liquor entered his stomach, it would evaporate immediately. The alcohol did not enter his bloodstream to circulate. Lu Chen instantly understood what was happening. Clearly, his poison immunity body was at work. The alcohol was regarded as a toxin by his poison immunity body, so as soon as it entered his stomach, it was neutralized. The alcohol had no effect on him whatsoever. That meant, from now on, no matter how much he drank, it wouldn't be an issue. Lu Chen wasn't sure whether this was good or bad. The primary effect of alcohol is to numb the nerves, but now that the alcohol he drank wouldn't enter his blood circulation, he wouldn't even know what getting drunk felt like in the future. After seeing Lu Chen take a sip of the liquor before him, Mu Zixuan asked with concern, "Prince, how do you find the taste?" Lu Chen pursed his lips and replied, "It has a high alcohol content, not really suitable for consumption as is. It's best to dilute it to lower its alcohol content." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan responded, "I understand, my lord. I will speak with the workers who brew the liquor and tell them to lower the alcohol content of the liquor." The method of sorghum liquor brewing was provided by Lu Chen, so Mu Zixuan had learned many things about it. And not just her, even the prince's mansion's workers knew what alcohol content meant. Previously, when people drank liquor, they only spoke of it being strong or mild without the concept of alcohol content. With the notion of alcohol content, from now on they would be able to more accurately describe how strong a liquor was and to what extent it was potent. After tasting the sorghum liquor, Lu Chen returned to his study to draft content for the officials' examinations. A few days later, the prince's mansion's newly released sorghum liquor sold like hotcakes, with numerous merchant caravans coming to the North Prince mansion to place orders. The backlog of pre-orders had already extended 3 to 4 months out. In fact, most people of this era were not accustomed to high alcohol content sorghum liquor, yet there was a peculiar mentality at play, wanting to outdo others and feel superior. As the prince's mansion's sorghum liquor entered the major taverns, it became the go-to choice for drink-offs, instantly replacing the earlier rice wine, since the sorghum liquor's higher alcohol content made it easier to get drunk on. Now in the taverns, a saying was prevalent: only women drink rice wine. A real man drinks the white liquor brewed by the North Prince Mansion. In the following half a month, even before the North Prince Mansion could name its white liquor, its fame had already spread across Great Sha and the surrounding dynasties. When Chu Yukin realized how potent and intoxicating the North Prince Mansion's white liquor was, an idea flashed through her mind: the white liquor might provide her ample time to attend to Lu Chen. If she could just get Chu Qingli drunk, then she wouldn't be able to constantly keep an eye on her, right? Chu Yukin thought of a way to fulfill her promise without being discovered by Chu Qingli, and immediately began to prepare. She knew that Chu Qingli was a sensitive person, so to get her drunk, she couldn't be too direct, she needed to find a seemingly reasonable excuse. However, before getting Chu Qingli drunk, she had to ask Lu Chen a question. Early morning. Gentle sunlight spilled in through the window, casting a bright patch on the bed. The person sleeping soundly on the bed gradually began to wake up, and after opening his eyes, Lu Chen buried his head into the soft pillow and took a deep breath. This pillow had a milky fragrance, quite nice indeed. When Lu Chen got up, he saw Yelv Nanyan looking at him with a grievance on her face. He raised his hand, stroked Yelv Nanyan's cheek with a smile, and said, "Nanyan, what's with that look? Are you angry with me?" Yelv Nanyan said, "The prince is my darling, how could I possibly be angry? Lately, the prince seems to have an even more majestic aura, I wonder if your realm has advanced." As a 9th-grade martial artist, Yelv Nanyan had vaguely perceived the increase in Lu Chen's martial prowess. With him being stronger and more vigorous than before, she suspected that his realm might have advanced. But Lu Chen had long been a Grand Master. If his realm had advanced further, wouldn't that make him a Grand Master? A 17-year-old Grand Master. Yelv Nanyan dared not think so. She had some understanding of the major dynasties and had never heard of a 17-year-old Grand Master. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's question, Lu Chen looked into her eyes with a smile and answered, "Whether my realm has advanced or not, can't you feel it yourself?" Hearing Lu Chen's rhetorical question, Yelv Nanyan was stunned for a moment. Had Lu Chen's realm really advanced? Was he a Grand Master? A 17-year-old Grand Master? Good heavens! Yelv Nanyan's face turned red with astonishment. No wonder Lu Chen looked more imposing and his body stronger. It turned out he had indeed broken through to the Grand Master realm. It seemed that the next time Lu Chen came to the Spring Sound Court, she would have to bring Xiao Wenyao along. But she was getting on in years, and there were some matters she was too embarrassed to mention, afraid that people would accuse her of being shameless. Seeing Yelv Nanyan momentarily lost in thought, Lu Chen said, "Indeed, I am now a Grand Master, Nanyan, there's no need to be surprised." Yelv Nanyan snapped back to reality and tentatively said, "Prince, how about taking a few more concubines?" If it had been previously, Yelv Nanyan wouldn't have said such a thing, as it was primarily the wife's affair when the prince took concubines, and as a side concubine, she had no place to say such things. However, she was already very familiar with Lu Chen, and wasn't as cautious as before. The environment in the prince's mansion was quite harmonious. It was unlikely that asking Lu Chen to take a concubine would cause the wife to trouble her. Even when Lu Chen was still a master, the women of the prince's mansion's inner courtyard could no longer satisfy his needs. Now Mu Zixuan and the other two were pregnant, and Lu Chen had broken through to the Grand Master realm. For Lu Chen's sake, and for the sake of the women of the inner courtyard, Lu Chen should indeed take on a few more concubines. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Nanyan, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you no longer want to serve me, so you want me to take concubines, to have someone else serve me?" As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and lifted Yelv Nanyan's chin with his thumb and index finger, gently rubbing them together. Yelv Nanyan said with a flushed face, "That's not what I meant. The prince is too formidable, and I'm somewhat." Yelv Nanyan trailed off. Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "You don't need to worry about the matter of taking concubines. When it's time to take concubines, I will naturally do so." With that said, Lu Chen patted Yelv Nanyan's plump buttocks with his hand and continued, "If you think you can't handle it, then hurry up and get pregnant with my child, that way you won't have to worry about me coming here every day." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan was somewhat helpless. She too wanted to get pregnant with Lu Chen's child as soon as possible, but it was extraordinarily difficult for high-grade warriors to conceive. She had been in the prince's mansion for so long, and Lu Chen had favored her countless times, yet she had not become pregnant, and neither had Xiao Wenyao. At that moment, Yelv Nanyan said, "I understand, I will try my best to conceive the prince's child." Then, Lu Chen let go of Yelv Nanyan's body and got out of bed while Yelv Nanyan quickly got up to help Lu Chen dress. After dressing, Lu Chen prepared to return to the main courtyard for breakfast, but just as he walked out of the Spring Sound Court, he saw a mature and beautiful woman. Chu Yukin was wearing a light blue long dress, with a waistband that perfectly showcased her figure. She paced back and forth at the entrance of the Spring Sound Court, looking somewhat nervous. Lu Chen then said, "Madam Chu, are you waiting for me?" At the sound of Lu Chen's voice, Chu Yukin snapped out of her thoughts, her face involuntarily blushing. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Chenur, I wanted to ask you about something." Curious, Lu Chen asked, "What is it?" Chu Yukin inquired, "Can your immortal technique help sober someone up?" Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment. Why would Chu Yukin ask such a question for no reason? Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukin in confusion and said, "Could it be that Madam Chu has had some wine this morning?" Chu Yukin answered, "No, I'm just asking." Lu Chen said, "Of course, my immortal technique can sober a person up, but I don't understand why you are asking this, Madam Chu." Chu Yukin then leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered in his ear, "Chenur, come to my room tonight, I have something to discuss with you." As Chu Yukin drew suddenly near, Lu Chen instantly smelled a faint fragrance, which stirred him greatly. It was the scent of an aroused woman. Lu Chen seemed to understand what Chu Yukon intended. It appeared she had finally made up her mind. However, her question about sobering up still confused him. Did their doing that thing have anything to do with wine? It surely didn't seem necessarily related, did it? After Chu Yukon had spoken, she felt unprecedented shame, her cheeks flushing with redness that spread to her fair, swan-like neck and even her ear tips. Seeing this shy beauty, the fire that had died down the night before in Lu Chen rose again. Still, Lu Chen did not take advantage of the situation. He controlled the agitation inside him and said, "I understand." Chu Yukon then turned and left, or more precisely, fled the place as if she longed to burrow into a hole and hide. A widow who had been married, she had actually invited Lu Chen to her room. If word got out, she could not imagine what others would say about her. Watching Chu Yukon's retreating figure, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly upward, indicating that something good was bound to happen tonight. At this very moment, Sufeng City, the Dongfang family's meeting hall. In the main seat of the hall, directly facing the door, sat a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a long beard. To the right of the man sat a recent favorite of the crown prince, Wang Yang, known as one of the 5 talented young masters from the south and also the most likely to become the next family head of the Wang family. At that moment, Dongfang Yi asked, "May I know the reason for Mr. Wang's visit to our Dongfang family this time? Does it come with some directive from the crown prince?" Wang Yang picked up a teacup from the side, took a sip, and then smilingly said, "Not exactly. I came mainly to inquire about a matter on behalf of the crown prince." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yi asked with curiosity, "Oh, do tell, Mr. Wang." Wang Yang went straight to the point, "Miss Dongfang is still unwed, isn't she?" Hearing this, Dongfang Yi's brow furrowed and his expression seemed to darken somewhat. He then asked, "Is the crown prince perhaps interested in my daughter?" Wang Yang continued, "Of course, Miss Dongfang is accomplished in both literature and martial arts, there is no man who wouldn't be fond of her. Ever since the crown prince saw Miss Dongfang once at a poetry meeting in the south, he hasn't stopped thinking about her." Dongfang Yi said, "Mr. Wang, my daughter is quite vivacious and has a rather difficult personality. I fear she may not be the most suitable match for the crown prince. Being ever in the capital city, the crown prince has no real understanding of her. But you, Mr. Wang, should be well aware, considering how many young talents from the south have had their legs broken by my daughter. I don't even know how much I've had to pay each year to compensate for such incidents." Dongfang Yi's daughter, Dongfang Longyu, was indeed a great beauty, even being called the #1 beauty of the south. Not only was she well versed in poetry and literature, but she also possessed a high talent for martial arts. In Sufeng City, almost any man who had seen her developed some improper thoughts towards her. Moreover, many had come to propose marriage, but without exception, all were rejected, and directly by Dongfang Longyu herself. When it came to marriage, even Dongfang Yi, as her father, had no say in the matter. Dongfang Longyu said she wouldn't marry, and that was that. Unable to succeed by direct proposal, some elegant scholars tried to use their talents to move Dongfang Longyu. These men tried various ways to get closer to her, but in the end, their attempts to approach her resulted in having their legs broken by Dongfang Longyu. Of course, even so, many men were still smitten with Dongfang Longyu. Precisely because she was so staunch with other men, those scholars found her even more intriguing, speculating that perhaps her chastity was maintained for someone special. It could be said that the scholars of the south were utterly bewitched by Dongfang Longyu. Of course, the Dongfang family was the 3rd largest aristocratic family in the south. Even if someone coveted Dongfang Longyu's body, they wouldn't dare to resort to any underhanded tactics. Dongfang Yi couldn't understand why the crown prince would be interested in his daughter, even he found her a headache. If she were to marry into the crown prince, she might turn his household upside down. Moreover, their family was somewhat unique compared to the usual aristocratic families of the south. His daughter was not quite suitable for marriage into the royal family of Great Sum, as their family had a special mission. Upon hearing Dongfang Yi's words, Wang Yang slightly smiled and then said, "Miss Dongfang is clever and quick-witted. I believe that after marrying the crown prince, she will know to restrain herself. Seeing Dongfang Yi's reluctance, Wang Yang continued, Dongfang family master, although Miss Dongfang cannot be the principal wife after marrying His Highness the Crown Prince, her status will still be far from low. This is a great opportunity for the Dongfang family. The Crown Prince's principal wife is generally designated by the emperor, and on one hand, the Sum emperor is unlikely to match a woman from the southern aristocratic families with the Crown Prince as the Crown Princess consort. On the other hand, the Wang family wouldn't allow Dongfang Longyu to become the Crown Princess consort. After all, the Wang family wished to send a daughter of their own to Lu Shuyin's side to someday become the empress. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Dongfang Yi sighed and said, Mr. Wang, my daughter is honored by the Crown Prince's affection, but her temperament really isn't suited for the imperial palace. If she were to enter the palace, she might one day bring disaster upon the entire Dongfang family. I hope Mr. Wang can convey this to His Highness the Crown Prince, so he might understand our position. Dongfang Yi could tell that the Wang family was so eager to marry Dongfang Longyu to the Crown Prince primarily to firmly ally the Dongfang family with their own cause. Although the Dongfang family was part of the southern aristocracy, they were quite unique. The family's attitude towards the royal family was somewhat fickle, making the Wang family a bit uneasy. If they could marry Dongfang Longyu to Lu Shuyun, they would be in the same boat, and then the Dongfang family would have to move forward or retreat with them. Wang Yang continued to speak. Dongfang family master, your family relocated to Sufeng City 100 years ago and doesn't have much land in the south. You've primarily focused on trade, and your foundation isn't stable. Haven't you ever thought about taking your family to the next level, to solidify your family's status? The Crown Prince is very fond of Miss Dongfang. When His Highness succeeds the throne, even if Miss Dongfang cannot be the empress, he will surely favor the Dongfang family and grant you many benefits due to his affection for her. Dongfang family master, I know your family has always wanted to enter the court but has lacked an opportunity. Now that the opportunity has arrived, you must seize it. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Dongfang Yi said, I need to discuss this matter with my daughter to see what she thinks, as it concerns her lifelong happiness, and naturally, she should make the final decision. Hearing Dongfang Yi's words, Wang Yang's brows furrowed slightly. It was clear that Dongfang Yi was trying to buy time. In this era, parents' orders and matchmakers' words were the norm. There was no need to seek a child's opinion, especially in matters of marrying off a daughter, where the woman's thoughts were usually not considered. Nevertheless, not wanting to offend Dongfang Yi, Wang Yang did not persist in his persuasion and stood up, saying, Very well, if Dongfang family master and Miss Dongfang come to a decision, please send someone to inform me. I will not leave Sufeng City for the time being. I shall take my leave today. With these words, Wang Yang turned and walked out of the hall. At this point, Dongfang Yi called out, Take care, Mr. Wang. Once my daughter has made up her mind, I will have someone notify you. Before long, Wang Yang had left the Dongfang residence. Once Wang Yang's figure had completely disappeared from Dongfang Yi's view, his expression darkened instantly. He then went to the backyard to tell his daughter Dongfang Longyu about the matter. In a certain courtyard of the Dongfang family, a woman dressed in a purple cloud attire was standing in a pavilion, holding a brush and painting on a sheet of paper. The woman's hair was styled high into a cloud-like bun, with her black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, making her stand as gracefully as jade, as beautiful as a fairy. At this moment, Dongfang Yi, who stood to one side, spoke, Yue, tell Dad, what are you thinking? Dongfang Longyu didn't stop her brush as she continued to paint and asked, Dad, you should know that he won't be crown prince for much longer, right? Dongfang Yi replied, although he won't be crown prince for much longer, he is still the crown prince now. I estimate there are at least 6 more months before the Sum emperor takes action against the Wang family. The Dongfang family is quite special, having knowledge of some insider information, so they were not optimistic about Lu Shuyun, considering his glory to be fleeting. Once the Wang family was eradicated, Lu Shuyun's position as the crown prince was certain to be revoked. Dongfang Longyu said, the Wang family probably doesn't want to see other aristocratic families marrying their daughters to the crown prince, but Wang Yang took the initiative to come as the crown prince's lobbyist. This indicates that they have sensed something and want to firmly bind our family with the southern aristocratic families. Our family has been involved in commerce for generations, controlling almost all of the great Xia dynasty's economic lifelines. Once we are firmly bound to the southern families, the Sum emperor will inevitably become even more wary of them. Dongfang Yi sighed and said, I also think the crown prince's declared interest in you is just a pretext, but even if it's a pretext, it's not easy for us to refuse. If we directly refuse, it could easily arouse their suspicion, which would not be conducive to our dealings with others and, moreover, our family has its own mission, we can't afford any issues at this time. At this moment, Dongfang Longyu put down her brush, looked up at Dongfang Yi, and said, Dad, how about this? You pretend to agree to the crown prince for now, but find an excuse to delay for a while. I will find a way to leave Sufeng City. Although the Dongfang family is one of the southern aristocratic families, they have businesses operating in all the major dynasties. It wouldn't be a big problem for Dongfang Longyu to leave Sufeng City and find refuge in another dynasty. Later, the Dongfang clan could claim that Dongfang Longyu had acted on her own volition, not willing to marry, and then secretly fled to another dynasty. Seeing Dongfang Longyu so decided, Dongfang Yi sighed again and then said, it seems this is the only option we have for now. Uaa, sorry to put you through this, he added. Dongfang Longyu calmly replied, it's what I should do. Dongfang Yi then said, I won't disturb you any further. With that, Dongfang Yi turned and left the courtyard, ready to send a message to Wang Yang. Night fell. North Prince Mansion. The moonlight tonight was cold and enchanting. The moonbeams spilled onto the ground like water, causing the shadows to ripple and dance in the light breeze like the waves on the water's surface. At this moment, in Chu Yukin's room at the North Prince Mansion, Chu Yukin was kneeling on a mat, with a jar of wine and some food laid out before her. Chu Qingli and Chu Yukin sat facing each other. Chu Yukin poured herself a cup of wine, then drank it in one gulp before saying to Chu Qingli, Qingli, this is a new wine brewed by the prince's mansion, and it has a very good flavor. The orders from the prince's mansion are backed up for months. I managed to get a jar from Zixuan, have a taste. They say this wine can help with detoxification and is very beneficial for cultivation. Recently you've been suffering from cultivation deviation, which left so many scars on your body. Those scars are most likely caused by toxins. Why not try a bit and see? Hearing this, Chu Qingli didn't suspect Chu Yukin of any ulterior motive, especially since Chu Yukin had just had a drink herself. Moreover, she had indeed heard that the white liquor recently produced by the North Prince Mansion was very popular, and now many guards within the prince's mansion were eager to try it. Chu Yukin then poured a small cup for Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli immediately picked up the cup and gently sipped. After one sip, Chu Qingli found the liquor to be quite strong. Had it not been for her high martial arts skill and the abundance of inner strength that gave her some resistance to strong alcohol, she probably couldn't have handled it. At that moment, Chu Yukin poured herself another cup. She slightly shifted her hips and switched her position from kneeling to sitting on the ground, her plump buttocks pressing against the mat below, squeezing the flesh of her hips together. Chu Yukin then asked, Qingli, what do you think of this liquor? Qingli replied expressionlessly, it's a bit strong, but the aroma is quite rich. Hearing Chu Qingli's response, Chu Yukin poured her another cup and then said, if you like it, drink more. Perhaps the alcohol will even help expel some impurities from your body later. Chu Yukin's plan was simple, to get Chu Qingli drunk. To avoid raising Chu Qingli's suspicion that she was trying to intoxicate her, Chu Yukin drank along with her. She figured that Lu Chen would later come to her room anyway, and his immortal technique could sober her up. Once Lu Chen arrived and found her drunk, he'd surely help her sober up willingly. By then, she would be awake, and her younger sister would be unconscious from the intoxication, allowing her to confidently serve Lu Chen tonight, fulfilling her promise. Until the morning light, Chu Qingli wouldn't necessarily notice. By the time Chu Qingli woke up again, she and Lu Chen would have finished their business. Seeing Chu Yukin lift her cup again and take another sip, Chu Qingli suddenly thought of something. During this time, her sister had grown suspicious of her, especially since Lu Chen was always in her room, and her daily fits of martial frenzy were insufficient explanations. These past few days, she hadn't traded with Lu Chen, mainly for fear of being discovered by Chu Yukon. Now that the North Prince mansion suddenly had such strong liquor, her opportunity had arrived. If she could get her sister drunk, she could meet with Lu Chen while her sister was unconscious, without her sister ever finding out. She wouldn't need to be as cautious and fearful of being caught by her sister as before. However, to prevent her sister from realizing she wanted to get her drunk, it would be best to drink along with her. With that thought, Chu Qingli picked up her cup and slowly took a sip. At this moment, the two sisters, connected in underhanded intentions, each aimed to get the other intoxicated. The pair chatted about trivial things while drinking. Meanwhile, the lights in Lu Chen's study were still brightly shining. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cloud drifted in front of the moon, blocking its light. Lu Chen rose from his seat, stretching leisurely and rotating his neck. Suddenly remembering that Chu Yukon had invited him to her room tonight, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth involuntarily curled into a subtle smile. However, he quickly remembered a troublesome matter. Chu Qingli was living right next to Chu Yukon's room, and she had recently taken a leave from her position as deputy commander of the prince's mansion guards. If he went to Chu Yukon's room now, there was a high probability that Chu Qingli would see him or become aware of his presence. As soon as he thought of being seen by Chu Qingli, Lu Chen felt utterly confused inside. Chu Yukon must have been aware of this, too. As long as Chu Qingli was still in the prince's mansion, she would constantly keep an eye on Chu Yukon. So, what did Chu Yukon want him to do in her room? With Chu Qingli watching over, Chu Yukon wouldn't allow any mischief, so they couldn't possibly have any proper business to take care of. Could it be they were just going to sit in her room doing nothing? After thinking it over, Lu Chen still couldn't figure out why Chu Yukon had said him to visit her room tonight. However, since it was Chu Yukon herself who had extended the invitation, it was definitely worth checking out, no matter what it was about. Soon after, Lu Chen got up and headed to the courtyard where Chu Yukon's room was located. Before even entering the courtyard, Lu Chen noticed flickering candlelight coming from Chu Yukon's room, along with the sound of voices. Were there other people in Chu Yukon's room? This made Lu Chen even more puzzled about why Chu Yukon wanted him to come to her room. Weren't there other people in the room? Lu Chen then approached the door and knocked. Madam Chu, may I come in? Inside the room at this moment, two women were sprawled on the floor, possibly overheated from too much drink. Their cloud attire had slipped down, revealing their white necks, delicate collarbones, and a vast expanse of snow-white skin. After Lu Chen's voice was heard, the room suddenly fell silent, the sounds ceasing altogether. Lu Chen stood frozen at the doorway for a moment. He had clearly heard voices in the room just now, so why had they suddenly stopped? Could something have happened inside? An assassin? With that thought, Lu Chen's brow furrowed and he immediately pushed open the door. As soon as the door swung open, what met his eyes was the erotic scene of two beauties embracing each other. Seeing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. The next moment, a strong scent of alcohol drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils. Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that Chu Yukon and Chu Qingli had been drinking in the room, and what they had been drinking was the prince's mansion's potent sorghum liquor. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the two on the ground. Chu Yukon was lying down, and Chu Qingli was by her side, still somewhat groggy. A slight grin appeared on Lu Chen's lips. There were no assassins, the only assassin was himself. Could it be that earlier today, Chu Yukon wanted him to visit her room at night to openly disclose their affair to Chu Qingli? He had simply arrived a bit late, and now the two beauties were drunk, both collapsed on the floor. At this moment, Lu Chen still thought that Chu Yukon had made her peace with it and no longer intended to hide their relationship. Clearly, Lu Chen hadn't guessed Chu Yukon's real intentions. Now, Lu Chen entered the room and closed the door behind him. Upon hearing the door close, Chu Qingli, who had been in a dazed state, looked up to see who had come in. When she saw that the big bad guy had entered, her brain suddenly cleared up a bit, but because she had drunk so much, it would take some time for her to force the alcohol out with her skill. She was still in a drunken state, weak all over. Seeing Lu Chen directly walking toward Chu Yukon, Chu Qingli tensed up. Chu Yukon's clothing had completely fallen away, revealing her snowy white shoulders. In order not to let Lu Chen's eyes see what they shouldn't, Chu Qingli used all her strength to lift her hand and slowly pulled Chu Yukon's clothes up, while saying to Lu Chen, don't look. Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed softly. He hadn't expected Chu Qingli to still be so lucid, refusing to let him get close to Chu Yukon even in her drunkenness. Lu Chen then said with a smile, Chu Qingli, it's cold on the ground. You might catch a cold if you sleep here, let me help you both to the bed. Chu Qingli hastily put her hand on Chu Yukon, glaring at Lu Chen with a drunken face, you, get out. She knew all too well what sort of man this devil was. Now there were two drunk beauties right in front of him, completely defenseless, and she didn't believe for a second that he didn't have other intentions. She had to get this man out of there, otherwise, nobody knew what he might do next. Seeing that she was trying to prevent him from touching Chu Yukon, Lu Chen said, Chu Qingli, that's too much. It's one thing for you to sleep on the ground, but how can you let Madame Chu sleep there with you? The ground is so cold, what if Madame Chu catches a cold? With that, Lu Chen grabbed Chu Qingli's hand, removing her arm from Chu Yukon's body. Despite what Lu Chen said, Chu Qingli didn't trust him at all, and she immediately grabbed his arm, attempting to continue stopping him. However, she was intoxicated, and her skill was temporarily blocked upon contacting Lu Chen. With her skill disabled and the alcohol taking over, she became even weaker and her head swirled. Then, she could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen picked up Chu Yukon's voluptuous body and walked straight to Chu Yukon's large bed. Seeing this, Chu Qingli thought Lu Chen was going to do that sort of thing to Chu Yukon, and with all her might, she said, if you dare touch my sister, I'll cut you. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lu Chen smiled and then placed Chu Yukon on the bed, covering her with the blanket. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't make any untoward move towards Chu Yukon, Chu Qingli finally let down her guard. But soon she was startled into a cold sweat again as she saw Lu Chen, having put down Chu Yukon, walking towards her once more. After reaching Chu Qingli's side, Lu Chen squatted down, intending to scoop her up in a princess carry. Chu Qingli thought that Lu Chen was going to do something to her right there, so she immediately started to struggle, not wanting to let Lu Chen touch her body. However, as soon as Lu Chen touched her body, she lost her strength. Even though she continued to struggle, Lu Chen still managed to lift her in a princess carry and walk to the bedside. After Chu Qingli struggled for a while, Lu Chen reached the bedside and laid her face down on the bed as well. Seeing that Lu Chen had brought her to the bed too, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment. Could it be that she had misunderstood this lecher? She had thought he was about to do something to her, but he was apparently just bringing her to bed to sleep. It made sense, after all, her sister was right there, he wouldn't dare do that sort of thing to her right now. With this thought, Chu Qingli breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, Lu Chen stood by the bed, glancing at Chu Qingli lying there. Chu Qingli was wearing a purple gauze dress that draped over her, blending with her body as if they were one, perfectly highlighting her behind. Even though the scent of alcohol on Chu Qingli was somewhat off-putting, the sight still stirred something in Lu Chen. And this was in Chu Yukon's room. In the past, when they secretly did naughty things, just hearing Chu Yukon's voice would make Chu Qingli's body tense up completely. What if they were right beside Chu Yukon? Lu Chen didn't continue the thought. Anyway, he was not planning to leave today. This woman, Chu Qingli, actually dared to stop him from doing those things with Chu Yukon. She must be taught a lesson. He wanted to completely tear apart her facade, strip away her sense of shame, and see if she would keep watching him and Chu Yukon. Just then, Chu Qingli saw that Lu Chen seemed not to have left the room. She turned her head towards him at the bedside, and said with an icy expression, "You can go out now." At these words, a surge of anger rose in Lu Chen's heart. The next moment, a ripping sound was heard. Chu Qingli immediately felt a chill on her behind and realized what was happening, her face turning pale instantly. This was in Chu Yukon's room. And right beside Chu Yukon. No. She absolutely could not let this man have his way. Chu Qingli quickly mustered all her skill, but the next moment, Lu Chen leaned over and grabbed her wrist, sealing her skill once again, and she was left powerless once more. Comma. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and bright moonlight once again illuminated the earth. A gentle breeze blew at that moment, rustling the leaves. Summer was approaching, and the evening breeze was exceedingly tender, bringing immense comfort to anyone it caressed. At this time, a woman dressed in white sat on the rooftop, overlooking everything in the North Prince mansion. Tonight, it was Bai Qingqing's turn to stand night watch. She generally did not patrol around, as a grandmaster only needed to stand in a relatively high place to sense any disturbance in the prince's mansion. Just then, she felt some slight noise coming from Chu Yukin's room, surrounded by the calls of animals. Bai Qingqing paid it no mind, she continued to stand on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The only one who could cause this sort of commotion in the prince's mansion was the man she served. However, it was surprising that the sound was coming from Chu Yukin's room. It was her first time hearing any noise from there. Normally, at night, it was the animal cries from the spring sound court that were prevalent. After an unknown period, the moonlight was once again obscured by clouds, and following a phoenix's cry, the noise from a certain room ceased abruptly. Although ninth-grade martial artists could get drunk, they had skill protecting their bodies, which meant alcohol was broken down very quickly. The noise in the room was simply too loud, and Chu Yukin, in a daze, opened her eyes. For some reason, she vaguely saw two figures overlapping each other. Chenur, don't bully Qingli. Chu Yukin murmured. When Chu Yukin opened her eyes, Chu Qingli was nearly scared out of her wits. She froze, her body tensed. As she came to her senses, she wanted to quickly explain something to Chu Yukin, but at that moment a pair of large hands reached down and covered Chu Qingli's mouth. Chu Qingli instantly understood and immediately stopped moving, and the room fell silent. You could even faintly hear the buzzing of mosquitoes. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yukin closed her eyes again, muttering, "Why hasn't Chenur arrived yet? Could it be that he has forgotten?" After saying this, Chu Yukin closed her eyes and once more fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Chu Yukin close her eyes and fall back to sleep, Chu Qingli let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, a surge of anger welled up inside her. This damn bastard. Then Chu Qingli prepared to settle the score with a certain villain, but as she turned her head, she found herself pinned down, and the next moment, her mouth was gagged. The assassin had come again. Thinking of the assassin looking at Chu Yukin's stunning face while attacking her, Chu Qingli felt immensely indignant. This detestable assassin was definitely full of thoughts about her sister by now, and he had begun to conflate her with her sister as well. Early in the morning, Bai Qingqing, who had been standing on the rooftop all night, came down. She was supposed to go to Chu Yukin's room to take over the shift, as Chu Yukin was in charge of the guard duty within the prince's mansion today. However, she didn't go to find Chu Yukin but headed straight to Lin Wanyan's courtyard to hand over the guard duty to her. At this moment, sunlight streamed into the room, and the disheveled Chu Yukin woke up from her sleep. Chu Yukin made a mumbling sound and then opened her bleary eyes. It was then that she suddenly heard an "ah" from beside her. Chu Yukin came to her senses abruptly and hurriedly turned her head to look, only to find Chu Qingli sprawled beside the bed and Lu Chen standing at the bed, with Chu Qingli's cloud attire torn into several pieces. Seeing this scene, Chu Yukin was dumbfounded. She was about to speak when Lu Chen calmly said to Chu Qingli, "Qingli, do you still want to be healed? If these scars on your body don't go away, how will you ever get married in the future?" As he spoke, Lu Chen straightened his clothes while Chu Qingli stood in front of Chu Yukin, blocking part of her view. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin was momentarily stupefied. At that point, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukin and said with a smile, "Madam Chu, you're awake. I just heard Chu Qingli screaming in the room, so I came in to check. It turns out she had another demonic episode. I planned to treat her, but she kept struggling, even accusing me of wanting to take advantage of her body, so I had no choice but to step in. Look at the new scars on her neck." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin finally understood. She thought to herself how Lu Chen and Chu Qingli could possibly do such a thing in front of her. Her thoughts had grown increasingly dirty. She had actually believed they were engaging in that sort of act. It was obvious that Lu Chen was treating Chu Qingli. Seeing Chu Qingli's clothes torn to shreds, Chu Yukon looked reproachfully at Lu Chen and said, "Chenur, I know you need to treat Qingli, but you can't just tear a lady's clothes like that. If you have seen Qingli's body, then she will only be able to marry you from now on." Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli quickly said, "Sister, I don't want to marry this bastard at all." Chu Qingli had already come to her senses by now and was full of resentment towards Lu Chen. When Chu Yukon heard Chu Qingli curse Lu Chen as a bastard, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she immediately said, "Qingli, how can you curse Chenur? After all, he is a prince. Besides, he is treating you out of kindness." At this moment, Chu Yukon's face was unmistakably serious, and she appeared to be genuinely angry. She knew that Chu Qingli had always had grievances with Lu Chen, but regardless, Lu Chen was the ruler of a feudal state, a seigneur, how could he be insulted at will by others? Seeing the darkening expression on Chu Yukon's face, Chu Qingli felt a pang in her heart, realizing that she had perhaps gone too far. Although Lu Chen was indeed a scoundrel, it was fine for her to curse him in bed, but she couldn't curse him in front of others. Even a prince needed to save face. Chu Qingli then had no choice but to say, "Sister, I know I was wrong." Chu Yukon then said sternly, "Qingli, you must apologize to Chenur immediately." Hearing this, Chu Qingli reluctantly looked at Lu Chen and said, "Prince, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Even as she mouthed an apology, Chu Qingli's heart still harbored a strong resentment. She had been rebuffed all of last night, and now early this morning, she had to apologize to this lecher. This guy not only had his fill of pleasure, but he was probably thrilled in his heart too. He likely wanted to see her apologizing and admitting her mistake. Despicable man, actually using her sister to make her apologize to him. If they ever had a chance to be alone again, she would definitely get her revenge on this guy. Upon hearing Chu Qingli's words of apology, Lu Chen immediately said, "Madam Chu, it's fine, I don't mind at all. I was also at fault earlier, I shouldn't have torn Qingli's clothes and caused her embarrassment." Seeing Lu Chen also admitting his mistake, Chu Yukon quickly said, "Chenur, you are now the sovereign of a nation, you can't just admit fault so lightly outside. Although a seigneur wasn't as grand as an emperor, he was still a symbol of power, how could he casually admit fault? Casually admitting fault would suggest that he, as a seigneur, was not up to par, always doing things wrong. This was similar to an emperor issuing an edict admitting personal guilt. The more powerful one is, the less they can afford to apologize and admit fault lightly." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, I understand your meaning, and I would only say this within the inner courtyard, I would not casually apologize to others outside. And indeed, I was the one at fault earlier." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Chu Yukon sighed, then addressed Chu Qingli, "Qingli, Chenur is treating you for your own good, don't refuse his kindness." As she spoke, Chu Yukon gave Chu Qingli a thorough look and noticed many red marks on her neck. She continued, "Sister shouldn't have let you drink last night. I didn't expect you to fall into deviance again. Thankfully, Chenur found out." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, don't worry. Although Qingli fell into deviance, it hasn't had much of an impact on her body. The biggest problem is the scars appearing on her body." Chu Yukon said, "These scars can have a considerable impact on a woman. Qingli is still a virgin and has not yet married. With such marks, it might be difficult for her to find a husband. No man would want to see so many scars on his wife's body." Lu Chen said, "That's all right, if it comes to it, Qingli can just stay in the North Prince mansion for the rest of her life." Hearing this, a chill went through Chu Yukon's heart, and she cast Lu Chen a deep look. This little scoundrel, he indeed had designs on Qingli. She had suspected from the beginning that once Qingli entered the North Prince mansion, it would be very difficult for her to ever leave. After being looked at reproachfully by Chu Yukon, Lu Chen gave an awkward smile and said, "Qingli, don't move, I will continue the treatment for you." With that, Lu Chen raised his hand and used the rejuvenating skill, pretending to treat the marks on her neck. Afterward, some of the scars on Chu Qingli's neck began to fade away. However, Lu Chen did not completely remove them. After all, these were marks he had left, which shouldn't be erased so casually. Chu Qingli's expression was cold at this time, yet a faint blush still graced her indifferent face. Seeing that Chu Qingli's face seemed to flush with anger, Chu Yukon sighed inwardly once again. It seemed that changing Chu Qingli's attitude toward Lu Chen was not going to be a matter of a day or two. As Chu Yukon was reflecting on this, she suddenly smelled an odd scent in the air, one she had detected countless times before, but she could never quite place what it was. Suddenly, Chu Yukon realized that every time Chu Qingli fell into deviance, this scent would linger in her room. Could it be? Could it be the impurities expelled from her body after falling into deviance? Yes, that must be it, otherwise, why would there always be such a strange odor on Chu Qingli? Chu Yukon no longer dwelled on the thought. Just then, Lu Chen raised his hand and said to Chu Qingli, "Qingli, I have treated you a little, but your scars need several more treatments to heal. Whenever you have the time, come to me for treatment. Last night, your deviance caused you to sweat out many impurities. You should go take a bath first." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Qingli glared coldly at him, then turned and walked away. As Chu Yukon watched Chu Qingli's retreating figure, droplets of murky sweat fell from her body as she moved. Chu Yukon thought to herself that it appeared Qingli's body had indeed expelled many impurities. She wondered what the root cause of her deviance was. Could it be due to the environment? Qingli's practice of martial arts shouldn't have led to such frequent bouts of deviance, right? If a martial artist were to suffer from deviance so often during training, they would probably have lost all their skill and become incapacitated by now. But Chu Qingli hadn't. Every time she fell into deviance, she would recover swiftly. This rapid recovery could be attributed to Lu Chen's immortal technique. After all, his technique could easily heal even wounds on the body. However, the frequent instances of deviation during practice were difficult to explain. Could it be because she harbored deep resentment towards Lu Chen, yet was powerless against him, leading her to become agitated while cultivating and thus causing her to deviate from the correct path? For martial artists, a disturbed mind was the most taboo. Once disturbed, it was very likely to lead to deviation during cultivation. Chu Qingli's frequent deviations must have had their reasons, and perhaps it might really be due to this. The thought made Chu Yukon's heart waver with indecision. If that really was the reason, then the affair between her and Lu Chen must be kept from Chu Qingli at all costs. If Chu Qingli were to learn that she had been physically tending to Lu Chen, wouldn't that make her even more susceptible to deviation during practice? At that thought, Chu Yukon felt a swell of worry in her heart. But just then, something occurred to Chu Yukon. Hadn't she asked Lu Chen to come to her room last night? Did Lu Chen actually come? With that in mind, Chu Yukon looked at Lu Chen and said, "Chenur, didn't I ask you to come to my room last night? Did you?" Chu Yukon didn't finish her sentence. As she spoke, her pretty face began to burn with heat. For some reason, she had been constantly thinking about serving Lu Chen lately. Perhaps it was because her promise had gone unfulfilled for so long and she feared Lu Chen would think she wasn't keeping her word, or perhaps it was for some other reason. Whatever the exact reason, she didn't know. She simply wanted to find various ways to spend time alone with Lu Chen. Yet whenever she thought of her sister, her heart would again feel incredibly conflicted. Lu Chen turned to look at Chu Yukon, whose cheeks were now flushed. He had been ready to conquer Chu Yukon last night, but who would have thought Chu Qingli would also be in the room and, moreover, awake. With no other choice, he had to deal with Chu Qingli. And watching Chu Yukon, with her goddess-like beauty, handle Chu Qingli was indeed a different experience. Lu Chen didn't feel that he was at a loss. Judging by his progress with subduing Chu Qingli, it was only a matter of time before she accepted his relationship with Chu Yukon. Sooner or later, he would be openly cultivating a relationship with Chu Yukon in front of Chu Qingli, and he was confident she wouldn't have anything to say about it. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I came last night, but seeing Madame Chu drunk and lying on the ground, I had to help Qingli get you to bed to sleep. Then I went back. I wanted to come and see how you were doing early this morning, but I didn't expect to run into Qingli deviating during her practice." Chu Yukon sighed inwardly with a tinge of regret in her tone. "I see." Curious, Lu Chen asked, "Madame Chu, did you have something to tell me last night?" Chu Yukon hesitated. She simply couldn't bring herself to admit that she had sought Lu Chen last night to serve him. After a pause, Chu Yukon said, I wanted to ask you to use the immortal technique to check on Qing Li and see why she keeps deviating during her practice, whether there's something wrong with her body. Seeing Chu Yukon's face flush, Lu Chen knew she wasn't telling the truth. Drawing closer, he whispered in her ear, Madam Chu, Qing Li is no longer in the room, you can tell the truth now, right? Did you seek me out yesterday to confess our relationship to Qing Li while under the influence of alcohol? This. Seeing that Lu Chen had misunderstood, Chu Yukon breathed a sigh of relief, then said, Aunt did have that idea at first, but as you've seen, Qing Li is still unable to accept you. I suspect her frequent deviations during cultivation are because she cannot accept you, leading to distracting thoughts. Why don't you find a reason to send her somewhere else? Lu Chen replied, that won't be necessary, I'll find a way to get her to accept me soon. You saw the scars on her body, I still need to treat those. She can't be too far from the prince's mansion. If those scars aren't healed, they may stay forever. Hearing this, something stirred in Chu Yukon's heart. Scars had a very significant impact on a woman, as all women valued beauty. Moreover, Chu Qingli was an unmarried maiden, she certainly couldn't afford to have so many scars on her body. Lu Chen assured with a smile, Don't worry, Madam Chu, it won't be long before Qing Li can accept me. She's just a tough talker with a soft heart. She may seem strong, but both her body and mind are quite tender. Chu Yukon responded, Now all we can do is hope she can accept you. But, as she spoke, Chu Yukon timidly looked into Lu Chen's eyes, Chenur, Aunt's promise. Chu Yukon's statement hung in the air, followed by her silence, too ashamed to continue. Gazing into Chu Yukon's beautiful eyes, Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, I will try to control myself for now. Flushed, Chu Yukon suggested, then perhaps Zixuan can find you a concubine for now. Lu Chen responded, That's not necessary. Now that I am a Grand Master, an ordinary woman may not last long with me. Chu Yukon acknowledged, That's true. All right, Madam Chu, I have state affairs to attend to and must leave now, said Lu Chen. Chu Yukon softly hummed in acknowledgement, and the next moment, Lu Chen turned and walked away. As he left, Lu Chen thought how fortunate he was to be clever enough to have put on his clothes just before dawn, showing just enough to prevent Chu Yukon from discovering what he had done earlier. But to speak of it, that feeling was incredible, truly thrilling. And this wasn't about any psychological thrill but rather a physical stimulation. After this incident, he didn't believe Chu Qingli would have the face to prevent him and Chu Yukon from being together. Backquote. Great Xia Dynasty, Capital City. East Palace. Lu Shuyun was in the courtyard testing the improved piercing cloud bow made by the craftsman. The piercing cloud bow was Lu Shuyun's second achievement after becoming the crown prince. Made of special materials, its power was immense, and when paired with the custom-made piercing cloud arrow, it could easily penetrate the armor of heavy cavalry. With the piercing cloud bow, the Great Xia dynasty would no longer fear the enemy nation's heavy cavalry on the battlefield, or in future internal strife within Great Xia, the forces aligned with them need not fear the secretly prepared armor of his brothers. Looking at the piercing cloud bow in his hands, a smile appeared on Lu Shuyun's face. The materials for making the piercing cloud bow and the piercing cloud arrow were very special and currently only available to their aristocratic family in the south. Furthermore, some of the production techniques were kept secret. Even the craftsmen in the Ministry of Works might not know the techniques, only their faction was privy to it. Thus, the piercing cloud bow could not only serve as an achievement for the crown prince but also to a certain extent prevent their rivals from acquiring the production methods and materials. As for whether other factions in the royal court would get the piercing cloud bow, there was no need to worry about that. Once the piercing cloud bow was brought out, it would certainly end up in the hands of people from other factions, but they would only obtain a few. Currently, the Ministry of Works could only forge a very limited number of piercing cloud bows each day, and they were far from mass production. As long as they kept a tight leash on the quantity, even if others acquired the piercing cloud bow, they would not obtain many. Meanwhile, the people on the crown prince's side had already been secretly mass-producing them. In terms of the quantity of piercing cloud bows, his rivals would definitely not be able to compare with them. Just as Lu Shuyun was immersed in joy, a maid hurried to him and said, "Crown Prince, Mr. Wang has returned." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun snapped back to reality and immediately said, "Bring him to see me." "Yes, Crown Prince." The maid then went out and brought Wang Yang before Lu Shuyun. "Greetings to the Crown Prince. Long live, long live, long long live." After Wang Yang finished his salute, Lu Shuyun eagerly asked, "What did Dongfang Yi say? Did he agree to give Dongfang Longyu to me in marriage?" Wang Yang replied, "He agreed, but..." Wang Yang hesitated. Seeing Wang Yang's response, a smile appeared on Lu Shuyun's face. As long as he could firmly bind the Dongfang family to their side, then the entire aristocratic families of the south would truly be united as one. As for Dongfang Longyu the woman, he had seen her a few times and indeed liked her beauty, but more than Dongfang Longyu's beauty, what Lu Shuyun cared about was the Dongfang family standing behind her. At this point, Lu Shuyun asked, "But what?" Wang Yang answered, "But as soon as Miss Dongfang heard she was to marry you, she immediately jumped into the river to commit suicide. Though she was rescued, she has been seeking death persistently. If she is set on dying, I fear no one will be able to stop her. If this gets out, it could seriously damage your highness's reputation." Left with no choice, Dongfang Yi asked me to convey to the prince that Dongfang Longyu will not marry you for the time being. Instead, it will be determined after you marry the crown princess consort. He wants to continue persuading Dongfang Longyu. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shuyun's expression darkened instantly. He had not expected Dongfang Longyu to be so staunchly opposed. Although he had known from the start that Dongfang Longyu was a woman of difficult temperament, many talented young men from the south had their legs broken by her, which said plenty about her character. He had thought that being the crown prince, the future successor to the throne, even if Dongfang Longyu was temperamental, she would restrain herself once she knew she was to marry the crown prince. There wasn't a woman in the world who wouldn't want to marry a man wielding great power. But unexpectedly, Dongfang Longyu had resorted to attempting suicide by jumping into the river. If word got out, wouldn't the officials in the court accuse him of forcing a virtuous woman into dishonor? Seeing Lu Shuyun's face darken, Wang Yang continued, "Crown Prince, please rest assured, although Dongfang Longyu is currently unwilling to marry, as long as Dongfang Yi has agreed to this marriage, it means he has already sided with us." Lu Shuyun thought for a moment and realized it was true. Dongfang Longyu's stance was not important. As long as they could stabilize her for the time being and prevent her from committing suicide, that would suffice. Lu Shuyun then said, "Send a letter to Dongfang Yi, telling him my undying affection for Dongfang Longyu. I was devastated to hear of her attempted suicide, so I have decided to first confirm our engagement. After I have married the crown princess consort, I will come to marry her. I hope Dongfang Yi can persuade Dongfang Longyu to accept me soon." Although Dongfang Longyu was beautiful, Lu Shuyun was not an impatient man. If he really drove her to death, their connection with the Dongfang family could be severed. The Dongfang family only had one daughter, Dongfang Longyu could not die. Moreover, if she were driven to death, it would have a significant negative impact on his reputation. Thus, the best course was to delay. The engagement would be set first, then use it as a political tie. The timing of Dongfang Longyu's marriage to him was not important. After hearing Lu Shuyun's words, Wang Yang said, "Yes, Crown Prince. I will send the letter to Dongfang Yi right away."